What up, what up, what up? We back up in here. Back again. Some people love it. Some people hate it. Some people love it, then they hate it, then they love it again. Either way, we back, family. It's your boy, Shango. Let's get into it.
Well, first of all, let me thank you for this opportunity to come the night before the election. And I know how many guests want to get on your show, that you allowed an audience for us. I just really appreciate it. Tomorrow is the day to vote. What I would tell your listeners is this is one of the most important elections. A DA is going to impact everyone's life. Unfortunately, all of us are going to be either the victim to crime, we're going to witness something we wish we didn't witness, or we are going to be charged, or somebody close to us we love is going to be charged. That is just the reality of life. You don't go through life and don't have a car broken into or a burglary. You want somebody sitting in that seat with the proper education, which certainly I have because I graduated from here, from Emory Law School, a top 25 law school, but more importantly, has the experience. I have tried well in excess of 100 criminal cases. I have supervised the largest division of that particular office. I have run a business in private practice, and I have sat as a judge trying to evaluate what is fair. And maybe my best on-the-job training is I have been a mom of 2 teenage girls that we still working on at 20 and 22. But all of those collective life experiences have made me and prepared me for this job. I often tell people, God has put all the tools in my toolbox at this point. What I am telling people is that we cannot sit with a DA that has put self over the community. And the actions of this current DA let you know loud and clear that it is about him and it is not about service to the people. I am asking you to believe in yourself, really, and have courage in yourself, and know that you can make a difference. Your voice can make a change. Go, get in line, wait in line, do it as long as it takes, and then cast a vote for FANI WILLIS, spelled at FANI WILLIS, for your next Fulton County District Attorney. Let's make history. I will be the first female district attorney, and we will see a better day in Fulton with a better DA, and that DA is FANI WILLIS. Thank you. All right, that was
FANI WILLIS, back when she was first running for DA. We about to dive deep into those situations. What up, Shannon Giuliano, Always Lying Love, Joni 4, Texas T, I appreciate y'all, family. Shout out to FFS, what's good, family, I see you. Che Loves It, what's good, family, I see you. Human Hair, Vague and Ambiguous, I see y'all, appreciate y'all being here. We getting into it now, the whole little road of FANI's little speeches and her little bush that she was claiming she was gonna do, but didn't do. We all seen it. We all seen this 4 years later, and she's still in the same situation, maybe even worse. Anyway, let's get into it, family. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in. Let's get into it. Human Hair. Close your legs, your breast.
Here at People TV, as duly noted by our I got a tickle in my throat. Dang, darn it. That we just tell you some good and bad in every situation. We're gonna
Shay Loves It, Ty GQ, no one in the house. What's good, family? I see y'all. Appreciate you.
be talking about that also. Now, first of all, I just want to switch over to Studio 3 and welcome my guest, Ms. FANI WILLIS. How you doing?
I am excellent. I am so happy that you have me here this evening. People TV is such an important part of the community. Public television is so very important, and I'm so happy that I'm here today with you. We are here to talk about, as you said already and alluded to, a very important race, the race of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. There is an election coming up, and despite the virus that you've already talked about, as we sit here today, early voting is going to start on April the 27th, and the election is going to be on May the 19th. My guess is that some of your guests have started to receive, as of late last week, their ballot request forms. And so there is a lot of confusion about that, and I think before we can even talk about my election in particular, we have to talk about these ballot request forms. So what the state of Georgia has done is they have mailed out to every voter in the state a ballot request form. I think they said it was 6.9 million. And what they will do with those ballot request forms is it is incumbent upon you and the other eligible voters of your household to fill that form out, to mail it back, to put a stamp on it, and send it back.
You are so right, Ms. Willis. I got a copy of it here.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So we can actually show that what we are talking about. So that is excellent.
Exactly. And it's not that many questions only that you have to fill out. It's already pre-printed with your name, address, zip code, and you just have to fill in your birthday, say what party you're going to vote for, what, the Democrat, Republican, or nonpartisan, and then add your phone number and your email address, sign it, date it, and like she said, put a stamp on it. I think that's kind of wrong. Why I got to put a stamp on it? Go ahead, Ms. Willis.
And you say that joking, but that is a really serious matter, and I do worry about that possibly disenfranchising some voters. And people may say, well, I mean, that's kind of silly. A stamp is not very expensive.
A stamp, a tramp stamp. Shout out to Ty GQ, said she left Snoop's new missionary. That's how much I love you guys. Appreciate you, family.
And
that's
almost
$1.
And I was just about to say that is up for debate, but I think what is more important right now while we are in this virus, are suffering from this virus as a community, is that people are going to be very nervous to go to either their local post office or to the grocery store where you get stamps and to buy this. And so I do worry about that for some voters. I don't want them to feel disenfranchised by not having that stamp to mail back the request form. But the reality is that is the way our state has chosen to do things. And if you want your vote to be counted, you are going to have to fill out that form and send it back. Or in the alternative, it's my understanding they're going to keep the polls open, go to the polls. But if you have...
Keep the polls open, because Fanny got a big old butt. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Human Hair. Yo, show some love for Tack Clouds. Drop some slime, brother. Show her some love. Flesh, thank you for being so dope. Happy holidays. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to Gandra. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Y'all show Tack Cloud some love. Appreciate you, fam.
Have some concerns about going to pick up that stamp. My guess is that you also have some concerns about going to the polls. And so I just really encourage people to take the time and to fill that out. You mentioned one thing that I think is important. My election is on the Democratic side. Mm-hmm. And so you have to request a Democratic ballot to be able to vote in Fulton County, either for your sheriff or your district attorney's office. The reality is there are no Republicans running for those seats. And if you are interested in public safety and you want to have a voice in those elections, you will have to pick up a Democratic ballot to be heard in those elections. I think this is really important to highlight because there are a lot of races, Buckhead all on down, where there's not a Republican for them to choose anyway. And so if they want to have a vote in what I think is important to all the communities, which is public safety, it would be my request that they go ahead and pick up a Democratic ballot and of course choose FANI Willis, F-A-N-I Willis, when they are choosing their district attorney candidate. But we'll get on to that. But that ballot request form, that is very important. And it's a different way that we're doing business in 2020 in the state of Georgia.
Okay, now, Ms. Willis, the office that you're running for, what that position and that you're running for DA of Fulton County, tell us about that position.
Well, the first thing I think that is important is that you understand how many cities are in Fulton County.
Okay.
There are 15 cities in Fulton County. So they start up at Milton and Mountain Park and Alpharetta and Johns Creek and Sandy Springs. And they, of course, go through Atlanta. They go to South Fulton, to Union City, to Palmetto. And so it impacts all of those 15 cities because this is the person that will prosecute and be responsible for prosecution of felonies that occur in all of those cities. And so it is an extremely important position. It's a position that has a lot of employees that report to it. And to make sure that the public is safe, we need to make sure that the right person is in this job.
And now the person that's in there, I understand he's been in there for over almost 30 years?
Not quite 30, but almost 35. He took office on January 1st of 1997.
Hold up. Can't have Tack Clouds on the screen without me blazing up. Let me blaze up. Appreciate y'all, family. What up, Empress Fox? I see you, family. Appreciate you. Kristen Vasquez. What up, Kimberly? I see you in the house. What's good, family?
And the reality is he has been unopposed for the last 20 years.
Whoa. People, listen. When a person, I'm not saying anything bad about whoever's in there and what he's been doing, but all I'm saying is, and this has been proven fact, when you stay in the office for so long and not opposed, you get this kind of attitude that whatever it's going on. It's just not good. I don't care what anybody say. I believe in term limitations, especially with something like this. I've had people call me here at this TV station and have a situation that involved the district attorney's office and how they had been treated. And so that, to me, says something's going on, something needs to be changed. He needs to be challenged, which I'm so wonderfully glad that you are challenging him, and the fact that you're a woman, and the fact that there's not been a woman in this position ever. So this makes a difference. And the fact also, too, that, you're fresh, you're young lady. Some new ideas and some new positions. And so this is something I'm so glad. Go ahead and don't get me started on this, not having anybody running against you. Go ahead, Ms. Willis, and tell us about that office and some of the things that you want to change.
Well, there's lots of things I want to change, and that discussion will probably take longer than you'll give me. But I think that you did hit upon something that is extremely important. One, this is a historic race. It's historic for a lot of reasons, not just because we have this virus that we're fighting as a community, but it is historic because you hit on it. I am going to be the first woman district attorney of Fulton County. But I don't tote to you that you should vote for me because I am a woman. I tote to you that people should vote for me because I am qualified and the office in its current stance is broken. Some of what you hit on, unbeknownst to you, I think are one of the major problems. Because there has been an incumbent in that office that has not been challenged, they have been allowed to have their personality just kind of run rampant. And there are broken relationships with what I call the criminal justice partners. The relationship between that department and the police that support that department.
When we talk about relationships, what about that relationship you and Nathan Wade was having back there behind the scenes, huh? What up, Destin B? I see you, Brooklyn in the house. What up, Brooklyn? Who else? I saw somebody else. Hold on, before I miss him. Hold on. All right, I can't find a name. I'll come back to you. Oh, Tony Angel. What's up, Tony Angel? I see you, family. Appreciate you.
Are the ones that make the cases. They don't have the best relationship with the DA. The sheriff that sits there also has a poor relationship with the district attorney. The judges have broken relationships with the current district attorney. And the turnover rate for employees that are in that office at this time are 100%. Wow. Now, if you go back 4 years, might you see an employee on the roster then that is still there now? You might. But what you will also learn if you dig a little deeper is that in other positions, people have turned over 2 and 3 times. And I think that at some point, when there is a problem with all these other important functions in the district attorney's office, like you need to get along with your employees and encourage them and pour into them so that we can have quality representing us in Fulton County. I'm a criminal defense attorney right now in my practice, and I literally have walked into courtrooms in Cobb County, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, and Henry County. And in each of those courtrooms, I have found young ADAs that I trained in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. But because they did not like the way that they were treated in that office, they have left and taken all that experience and all that money that us as taxpayers poured into training them and took them to surrounding jurisdictions. And it's not that I have anything against these surrounding jurisdictions, but we want that talent and that quality and that experience right here in Fulton County. And it's extremely important for the safety of the community that we keep that talent in Fulton County. And so for the reasons that, as you said, somebody's ego gets away with them, or whatever the reason is that they cannot get along with their criminal justice partners, I am here to make a pledge to the voters that when I am the first woman DA, that I'm not saying I'm always going to agree with the judges or I'm always going to agree with the police, but what I can assure you is I will always have respectful dialogue with those entities, and we will always be able to have dialogue, because it won't be FANI Willis's office. I will remember that it is the office of the people and that I am there to serve them and to serve their interest.
And see, this is what I'm talking about, Ms. Willis. Like you said, it's the office for the people. And a lot of our elected officials get into office and they forget how they got there, how they came knocking on our doors, bugging the hell out of us with robocalls and all kind of things to get us to vote for them. And then when they get into office, they forget that they disregard us totally. So that is something that we need to definitely let our elected officials realize. And like I said, when you stay in office for so long, you actually think that you're working, that you're working for us, and actually you're working with the boss, not you as an elected official. So that's something that they get kind of laid back on. So that's the thing I want to make sure that we understand. And check the guy's record out, basically what you do. We don't have to say anything negative or go into details on what's going on. The highlight of it and the facts are there. If you check into the record. But now, Ms. Willis, would you let us know What's your background? You said you were a criminal attorney?
Well, my background is, I appreciated the compliment at the beginning of the show about being young, but I don't know how young I am anymore. I came to Atlanta, Georgia to attend Emory Law School in 1993.
Yo, Empress Fox, the link has been sent. If you want to come up, go on ahead and click the link. Let me know if it's asking for a password. And for those who don't know, yes, we have a special surprise. We got Empress Fox, who has been out there, boots on the ground, protesting, and also was streaming the protest today. So we got that coming up for y'all. Her coming up to spit some knowledge to y'all of what's going on from her perspective. Appreciate y'all, family. Y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in. Let's go.
Graduated from Emory Law School in 1996. I immediately went into a small law firm. I always tell people it was the kind of law firm that we took whatever came through the door. And that was a great first experience because it took fear out of the picture, and I got to work on family law matters and represent criminal defendants, and I did that for the first few years in my practice. And I spent a lot of time in juvenile court representing people that were involved in the juvenile court system, both those charged children that were in the juvenile court system, as well as working with some of the parents as a guardian ad litem that worked for the children but also was involved in those cases. After my first 4 years in practice, I went to work for Raines Carter right here in the city of Atlanta as a solicitor. I was with Mr. Carter just under 2 years. That also was another great experience and part of my foundation. At that office, we tried what we call bench trials. I mean, just trials before the judges. But it was about quality of life crimes here in the city of Atlanta in different city ordinances.
Shout out to Kristen Vasquez. It's always good to see you in the building. I hope all is well as can be, family.
Violations, and so I got to do that for a couple of years. I left the city solicitor's office and I went to work for the current district attorney and was at that office for over 16 years. During my tenure there, I did your armed robberies, your aggravated assaults, your burglaries, your kidnappings. I've probably tried over 100 homicides, sex crimes, just had a wealth of experience. Went from there to supervising what's the largest division of that office, what's called the trial division, where I supervised a team of 18 to 25 lawyers at any given time. Left there and ran for office 2 years ago and just missed getting that office, but I think that was part of God's plan, Ms. Creighton, because it has prepared me for the race that we are in now. Opened up my practice, as I just shared with you. I've gotten to go back and do some criminal defense work, and I also had one of the greatest honors of my life. The Honorable Mayor Bill Edwards appointed me to be the Chief Judge of the City of South Fulton, which is something I just really loved. It was just an experience I loved. I loved my staff there. I loved working with the citizens from my very city. I love the fact that we had diversion programs in that city court, but sometimes God has a calling for your life, and if you've ever had a calling from God, you know that you have to stick to that calling. And what he told me is, this is great and you are wonderful at this, but it is time for you to put this down and make a personal sacrifice to you and your family, and I want you to run for this office because there are people that need you from the city of East Point to the city of Alpharetta, and so I'm here today to offer myself in service, to not forget that my service is to the people and it will never be my office. It will always be theirs. And I am someone, as I said, I'm not asking you to vote for me because I'm a woman. I'm asking you to vote for me because I'm a qualified woman that will have compassion for the community, not just the victims, which I will have an abundance of passion for, but also those charged. Because the way we're doing business right now is not working in this county, and we need to do something that is going to uplift our county and keep us safe.
All right, this is the Patricia Creighton Show, and we've got our special guest here tonight, Ms. FANI WILLIS. She's running for the District Attorney's Office for Fulton County here in the city of Atlanta, and the county of Fulton, which, like she said, represents all the way from Alpharetta, downtown South
Actually, Milton and Park are probably the very top of the county, and then Milton and Alpharetta are so very close connected to each other, and so you have those cities there, and then Johns Creek and Sandy Springs and Buckhead, Atlanta, and then you come on down and South Fulton and Union City and Chattahoochee Hills and East Point and College Park. One thing in Hapeville, I forgot a city or two, but one thing I love about this community and about Fulton County is, one, we are such a vast community, but I love to tell people one of the best things about us is we are such a diverse community, a community of all different races, all different socioeconomic backgrounds, all different talents, and it is going to be just my absolute life honor to represent citizens from all of those communities to make sure that the citizens in South Fulton are treated the same as the citizens in Alpharetta, and that all of us are safe within our homes.
That sounds awesome. And we know that it's an awesome job and have to take an awesome person in order to fulfill that job. And you say, don't vote for you because you're a woman. I say yes. Vote for you because you're a woman, simply because it's time for change. It's time for a woman to take that job with compassion.
Empress Fox in the building. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. Appreciate you joining, family.
How are you? Hi, thanks for showing up today in the chat. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate the support from you and your supporters that came through. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, for those who don't know, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Empress Fox. I am a professional photographer and graphic designer, and I am also a music artist. And I advocate every once in a while when there's something going wrong that I don't think should be happening the way it's happening.
Okay. And my first time seeing you was out when you were protesting the first time, not the most recent one. Do you have anything you want to shed about that? Any light you want to shed on that situation?
I mean, so prior to October 25th, I had been in front of the courthouse maybe 4 or 5 times prior to that. I was not necessarily by myself. I had 1 or 2 people that would come out with me. Each time I came out, they were out in Atlanta. And so they actually showed up. A lot of people under the impression I was out there completely by myself. And yes, some of the time I was, but there were people that showed up with me, and I appreciate that. That experience was, it was eye-opening because I learned a lot just being out there for what I was out there for. And a lot of people are coming up talking to me, telling me different things about how they felt about Fulton County. And a lot of people in there are saying the same things that I'm seeing in the chat right here. Just Fulton County needs a redo. The protest on the 25th and then the 21st. And then today, I just appreciate everybody that tunes in, that shares, that says a lot. It keeps the eyes on Fulton County, and so that's a big part of protesting as well, as making sure that you're heard, letting people know that they can't get away with things that they're trying to get away with. So I appreciate that experience, and I'm glad that everybody came home, and now it's free Yak Gotti. We got to get him out of there.
Facts. Free Yak Gotti. So, what can you tell us? I know you got a little bit more on the inside of why are they still holding them? I mean, I got the paperwork, but I mean, it would just be good to hear your inside of it. I could probably pull it up while you're talking, actually.
So what I feel personally from watching the case and seeing just the way Fulton County is playing, we all saw him. We all saw Yak Gotti, aka Diamante Kendrick, be found not guilty. And then when he went up for his bond hearing, we all saw the piece of paper being handed to the judge, right? And so we don't know really what was on that paper besides the fact that there was a warrant. But then when the paperwork came out the next day, a lot of us realized that that warrant wasn't signed until after his court date. So that says a lot, right? To me, that says that Fulton County are hiding their hands and they're playing dirty because he was the only person found not guilty, right? And it just feels like retaliation. It feels like they're trying to get back. It's like they want Diamante to pay for being not guilty. So it's to me, it's a tragedy. And I just don't think that games should be played like that. We're talking about the holidays. We're talking about, like I said, Amanda found out those things that he was the contraband, the jail fights, all that. To me, it seems like that was him, defending himself. If anybody's ever been in jail, you know how hard it is, right? But once you're found not guilty of things, I think that from an ethical standpoint, it should be noted like, all right, so he gets no bond. I think the bail paper says something like he was a risk to the community, a risk to property, a risk to people. I just don't believe that that's the truth. And I believe that what they're doing is absolute get back for him being found not guilty. Like, to be honest, because FANI wants either a plea deal, a guilty verdict. That entire district attorney's office will do what they have to do to make sure that it's a conviction, it seems like. So I just think that that's wrong, especially with the fact I feel like the world is watching, right? So if the world is watching, then we all see what is taking place. And I just go to think that what about the people that aren't Diamante? What about the people that aren't Jeffrey? You know, that don't have people to fight. And then we look at it and we see what's happening with Diamante, right? And we can see clear as day the corruption that is taking place. And I just feel like it's not right.
Right. I definitely feel that. Let me ask you. So a lot of people been talking about how the warrant didn't come out to the next day, but I saw the mom or when during the live, I saw. I'm not sure. Maybe it was the. I'm not sure of her name, but the one with the pink hair.
That's
One
all I
either
think.
her or the mom or Yak's mom was saying like that. The 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 judge that day. Well, before I confuse it, can you just tell me what's exactly going on with that? Because I've been hearing it like different ways from different people. Do you know a
I
little
mean,
bit more on the
everybody.
inside about that?
I'm not on the inside, so I can't say I'm on the inside. But a lot of people, well, everybody has their viewpoint, right? But all of us, the hundreds and thousands of us, watched it take place. We watched them bring in that piece of paper. Was it a Officer Evans or whatever? Bringing a piece of paper for the judge. So we all saw that happen. Then we all sat back, think, oh yeah, he has a warrant, he has a warrant. And then when they dropped the paperwork that next day, like 5 o'clock, I think the Thugger Daily posted it, and we all saw that it was signed on the 18th. That's what kind of made people raise their brows, because it's like, but y'all said yesterday that he had a warrant, and if it wasn't signed until the following day, that to me that says that there was no warrant when that took place. Because if that was the case, they should have stopped, went to go get the warrant to show that, but this was during a time when he still felt found not guilty. And if it really mattered, a lot of us are saying, especially on Twitter, the fact that the RICO should have triggered that probation, right? At least that's what it seems like when it comes to the law, but it didn't. It didn't trigger until after he was already found not guilty, and it was for what was happening in jail. So if they knew before, why didn't they bring this up before he was found not guilty? Because they're talking about us from and I may have the dates wrong, so forgive me. I think it was March and July. So those things they should have already triggered and should have already been on the record. So it doesn't make sense. I think that's what, if I'm not mistaken, that's what the paper said.
Right. Looking at the paperwork, it said that what it says right now on his charges. Because I looked up the court case number. That's where I posted that from before. I just found that earlier. Well, somebody shared it with me, and then I went and typed it in to verify it, and it was on there saying that he has a court date January, not just the one in February, but he's supposed to be appearing in January in front of Whitaker. At least that's what's on the paperwork right now.
Right. Okay. So what I've seen, because again, I don't fully know what I've seen on same paperwork you got. It says the one in February is for a plea and an arraignment, if I'm not mistaken, and then the one for January
It's a
was
plea hearing.
okay. So if the plea hearing is in January,
Yeah,
then
the plea hearing
whatever.
is in January, and then the February is the probation revocation.
Right. Okay. So that's just all weird to me, right? Because we're talking about a bond for somebody that was found not guilty of RICO, murder, and a couple other charges, right? How detrimental to society are they trying to say that he is, when the people that you gave plea deals to just kind of walked out? What I feel they wanted is a plea deal from him, because that's what they're pushing the whole time. If you remember, I remember Doug saying often, like, my client's not taking a plea deal, he's not taking a plea. And took it all the way to the end and ended up with a not guilty, right? So that just says a lot about how much faith Fulton County has in their own system, right?
Right, exactly. So, do you have the link? I know you guys were doing a little bit of promotion. What exactly are you promoting? I know it was the free Yak Gotti for sure, for his
Absolutely.
lawyer fees and stuff. And is there anything else?
Not at this time. I have no other information about anything that was said earlier. If I do, and when I do, I'll share it with you first. What if I do get some information about that, but I don't have any information at the time. But it was in, hold on one second. It was just the Cash App. It was the free Yak Gotti Cash App. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that on the screen in a minute. I'm trying to pull up that paperwork, but I don't want to do it in the middle of us talking because then it kind of sometimes it skips if I do it like that. So
Yeah,
I'm
no
trying to
problem.
look for another way to show it. I could probably show it from this Zoom meeting actually. I just have to open it up.
I was gonna say I saw something down there that said share. I don't
Yeah,
use
I
Zoom.
could probably share it
I had
that
to
way. That'd
download
probably
it.
be easier. But so is there anything else that you want to share with us right now that you feel like is important for us to know about what's going on?
No. I don't have anything outside of what everybody else
So
has. And so at this point, we're just trying to um just keep Yak's name out there because we don't want him to be forgotten about because it's easy to forget about somebody that's behind bars, and so we just want to keep his name alive. So if every day you can just hashtag free Yak Gotti, that's the type of support that we need right now. We don't want him to be forgotten about or just, it ends up just another person behind bars because of the way that Fulton County is playing their game. And it is a game. It appears to be a very ugly game. And so just keeping his name alive, just like just like Lil Rod, we got to keep saying their name and keep pushing out information once it comes out. That's about all that can be done right now.
okay,
And
sorry,
then,
I'm just putting up
uh,
this link for the
I want
free
to
Yak
thank
Gotti.
everybody again that tuned in earlier. Like I said, those that came from your page, I'm greatly appreciative of the interaction and the engagement. And I see you guys talking in the chat right now. So hello to everybody. I don't want to appear to be ignoring folk. I see everybody. I appreciate you guys.
So I don't know if you can see it right now, but it's just free Yak Gotti, right? FREEYAKGOTTI.
Mm-hmm.
Yak Gotti. All right. So that's the link if y'all want to support and show Yak Gotti some love. Appreciate that. Is there anything?
Hold on. Let me say, I gotta address them. Somebody in your chat said Empress who leaked the Thugger prison visits. No, baby, that was not me. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't leaked any videos of anybody. No, not at all. But stay tuned to my Instagram channel. If I could shout that out, not my Instagram, my YouTube channel. I am Empress Fox. If y'all tune in, I got a lot of dope content coming up at the top of the year. So just stay tuned for that. That is what I do have to say.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And yeah, nah. Brooklyn just be messing around.
Oh, okay. I was like, not me. Don't put my name.
Right. So how did you get involved like and start going down there cuz you're not in Atlanta, right?
Chicago, Chi-Town.
And then
From
you
Chicago.
started going down there to protest?
Yes. I used to watch the stream on somebody on a different content creator's channel. And I was very interested in seeing how we could amplify the injustices that we were all seeing, right? And this was, I want to say, over the summer. And it wasn't until I want to say sometime in the fall, I decided, hey, I made a post actually online and I said, damn, I wish I could go to Atlanta. Excuse my French for cussing on your channel. But I was like, I wish I could go to Atlanta. And people online had started sending me donations and things like, no, you're going down there. You need to go down there. And so the first time I hopped on a plane and I went down there and spent, I think I want to say 4 or 5 days down there. So I was outside the courthouse every day. I was streaming and I streamed live every time I went out there. And then I want to say in the August, top of September is when I decided October 25th was the date for the first protest. And that was kind of interesting because a couple times in between there, I drove down there. So I ended up renting a car, driving down to Georgia, and just making sure our voice was heard. And I made sure I followed all the steps needed to be taken so that nobody was hurt or injured, and that we all kind of just made sure our voices were heard without interruption from APD or anything like that. So yeah, because everybody be talking. Everybody was like, "Oh, somebody should do a protest. Somebody should do a protest," and I was like, "Why not me, right?"
So it was times you was standing out there by yourself?
Yes.
Boots on the ground, huh? That's what's up.
I mean, I stayed out there. I would get out there at because Thug and them would come in the mornings around 7:30. And so I wanted to make sure that they could see our sign. So I was out there from like 7:30 to 5 o'clock, like 4 or 5 days in a row. It was definitely a mission. And I want to say that experience kind of it kind of changed my you know how you move in life sometimes and then God puts a thought on your mind to do, and sometimes you have to do it despite what's going on in your own life. And so I felt that my mission to go out there and make sure that those voices were amplified and they weren't just lost to the sauce as far as the noise is concerned.
Right. That's dope. That's dope. I mean, somebody got to do it. Somebody got to get the ball rolling.
I mean, people were talking about it for like a month, so I was like, listen, because I didn't see anybody, all the talking and talking and talking. I was like, I'm just gonna do it. I asked a couple people, and I'm gonna just keep it 10,000 because that's me, right? So I asked a couple people to help me with the protest on the 25th when I first was making the protest and putting it together. Some people with some names, and everybody ignored me until I was out there, and then it was, why didn't you tell anybody? And it was like, really? Oh man.
Yeah, that's usually how it is.
Yeah.
But that's just. I mean, it's partly because people is lazy and don't really want to do half the shit they be talking about, but also because it's hard to get up in this algorithm. Like when you share stuff like that, like it's hard for the message to spread.
But it's not when you contact the people directly. You talking to people in their face. You talking to them via text. That those messages are real direct. But yeah, it's all good. We did it, and we did it again on the 21st, and then they just did it again today. So whenever you want to make your voice heard, you don't have to wait on the next person. That's one thing I do want to say. You don't have to wait on somebody to stand with you. If you feel however you feel about anything in life, make your voice heard, speak on it. Stand up. If you can get to a location to amplify your voice, then do that. So that's all I want to say is just do it. Make your voice heard. You don't have to wait on the next person to do something. Just do it.
All right, I appreciate that. And I keep the floors open if you got something you want to say, you want to come back up or whatnot. Is there anything you want to say about Fanny? Today's show is really about Fanny, but I saw y'all doing your thing, so I wanted to bring you up and show some love to Yak Gotti.
What do
But
I have to say about Fanny? What don't I have to say about her? Actually, it's a two-part. I do have an answer. So I know that people will say she has a job to do and this, that, and the third. But I feel that her practices are so unethical that she's doing more harm than good. I know what she sought to do. I feel like she's going about it in a very ruthless, lawless way to get her way, to say, hey, I did it. I think that she should resign. I think that at the point we can't continue to talk about voting her out. I feel like the Department of Justice needs to come in and sweep through the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I feel, and the other reason I went down there is because people think Atlanta's so big. Really, Atlanta's small. People say, why not protest in Chicago? I've done it. There's a lot of people working in Chicago, right? And granted, there's a lot of people working in Atlanta, but I feel that people are afraid of Fani. People don't want their freedoms taken if they speak against her or anything of that nature. So it's taking a lot of people that aren't in Atlanta to speak up. I think that there should be a petition put out to get her out of there. And again, it's just about the way she chooses to go about seeking these convictions. I don't think that they do it in an ethical manner. And I think she's being praised for a bunch of optics that aren't true. So what I have to say to Ms. Fani Willis is take a deep look in the mirror and think about the way that you are practicing law, because I think that you need to revisit your priorities. Yes, it's great to go after gang violence or presumed gang violence and things of that nature, but there are so many other laws being broken and committed. I don't think the district attorney's office is strictly for the gangs, right? When there are countless cases that are sitting around waiting for her to give attention to. And I think that if she doesn't change her priorities, she should know that she's gone. I feel like she's gone with Trump coming up anyway. So I don't think it's much a lot of people have to do to get her out of there now. So
yeah, I hear you. I agree with you.
Because again, like I said, she has a job. Everybody got their job, right? And there's only so many ways to do things. But I think that if you want to preach about ethics and you want to preach about transparency and accountability and all these things that she said when she ran 4 years ago and when she just recently ran, I think that you have to first check yourself. And she's not doing that. And that's what's going to cause her the district attorney position.
Right, right. All right, I was just looking at this paperwork. Let me see. Yak Gotti, this case is set upon plea arraignment calendar 1/8/2025 at 10 p.m. Courtroom 5D before the Honorable Paige Reese Whitaker. And they just sent that out today at 10 a.m. So for everybody who was doubting whatever, that's what the papers say. I didn't make this up. That's just what the papers say.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks so bad. That's so. I just don't understand how they can get away with saying that a person has a warrant, but not. Anytime I've known in history, if someone says you have a warrant, they have to deliver that warrant to you and show you that warrant right when they say that there is a warrant. Otherwise, it's bull. And they couldn't provide that warrant, even if if it was asked for, they couldn't
But
provide
what's
it.
crazy though, hold on, I need to pull this other one up. Dang, do I even got it? Cause the one I have that talks about the charges, they from 2023. It's like April or something, or 2023. They've been holding this whole time. Like,
That's why I said they had it in their pocket, and they shouldn't be able to move like that. Because if you knew that this whole time, that should have been brought up before we ever got to jury. That should have been something. Of course, they'll say, "Oh, we couldn't handle it because we was dealing with this case." That's bull. We saw them pull up other people's cases and this, that, and the third, and all that. And it's like, I just, I just don't get how they can get away with that in front of the world at that. You
right,
talking about probation revocation, something that should have been handled. We're talking about a warrant for someone's arrest that's already in jail. Like, where were they at that you needed to get a warrant?
right,
That you couldn't just file for the probation violation. You had to get a warrant. That warrant was so that that bill couldn't be posted. No other reason, I feel.
right. And
That's
then people was trying to say that the warrant was for the Rico, but how could it
this
be
is
for the Rico if he was not guilty? That don't make
that I
sense.
don't believe that it was. I don't believe that we saw anything on there that said it was. The warrant was written
The
out with.
paperwork say for having a weapon or something, and then giving a weapon or something to somebody else, or contraband, not a weapon. It say contraband or something like that.
And they said inciting a riot because I guess I don't know the why, but I personally he was defending himself. And my whole thing is I also wanted to talk about because nobody's talking about. I think it kind of went over everybody's head. The fight where he got stabbed in his head. It's like I think if I can remember a couple weeks ago, they were saying that they didn't know if they were gonna do anything about it as far as pressing charges because it's like this man is defending himself and he's catching charges in a place he shouldn't even be, especially as a man that was found not guilty of all charges. That's insane to me.
Right. Go ahead. I was just agreeing with you. Go ahead. Oh, but you
You
done.
know, that's I mean, it's not a lot to say because until he's able to walk out of there, it seems like we're playing their game. It seems like the public are playing their game. We're just feeding into everything, and it's just it's sad. It's sad is all I have to say. As somebody that's found not guilty has to continue to sit behind bars because the district attorney's office wants to play games.
Right.
And to say that his bail was because or the no bond was because he was such a threat to the community, a threat to all these different people, and that's just crazy to me.
Right. So before we wrap it up for this, I'm gonna pull up that I'm gonna pull up the whole thing because it's probably easier that way, and
Okay.
so I could just see the charges and if it. Oh shit! What the hell? They must know I'm live or something. They got me blocked out.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, real quick. Let me see. Control C. just trying to sign into Odyssey right now.
Are you
I think they got me on restriction. I was just on there like 5 minutes ago before I started the live because I was looking at Yak Gotti's charges.
Did it time you out? It might have timed you out.
No, yeah, I mean I closed it. I just now opened this browser just now. Oh, here we go. It's logged in. All right, let me see. Submit. Okay. Make sure I ain't showing no names and no addresses real
I
quick.
just make sure y'all keep yakking y'all prayers, and just keep lifting him up. He needs that right now. So that's all. Just pray.
So it says he has two charges. One, prohibited items by inmate providing prohibited items to inmate. So that's both the charges. Prohibited items by inmate and providing prohibited items to inmate. That's what it has on this. That's what it says on his
But we
on
want
Odyssey.
to that time comes what that actually was whenever the court date comes up that would be January. That's for the probation violation, correct?
Yeah.
And then you're saying the February date is the plea and arraignment, or that's what they. That's
Well,
what.
only person I've seen that I don't see no February date on here. Only person I saw that talked about the February date was Thugger Daily.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm on Odyssey, and on Odyssey it only shows the 8th.
Okay, yeah, that's the only one I've seen. Like I said, I've also heard about the 8th. I don't mean not the 8th in February, but I don't know anything necessarily about that. I just know the January date because that was supposed to be for, if I'm not mistaken, the arraignment. I could be mistaken. Or probation. I'm sorry, probation.
Yeah, the probation one. That's the one I saw on Thugger Daily.
Mm-hmm. The one for the hold on, because I'm getting confused.
That's for February. That's for February.
Right.
Here, I'll pull it up on the screen right now. Hold on.
February is the probation.
I'll pull it up right now. Hold up.
Is the arraignment, if I'm not mistaken.
You said what?
I said, if I'm not mistaken, you said February was for the plea and arraignment, correct?
No, February is for the probation revocation.
Right. So what I believe from that, I believe that they're expecting the bond and plea that I believe is happening in January. I believe that they may be expecting him to plea, which is where the revocation will come from. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I believe, with the 2 dates being separate like that, which is crazy to me.
So let me see. This is okay right here. Oh, hold on. I want to show his address. All right, there we go. So at the top right here. Damn, it's still getting up in there. I can't show it like that. Hold on.
You blacked out all the good stuff.
I gotta cut it out because I'm actually on the Odyssey website, so I can't blank it. I just gotta cut the screen so it can't show it. Let me see. Do it like this. All right, now I'll shrink this down like that. Okay. All right, so this is the two. Oh, is it? Let me see. I can't. It's hard to see what y'all seeing. Let me change this view real quick. All right, now I can see it. Okay, so that's down there. Okay. So right here is the charges that he has. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So then if I go down to The documents, the most recent documents, all the last three is right here, and that's the one I posted. They got it blocked now. The one I posted from Judge Reese Whitaker.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here,
Okay.
which says the plea arraignment on the 8th. This is the one that they put out today.
Okay, I might have. That's what I'm saying. I might have missed that because I was doing other stuff. I didn't see the updated one.
That's the one I just read earlier. But yeah, it says
Okay.
on the 8th at 10 a.m.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So
And that
yeah,
is for what you was just reading about the from 2023, correct?
yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. It doesn't. I mean, that's the case number, so yeah, it's still the case number. So yeah,
Right.
it's the same case number.
So then let me talk to you because again, we're on the same when I even playing field with with the paperwork. So with the warrant that was put out, that paperwork said I think it was put out on the 18th. That paperwork said that it was from something that happened in March and something that happened in July. The 2023, which you just pulled up, that looks like something different. That's interesting.
Let's see if I could go because that's in here too. The one from the other day.
From the 18th.
This one here. Let me see.
Oh yeah, Ash Base, you're right. I remember. So in the paperwork, it said that he declined to show, and it was just like, do you really think a man is ready to go home is going to decline to show up to court? That's
How you gonna decline the show? Oh well, yeah, you just decline, huh? Yeah, I guess.
yeah. Today I'm not. No, I don't want to go to court today, so I can figure out if I can get free or not. Like for
Right.
real.
Well, I don't know. Let me move that. Yeah, so I don't know. I just wanted to pull that up real quick and see your thoughts on it.
I was gonna say, so that was the bail, and then the other one was for the warrant, the one that says the 2 dates that the warrant was for.
Yeah, that one. Let me see. Like I say, only place I saw that one was on Thugger Daily. Let me see. I could probably pull that up real quick. Right here.
Judge Barney. Y'all be funny in the chat.
Hey, and did you see? Hold on, this two right here. Did you see this? I don't know if this is new or not, but that video that they just leaked, did they just mess up their relationship, or is this an old video?
It's an old video.
Okay, okay. I don't even.
I will not share it.
If it's old, I don't even want to play it. Yeah.
That's just adding the propaganda.
Yeah,
I think they
I was
released
just
it
making
because
sure.
of the football player, then all the headlines that he's in, and I think that Thugger just caught a stray, to be honest.
Right. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. That's why I didn't share that. So here's this right here. I don't know how official it is, but this is from Thugger Daily. It's see, start time. Oh yeah, probation revocation here. I guess it don't fit. But anyway, the top say probation revocation. Yeah,
Okay.
it just don't fit up there. So I don't know how official that one is, but I don't see that one on the on Odyssey.
You didn't see the warrant up there either, because
Yeah, I
I
see the
had
warrant.
okay,
Wait. I think the
so that's what I
warrant.
was trying to figure out with the warrant. There was two different dates on there, and then I see now on the 8th with what you were talking about as far as the plea. It seems like, or the probation revocation. It seems like that's a different charge. So it seems like these are three different charges, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me see. The warrant was. Let me see. The 18th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. View document. This is the bond denial. That's not it. Let's see. Actually, they don't have the warrant on here. Bond
Really?
hearing. I mean, I had it from another thing, but it's not on Odyssey.
Interesting. That is interesting.
I mean, not that I see at least.
So Fani is the one.
Let me
She
see.
has to sign off on all this stuff, right? Essentially.
You said what?
I said Fani is the one. She has to sign off on all this stuff, essentially,
Oh
right?
yeah, for sure.
All
She gotta approve anything that's going on up in there.
We were talking. Me and a couple folks on Twitter were talking about how we saw, I think, not Atkins, Abate walk out, and then that's when moments later Evans came in. So we think that Abate may have gave Evans that piece of paper, who then gave it to the judge. That's what it appeared. It seemed like Abate got what he needed to type in, got it together, and sent everything into chaos.
Right.
That's what it appears, which is crazy.
Okay, well, I don't know. Actually, let me see. There's probably one more place I could probably reach that, and that's on my community post, because I just shared, I think, from FANI Williams had shared it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to see, because I was like, okay, because I didn't see the one from today. And so with you saying that those charges came from April of last year, and seeing that warrant said, I think, like I said, March and July or something like that, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy how they're just, the crazy part is how they're just not coming out saying this stuff. That's the funny part.
All right, anything you want to say before I get back to this FANI Willis road to DA?
No, just keep saying hashtag free Yagati, and I all say it's hashtag free Monsoon, hashtag free Lil Rod, and be sure to follow me on all social media at I am Empress Fox. I'm on the road to 1,000 on YouTube, so let's crank that up.
Facts. Y'all help us get Empress Fox up to 1,000 subscribers. Y'all go over there and subscribe. Show her some love. Appreciate you stopping by.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right, you're welcome back anytime. All right, peace. All right, family. Appreciate y'all being here for that. Let me switch back my player here. I gotta catch up with y'all comments. I know I'm like way behind. I'm sorry. I don't even know what y'all been saying this whole time. But we getting into it, family. Appreciate y'all. Free Yak Gotti up there. Y'all want to show some support? All right, let's get to it.
And concern, like you said, for everybody equally. So well, we've got a caller that wants to join our conversation. Caller, you're live on the air. How are you doing? Hello? No call. Okay, I just want to remind you, if you got this in the mail, it's your application for official absentee ballot. It is not the ballot itself. It is just the application that you put in. Now, if you fill this out, like I said earlier, you got to put a stamp on it and mail it. Then they're going to actually send you the ballot. Once you get that ballot, you don't have to fill it out and mail it back in. If the polls are going to be open, like Ms. Willis said, which I just found out that they're going to be open, you can go to the polls and vote. They'll probably have you 6 feet apart. That's fine. And somebody say, I don't think people are going to go and stand in line. Oh, yeah, I think they will. If you give them the opportunity to go and stand in line 6 feet apart, I would rather do that than do this. So if you do this, mail this in, and they send you the application, and once you get it, you don't want to fill it out, all you got to do is take it with you to the polls and give it to them, and they're going to actually let you vote. And that's your right. They have to let you vote once you surrender your paper absentee ballot in. And it will be on record, so they'll know that you got it. So if you forget it and go to vote, you might as well go back home again.
Who is this cameraman over here recording her kneecaps like this, though?
Because they're not going to let you vote, but they're going to say on there that you have received a paper ballot, and so you will have to turn that in order to vote on election day. Now, the right woman for the job, I say again, is FANI Willis. It's time for females to rise, so to give her an opportunity. It's a known fact that females can be doing the same job and not receive the same pay.
By the way, what's good, Keisha E? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. What up, God wins? I see you. Prentice Jones in the house. What up, family? I see you. Jason Hodges, what? What's good, fam? Good to see you on this side of town. Shout out to Ash Bay. I see you. What up?
And that's a slap in the face for women, because not only do we do the job out of the house, when we come home, we got another job to do. So that makes us strong individuals who want to take this challenge on. And I am so glad, Ms. Willis, that you mentioned God as being in your life and heading and
Oh yeah, thanks. Ashbray said, who was talking into who? You right. Let me skip past some of that. That's the talk show host talking. Let me skip forward to Fanny part.
directing you on things that you have.
They were urging me to run because they had a lot of concerns about the current administration. Some of the things that you alluded to that we won't spend much time talking about in the news, about the different issues with women and things that they thought were inappropriate and that concerned them and they did not want to see in their district attorney.
Exactly.
But they also had concerns that are bigger than that. And those concerns were really the same. Didn't matter if they were calling from Buckhead or South Fulton. They were concerned about the safety of them and their families within their home. They were also concerned in large part with the way that people were being treated as they were charged, and they were asking for a change. But I just have to be real honest with you, Ms. Creighton. I was at a place in my life where I really enjoyed being a judge. I really am and will to the last day that I'm on this earth, be very grateful to South Fulton. My practice had just gotten to a point where I'm over on Piedmont office, and I had the exact amount of clients I liked, and things were running smoothly. And don't you know, when you think you're following your plan, God will tell you he has another plan for you. And so these activists started really calling me and really, I would say, just kind of harassing me and putting pressure on me that I was the right person for the job at this time. One, because of my experience, but two, because of some of the cases I've tried. My name is pretty known as a lawyer. The fact that I had run 2 years ago, that had given me some advertisement and some name recognition. And that I had gained supporters in Sandy Springs and in Alpharetta and South Fulton and Union City and East Point. And so they really said,
I'm sure they knew about that, Warren. You know what else is crazy too? It's crazy that he got attacked right before he was about to get out. They was like, oh, we couldn't get him with that one? Well, bring this one back up. Remember he got in a fight way back then? Just say he started it and keep him in jail. Put out a warrant.
The county deserves you, and it's your responsibility. And I'm thinking, well, in my personal life, things are going pretty well. But the truth is, to whom much is given, much is required.
Oh, yeah.
And the Lord required that I have given you all the tools you need for your toolbox to do this and to honor me. And the way that you will honor me is to, one, to make this sacrifice and trust me and have faith in this journey.
Hallelujah.
But two, that when you get that position, to make sure that you remember that I am the head of your life, and we should make sure that citizens are treated well. Because the truth is, the citizens of Buckhead don't want any more advantage than the citizens of South Fulton. They just want to know when they have a problem and they have an issue that they can call up on the district attorney's office, and them being safe will be made a priority. And my pledge is to the citizens of South Fulton and Union City and Alpharetta and Sandy Springs and all the cities in between, that when they have a problem, I am going to run the kind of office that is responsive to their concerns and their needs.
Okay, now, whenever election time come around, I always love that song, Power to the People. Power to the people. You know how they say you come around when it's election time and then we don't see you anymore. So, my question is, how, I need some specifics. You know, politicians, like I say, they go to running for office, they don't give you the general. They don't say anything specific on what I'm going to do or how I'm going to change this and what's going to make it better. And I just remember we got a phone call. So we're going to hold off on my questions as well as take the phone call.
But we're going to get to those specifics.
Definitely. Caller, you're on the air.
Hello, Ms. Craig.
Hey, Dr. Wilson, how are you?
I'll be just fine.
That's wonderful. We've got Miss FANI WILLIS here that's running for DA. Fulton County is our guest tonight. You got a question for a comment?
Sure, Ms. Willis, how you doing?
I am doing very well. Thank you so much for taking time in your evening to call in and ask a question.
Well, if I didn't call Ms. Craig, I'm probably going to my house this year, so I think I had to do something. I got two questions. First question is that in terms of the budget cuts that the state is looking at for Fulton County DA office, how would you make up for those cuts? And second, in terms of the health care as it relates to the virus, you got correction officers and you got inmates in the jail that's going to need to be reduced. What are your plans for that? And I'll talk later.
I think that those are excellent questions, and if it's okay with you, I'm going to start with your second question first. And I think it was actually getting to some of the specifics that Ms. Creighton was getting ready to ask for. One of the fundamental problems to me with the current way the district attorney's office is run right now is that it is broken. And it is broken because what is happening now is every single case that the police come in, the vast majority of them are just being charged and accused. And some might say, well, that's great. Well, it's not great if an investigation doesn't occur, because one thing that happens is people get charged that never should have been charged, that have no business being charged. And then there's a second thing that happens that is equally bad. There is not enough of the...
Sound familiar? Like Yak Gotti we was just talking about, who was found not guilty, should have never been in the prison in the first place?
appropriate evidence for those people that are really a nuisance to our society and really tormenting people because the investigation was not put on the front end, and then you can't prove the case once it gets to trial. If you do that, your jail population is up because you have people just sitting there waiting on trial. And I literally have defense lawyers bragging on social media that their case got called to a trial calendar, and now because we're not ready, because one, it was never investigated properly on the front end, and two, that problem I alluded to earlier about this constant turnover rate, you don't have the...
Facts, Keisha E. That was definitely a setup. Like the timing, why would he just ask that all of a sudden after she got done? Crazy.
DAs with the experience and the confidence there to try those cases. Another thing is, one thing that really concerns me about Fulton County, and I just think is really a shame in this day and age, we do not have pre-indictment. So that is before charging diversion programs. There are certainly some people that get caught up in our system that it is a mistake. It is the very first time that they've ever done something. They are college students that have made a stupid choice, or not college students, just someone in their life that made a mistake. Don't know what brought them to that level, but they did. Those people need to be given a diversion program prior to getting a scarlet letter. And the scarlet letter is that indictment that comes down. Because once you are indicted, that is something hard to get rid of. And so the jail population would naturally come down if you were filtering some people into some diversionary programs. And two, if you were investigating cases properly, because some would end up not charged, which would decrease the jail population. The reality is this. In the criminal law, we have...
Investigating cases properly, like Quinn, like Gaither, like Dennis, like Squirrel Brain. Talk about investigating cases properly. What your lying at?
Have the highest standard in the law, beyond a reasonable doubt. And so to get beyond a reasonable doubt, real investigation has to be done. And when you do those real investigations, you're going to learn that somebody got charged and the police made a mistake. It wasn't them. And so that person and their family will not have to go to the great expense of having to fight a case that's ultimately going to get dismissed 2.5 years later because the investigation was never done. And so I think all of those things will cut down on the budget. And they tie into question number one, because you asked me, how are we going to make some cuts in the finances?
Make up the cuts that's already in the budget.
Make up the cuts that are already in the budget. If the jail population is less, we spend somewhere between $75 and $90 a day per inmate. And so you will cut a major part of the budget by just not having so many people in the jail. That doesn't mean the right people won't be in the jail. The other thing is, if you can go ahead and bring someone to a trial and they're convicted, they're no longer in your county jail wearing on your county taxes. They are either given probation if the judge decides to do that, and so their sentence is done and they're giving back to the community in that way, or they are down the road at one of the state facilities not wearing on the budget of the Fulton County DA's offices and the taxpayers of this particular county. And so I think that those things go hand in hand, and they're excellent questions, and I hope I've answered them to your satisfaction.
Okay, now one thing, the healthcare issue with the inmates and the officers, especially with the virus going on, and some of that was some of one of the concerns he had too about with the health situation in the virus.
Well, let's be real honest here. The Fulton County Jail has had a problem for years. We remember that the Fulton County Jail was under a federal mandate because we could not move inmates out. Let me tell you right now, as a criminal defense lawyer, people probably don't know it. They have people at the jail sleeping in what are little like tugboats, canoes, because the jail is so overcrowded. And so all of these issues go together, that if you alleviate some of this jail overcrowding, you alleviate some of the issues. Now, does that mean the violent offender or the repeat offender that has whatever the crime might be on their record needs to be out of the jail while we're waiting on trial? That's not what I'm saying, and I don't want my words to be twisted or mistaken. However, there's some other smaller crimes where possibly instead of spending $75 to $90 a day, we could have people on ankle monitors for $300 a month that their families offset, and we would literally know where they were every second of the day. And even if the county, because you wouldn't want to treat people differently because maybe poor people could not afford $300 a month and rich people, it would be no problem. But even if the county spent $300 a month, I mean, just do the math. What is that in the reduction of how much we are spending per day? And so all of those issues come into play. Obviously, I think that our law enforcement officers, the last number I heard, and I haven't confirmed it, but the last number I heard was that there were possibly 35 corrections officers there at the jail. And like I said, I don't have independent confirmation. Obviously, we have to make sure that our law enforcement officers have the proper health care, which Fulton County does provide good health care, but that they get all the medical services that they need and that them and their families are still able to eat. But also, the inmates are not widgets either. They are human beings, and it is not okay for us to put them in an environment where they are not healthy.
All right, I just dropped Empress Fox link in the chat. Y'all go sub up, show her some love. Appreciate you, family.
So we are going to have to make sure that they get the help that they need, because the reality is if they stay sick, then they're going to make the guards sick, and the guards are going to go home to their family and be sick, and the families are then going to come out into the community and be sick. If this virus has not taught us anything, it has taught us that we are a global community, and what happens to one of us is happening to all of us. And so we have to take care of the least of our people, and the least of our people oftentimes are our inmate population, which we have to remember at the Fulton County Jail, you are just charged, not convicted. And so those are only people with accusations, not convictions, and that is a distinction that must be made.
Wow, and that is something that bears to be repeated, because that's something I didn't know, that the Fulton County Jail, they're just charged. And that jail is holds how many prisoners? They've been knowing me for years, and she said, I watch you all the time on TV. So I just want to thank you so very much for watching and spreading the word and giving me the compliments and the confidence and the encouragement to keep on doing what I do. So 404-873-0149. I also want to shout out to Miss Akins. Miss Akins, you see I'm wearing our ring. It's so beautiful, I just love it. So I just want to shout out to her. She always tells me that she's watching, even if she don't call. Now, my next question is to you, Ms. Willis. You said that the turnover in the DA's office is so high and there's not enough qualified people. So what do you plan to do when you get into office to get people qualified, and how long is it going to take?
Well, the reality is this. There have been wonderful people that come through the DA's office, and I certainly don't want to say that there are not some experienced people there now. But we have lost too many experienced people. One of the most exciting things about this race has been that literally from district attorney's offices and even lawyers in private practice have told me, you know what? I absolutely loved being a district attorney, but I could no longer work in that environment. It was abusive, and that environment was impacting my family and my life, and it just wasn't worth it anymore. And so I went to DeKalb, where I thought I could be treated better, or I went to Cobb, where I thought I could be treated better, or I went to Henry, where I could be treated better. And so many of them have reached out to me, and so we are going to bring back such experience and talent to that office that is one of the things that will get corrected almost immediately, is that talent will come back. I have even talked to lawyers that have gone into their own private practice and were district attorneys, and they have told me, under you, we would come back, because we know you would not be concerning yourself with how many convictions. You would make sure that the people that we need out of our community are in fact out of our community.
My bad, I'm streaming right now. If anybody got the link to that, y'all please send that to me. We could get that in. If they leaked the video of him eating chicken wings and getting stabbed, then we need to see that. Where the link at? Appreciate you, family.
So that we could be safe. But you would never have an office that prosecuted someone just because they were poor, or just because they were brown, or just because they didn't come from the right side of the tracks. We are going to make sure that justice is really justice, and that the people that torment us and that are not keeping us safe, that they are removed. We are going to deal with the issue of repeat offenders, but one way we are going to do that is with having a quality staff. This is the reality. Atlanta is the Southeast, in my opinion. And when I am the district attorney's office, I commit to you that we will become an office that the rest of the country will look at, and it will be the best office between Washington, D.C. and Miami, because that is how much talent we will attract. It is an office that pays well. It is located in one of the best cities in the country as far as I'm concerned, and I would take that to the world, and talent wants to come here. But they also want to be trained, and under my tutelage and under the tutelage of the executive staff that I put together, they are going to have the training they need, but they are also going to have the encouragement. The current administration's policy is, I have a lot of resumes in the drawer, and so one can come or one can go. No, if you become part of my district attorney's office, you're going to become part of a family, and we are going to feed into you, and we are going to want you to pour in what we pour into you, into the community, and keeping the community safe.
All right, we are talking with Ms. FANI WILLIS. She is going to be our next district attorney here at Fulton County. Joining our conversation, we got someone else on the line. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
her experiences.
Shout out to no one. Drop your link in the chat. Y'all go sub up to no one. Said finally, Watch the Ride showed up. I had to turn the point system on. Appreciate you, family.
On the qualifications versus the current administration.
Okay. I think that what you're gonna, that is a great question, first of all, let me just say that. I think that what the distinction is gonna be is one thing when I was going through my resume is that one thing that I had an opportunity to do in that office is supervise the largest division in that office. And I always call them my baby warriors. But what you will find is from the team of trial lawyers that reported to me that they were happy while they were under my tutelage. That does not mean they did not have to work hard, because they will tell you I do require excellence, because excellence is what the community deserves. But the difference is that they got poured into and they were encouraged. And when they made mistakes, we talked about those mistakes and how we could improve.
What's good, Berta S? I see you. Appreciate you, family. Y'all see them kneecaps? Them things poking out there, huh?
Correct those mistakes. I always told the people that work for me, the one way
Not that I mind. I ain't gonna lie. I like them kind of thick.
that you can get in trouble is not treating community members, whether those are charged persons or victims or witnesses or just persons interested in a case, if you did not treat people with dignity. As an assistant district attorney, the reality is that is a very educated population, is lawyers. But because you have a law degree, it does not mean that you have any more worth or value than someone who does not have your socioeconomic status or your education. And so what you will find is under the distinction between me and the current administration is basically the way that we are going to treat and value human beings, and that is the employees, the defendants, and the people charged. The other difference is I've been in the trenches, and I'm in the trenches very recently. So I am a lawyer that has just very recently tried cases. I am a lawyer that has recently had, judges that weren't always friendly. I am a lawyer that has the experience of representing criminal defendants recently. I was just down at the prison visiting my inmates and watching so many black and brown young men in that situation. And I understand what the consequence of the work that we are doing is. And it's not that some people don't need to be removed from society to keep the rest of us safe, but I understand how serious the decisions we are making. And that compassion that I have just for humanity is going to be a difference in the way we do business.
Ms. Willis, I feel your passion for this opportunity to, especially when you've got the backing of our Creator, that gives you the drive and the strength and the stamina to go up against this. So it sounds like to me, with your resume, if you line your resume and the current district attorney's resume, you've done stuff recently and he hasn't done any trials or anything. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that his experience is remote, but I think a bigger problem is the way that he deals with people. So one thing that has been so beautiful to me in this journey is I've gotten to talk to a lot of people, of course. And one group that I spoke with is the police. And we know that there are community.
Facts. Ashbay says she has not changed one single thing. Not one. Gold digging liar. 304 403 objections, your honorable flesh of the gods. Shout out to Ashbay.
That have a lot of distrust for the police. But I was so excited about that conversation because I was very clear with them. One thing is if police do things that is harmful to the community, that they're going to find consequences to those actions because that's not appropriate. You take a duty to protect and serve. But I also spoke to them in great part because I'm very, very excited about these diversion programs that we're going to start. And I talked to them about wanting to do those and wanting to impact the community. And what I found from the police is that they were excited too. That they wanted to be part of those diversion programs, that they wanted to do community service with the community. And what they left me saying is, won't it be wonderful when the district attorney's office, the police, and the community can sit down together and do positive things? And I just left there very encouraged. And so I think that my ability to get along with these different groups, my ability to motivate people, because nobody there is going to work harder than I work. It is not an easy job. I am not telling you that I'm going to bring DAs back to the DA's office and they're going to have a 9-to-5 position. It's not a 9-to-5 position. But the reality is they...
You know what's crazy too is that she be talking all that vote stuff too. Everybody always talking about that vote to make changes. Well, y'all forgot that y'all voted her in. This was the result of the voting y'all did. Y'all voted for this.
They will be encouraged. They will be valued. The victims that come before us will be valued. The defendants will know that we see value in their life as well. We just don't approve of whatever the behavior.
Matter of fact, y'all just voted her back up in that mug. But actually, I think it's coming for her. I think they wanted her to win so they could come and snatch that from her. But I don't know. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day.
Is, but we want to see what we can do to help you. Another big thing in our court systems right now are accountability courts, and I would be remiss if I did not mention them. The office does now utilize the juvenile media courts, but not nearly the way that we should. We have a drug court, we have a veterans court, and we have behavioral health court. And what we realize as a society is as long as somebody suffers with a drug addiction, they are going to constantly commit offenses that are offensive to society. They're going to steal, they're going to break in, because they're trying to feed that addiction. And so a big part of my office is going to be, we are going to identify those that have those issues and get them into these community courts so that they can get the resources that they need, so that they can either become a positive part of the community, or if they decide that they do not want to be a positive part of the community, we want to make sure that consequences that are appropriate come to them. The same thing with the mental health court. It does no good.
She like she about to slide out that chair. Look like she already did. That's what happened to her hair. Shout out to Tack Cloud. Y'all show her some love, family. Drop some slime, brothers. Show Tack Cloud some love. Appreciate you, family. What up, Lady L? I see you, family.
Good to keep putting people in jail that are really suffering from mental health issues. We have to give them the services that they need, because if not, their mental health is going to impact the way that they behave. So I am very, very excited. I am excited to work with the community advocates that have come to me and told me, hey, we want to make our community safe. But there is not a section of this community, the advocates that I speak to in Buckhead, they want to make sure that those people are rehabilitated, but they also want to make sure you don't break into their house. And that's important to me. I live in a modest house, less than $200,000 down in South Fulton, but it is my biggest investment, and I want to make sure that my biggest investment and me and my daughters are safe. Because I'm a single mom, I have 2 daughters, and we need to be safe in our community. And so it is important to me in my $200,000 house, or my $175,000 house, as it is to the people in the $1 million houses. What I find is that everyone wants the same thing, is just to be safe, to pour into this youth so that we can show them a different way to do things. We're not all against each other. One of my mottos is that we are going to be stronger together. And what will be different about me and the current administration is that I realize I need the community. I need the community now to vote for me to get this done. But the day I take office, I don't need you all to abandon me. I still need you to come have a seat at the table so that we can impact these communities and change people's lives.
Ms. Willis, we're almost out of time, but I do want to, we got an elephant in the room, and I do want to speak on it. And that's the fact that the current DA has a lawsuit against him. Now, I don't know what type of ethics would have a person, exactly, like you said, he's only charged, he hasn't been convicted. But the lawsuit is a lawsuit that's dehumanized as far as I'm concerned. If you have to go to work and be worried with somebody's going to be doing something inappropriate to you, that's a problem for me. So let's talk about that current lawsuit that's against the DA and how much of the impact that it has on his ability and why.
Well, I think that I'm not the lawyer that represents those people. I understand that there's a federal lawsuit that's filed, and I think that's the one that you're talking about that involves, I think, racial discrimination. And then there's also been another lawyer that has several women that he represents on sexual harassment claims. And so you have all of those matters going on while you have the most important office in the Southeast that needs to be run.
And let me just add this right quick, and it's on taxpayers' dollars.
Well, certainly if claims have to be paid, it will certainly be on our dollars. And so what I have phrased those as is distractions. I think that the citizens deserve to have a DA that is focused on them, because the reality is you take an oath to protect them.
Man, that cameraman jumping around like a wild. Yo, go sub up to No One, man. Show him some love. 15 songs in right now. Check me out. Tap in.
And where we all have personal lives, I have children that I have to attend to. My duty is to make sure that I am protecting the citizens. It is saddening to me if young women felt like they came to work and they were, 1, even judged for being a woman, but 2, if certainly they felt uncomfortable within the workplace. That will not be something that is allowed on my watch. Supervisors under my leadership that are not encouraging and building up my staff will not be supervisors long in my administration. And I certainly will not be choosing people to date that work under me. Let me just say that.
What you talking about, Willis?
We are at a place in society where things happen in people's relationships, husband and wife, sometimes there are outside relationships. I don't think that that's what the community is concerned about, although there might be a moral breaking in that. I think that what citizens are really, really concerned about is if you chose to have inappropriate contact with employees. I mean, there's nothing that I can say on it other than it is distracting. It is certainly inappropriate for the #1 law enforcement officer in the state. And it really, really saddens me. And it will be very unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits.
Exactly, that's the way I feel about it also. We as taxpayers are being taxed to pieces. It's just every time you turn around, it's something else you use, but they say it's something you can't get rid of. So you gotta pay taxes no matter what. But now, like I said at the beginning of the show, we are in the...
Okay, so, hello, how are you? Awesome, it's great to be here this evening.
Are you nervous or anything?
I think this is the most nervous I've been in any interview the entire campaign.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. It's just me.
Okay, all right, good.
So I feel like I didn't do a proper introduction, but would you like to introduce yourself to everybody on the line?
My name is FANI WILLIS. We are in the very last days of the campaign for me to be the next district attorney of Fulton County. I have been a resident in Fulton County on and off since 1993, but consistently for the last 16 years. The biggest honor of my life is sitting next to me along with her sister. I have 2 daughters that are 20 and 22 years old. My career I've gotten a chance to do a little bit of everything in these 24 years, and hopefully as we discuss.
Dang, my bad, y'all. I got this thing on reverse, huh? I didn't even realize that it switched. My bad. I was grabbing me some food, but I appreciate y'all, family. Let me see. I'm gonna have to. Well, I ain't gonna skip down. What up, AK? I see you. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna just get this functioning because they backwards now, and it look like that Picasso picture behind them.
Things you will learn that I am going to be your next best
So
candidate.
look, and also this is her preparation, right? She got her daughter. My bad. She got her daughter interviewing her like a warm up or some shit, like she was getting ready for the debate.
For Fulton County DA. My last job was as the chief pro tem judge for the city of South Fulton, but before that I was a felony prosecutor for more than 16 years where I've tried hundreds of cases, well over 800 cases I should say, and most of those were homicides. Also was a solicitor before that, and I've been in private practice where I've represented people charged with crimes and also in family law matters. My specialty in family law is I typically represent fathers and men.
Okay, so we can talk about accolades all day, but the people said they want to get to know you.
Very good.
Okay, so are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, so I'm very excited to interview you today.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of scared of what your daughter might ask, but okay.
Okay, so you told everybody our ages, me and Nia, but tell everyone a little bit about your daughters, me and Nia.
So my oldest daughter is Nia Willis. She's 22 years old, and she's my artsy child. We are on what I call the long journey through school, meaning, we take a semester off and we're on a semester. But she is a wonderful artist, very, very kind. We're going to try this going back to school again in the fall, and I'm just very proud of her. Her journey is different than mine, certainly, but it's her journey, and I'm encouraging her in it and can't wait to see what she'll become. My youngest daughter sits next to me. She is a rising senior at Florida A&M University. She is a journalism major. She's done some amazing things in her career. Just did a kind of a video that everyone's looked at called The Experience about the mascot for Florida A&M University. I expect her to do big, great things and pay me some of this money back that I've been spending on her. But they are my biggest accomplishment.
Okay, so I know you went to Howard, HU. I go to FAMU. So we all know HBCUs provide the experience of just being around Black people and basically the experience of Black excellence. Can you tell everybody a little bit about your time at Howard?
Well, first of all, if there was a disappointment with my daughters, I begged her to go to Howard University, to which she told me that she was not going where it was cold, because we know that Howard University is in Washington, D.C., and it is the #1 HBCU. We won't have that entire argument on film tonight. But to me, I went to Howard because it instilled in me that you have to be excellent, you have to be great, you have to compete in a world of everyone, but sometimes because you're a woman or a minority, you will be judged for that, and so you always have to rise above the occasion. But the other great thing about a historically Black college and university for me was there was a support system.
That's a fact right there, though. How can you vote when it's only 2 selections and they both horrible? What else you supposed to vote for? Crazy.
There was a love there. More Black students that go to college, that go to HBCUs graduate, and I would say that's not because those schools are easier, but because they are more encouraged, and so it was a great experience for me, and it was one that I insisted on for my children, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, thank you. I love FAM. I feel like it was one of the best options I could ever make just to tell y'all a little bit about HBCUs, but we won't get into that. And like we said, we're not gonna have that argument on film today. But you know,
Pam is another great choice, but it's not our. But it's okay. Mom has gotten over that.
okay, so I know early on in your career you worked in the Women's and Children's Division at the District Attorney's Office. I know those cases can be heavy, so can you tell me a little bit about your experience there and how it shaped you kind of being a mother? Because I know we were very young during that time.
So when I became an assistant district attorney, it was October of 2001. And so I went through the trial division, which tries your armed robberies, your aggravated assaults, also through what is known as kind of the charging unit of the office. After that, by about 2003, I was in the crimes against women and children cases. And that's exactly what it says. It's your child molestations, your rapes, the things that are heavy. At the time, me and my husband, her fathers, were divorcing or divorced. And so I had these two little girls. And it was just me and my little girls. I think Kinaya would have been about 3 at that time. And her sister was 5. They're 19 months apart. And the little girls that I was...
What up, Cindy Porter? Cindy Porter said $8 to $9 million net worth. God damn. Okay.
interviewing were the same age as my children, so that's a hard experience, but it's an important experience. I sat on the floor of my office many days. I would never sit across a desk from a child. It's already intimidating to come into that kind of setting. And I would sit on the floor with them, and we would talk about horrible things that someone did to them. But having my own children, it made me understand how to relate to those children and how to make them trust me so that they could tell me things that we don't discuss in polite conversation. But it gave me a passion for this work, and are those kind of experiences that I think that a district attorney must have, because they must know how to help the DAs that are going to serve under them, because that's something that's mentally taxing, and you have to know that and be able to support people. You also have to understand your victims, and some things you can't just read about in a book, you have to actually live. And so although it was a hard time in my career, it was a necessary time. And it became a really important foundation, because I went on from there to major case, which is the homicide division, where I was for 8 years. On average, I would have 25 murders a year, 12 of which I would take to trial. The others may resolve in some other fashion or get forwarded to the next year. But I also got to do cold cases, which was a combination of that experience as a sex prosecutor and also as a major case prosecutor. And so I have learned in my career that no matter how hard your experiences are, each give you a step that you need for the next step in your career. And so it's not my favorite time as an attorney, but it's a time that was needed, and those prosecutors are some of the greatest.
Okay, so I think you mentioned something very important when we just talked about. You said you used to sit down with the victims and look them eye to eye. That's a very human thing to do on just a human level. Forget the cases, forget the prosecution. Can you tell why it's important to still be a human while doing this job, while doing this necessary job of district attorney or prosecution or anything in law enforcement?
Hi guys,
It's absolutely
how is
important
everybody?
to remain a human. The thing that people always say about me, the thing my father taught me, I was raised by my father, is that you have to be able to relate to PhDs and no Ds, meaning people with lots of education and people with no education. And you have to be able to talk to them. When you are a prosecutor, you talk to people at their most vulnerable state, and you need to have compassion for them and what they're going through, and so that is important. Also, in the role as a supervisor, my lawyers went through terrible things because they are human beings, and one of my lawyer's brothers was murdered while I supervised him. And knowing how to love on them so they could get through these hard cases and what happens in their personal life, that was important. But also making sure that the people that worked under me knew that even the people that were charged were not just names in a file, and we could not just process them, and teaching people.
Drop some slime brillers for FFS real quick. What happened to the $2,000 home? $200,000, excuse me. My eyes can't even read that big of a number. What happened to the $200,000 home? Wasn't she just evicted from a rental for non-payment? What's she doing with the money? She's stealing it. That's a question. Is she stealing it? Asking for a friend. Facts. See how different it was right there when she was. This is what they say. They say go vote, and then when you go vote, they do the exact opposite of everything they said they fight against. What kind of shit is that?
dignity, and that they had to respect those people that were charged. And so I really instilled that in the lawyers that I supervised once I became a supervisor, to tell them, you know, people make mistakes and we can get over those mistakes, those technical problems, and we will deal with those and go on to the next case. But what I never excused in any of my prosecutors is allowing them to think that they were bigger than someone, better than someone, or more important than them because of the education they had, or because of, you know, their income, that they were just the same as the people that were charged, and they were just the same as the victims that we found that often were from different circumstances than ourselves. So it's very important to be a human. I would say that your integrity and your humanness, it is even more important than all those laws you learn in the books.
Okay, how does your skills translate into the courtroom? Or vice versa, how does your prosecution skills translate into being a better mother?
I think that my children make me a better prosecutor, and I'll give you a classic example of how my children make me a better human being. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, after the George Floyd incident, I posted on Facebook one of my great frustrations in life, and that was that what we saw in that case was horrible, and we watched a horrible prosecutor initially react to that case. I would say the same thing is true in that Ahmaud Arbery case. We watched prosecutors act horribly. What is frustrating to me is that people in communities don't know their power, and they don't know that if they can vote these horrible people out of office. And so I want to see that power, and so I posted that. But in that comment, I posted, this is on us, this is our fault, because we let these horrible human beings stay in positions that they did not deserve. And I'm going to tell you something. My daughter sitting right here, she checked me, and she checked me hard. She said, Mom, before you're a lawyer or anything else, you're black, and you're a black woman, and it is not okay what they did to black people. And yes, people should vote, but if they never cast a vote, it's not okay what they did. And she was right, and I was wrong. Although I think it is important and we ought to get this scum out of office, it also is not the people's fault of what happened to them. And so my children make me a better human being.
I know, I just had to say something because we're black before anything else. Before anything. Okay, so moving on. More about you.
Hey, do anybody know, is this the daughter that got in trouble not too long ago, and she pulled up in the car with Nathan Wade? FANI WILLIS pulled up with Nathan Wade to get her daughter out of trouble, and the police had her on the body cam. Is this the daughter? I don't know if it is or not. Y'all let me know.
What would you say to any working full-time moms that feel like they just can't do it? Like, because I mean, you worked our whole life. Like, I've seen, that's what I grew up seeing, a working woman. So, but I just see a lot of women who say, like, if you just can't have it all, you can't do it all, you can't be a family person and a professional. So what would you say to those people?
I would say the journey is hard, and that you probably have to rely on a...
Shout out to Chan, my black is golden. Y'all show us some love. Appreciate you, family. What's good? What's good? Good to see you here. Dropping the 5 gifted memberships. Drop some slime brella. She got her own emoji too. Here go the emoji right here. Y'all show some love to Chan, my black is golden. The queen of the ring. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show us some love.
Higher being to help you, and that you are always going to feel guilty. If you don't work, you're probably going to feel guilty because you can't provide for your children. If you do work, you're going to feel guilty because there are hours away from them, and that you just really have to learn how to try to be everything to both, and sometimes that means you take a lot away from yourself. But for me, it was important, and it's just my decision for my life. I wanted to show my daughters that they could do anything, and the best way to show them that is to be that.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a break, everyone, and we will be going to commercial, but we will be right back. So we'll see you later. Well, stay on the line.
Problems, FANI WILLIS will protect us. 24-year prosecutor, lawyer, and judge.
Look at their commercials. They got the commercials on deck. She turned the screen to the computer.
FANI WILLIS, I will serve with integrity, treat people fairly, and keep my community safe.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We are back. Hello. Hi, mommy. Okay, so when you became a judge at South Fulton, everybody was elated. The family was elated. I remember your ceremony, and there were tears. Everybody was happy. It was a lot of support. So we were okay. The family was okay. Like, we thought this was it. Okay, mommy's a judge, so this is it. Like, so what made you quit your job to want to run these campaigns? Because I know campaigns are expensive, long, and hard. So what made you say, I want to run a campaign and become district attorney?
So this is a real personal part of my journey. First of all, I will forever be grateful to Mayor Bill Edwards. I'll actually be forever grateful to a young lady named Shawnee Chapers Rucker, who mentioned my name to Bill Edwards, even though there seems to be hurt feelings at this time. I will forever be grateful. I absolutely love being the chief judge for my city. I loved it because I got to work with the other judges that I hired to work there in the city. I loved it because we could instill into that court integrity, and there had been some issues and some questions in a new city, and I'm very proud of the city of South Fulton. I loved it because the citizens that came into my courtroom, we were putting them in diversion programs and changing lives around and showing them that when you walked into court, there could be someone there that cared about you and that just wasn't there to just process you like you didn't matter. And so it was a highlight of my career, and I was excited to have it. But for years, people have been coming to me asking me to run for district attorney. And we got to a point where a district attorney that I had really admired at one point had done things for reasons I'll probably never understand. I'll probably be in my last day and not understand these choices. And he had honestly put me as a Democrat in jeopardy.
Y'all show some love to Chamar Black is Golden. Kels was gifted a membership. Master Key was gifted a membership. The World's End was gifted a membership. Hey, turn up, family. Tony Angel, Barb K. Okay, you hit all names. I know all them names. That's what's up. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love to Chamar Black is Golden. She brought in members of names of people we know. That don't happen very often. Appreciate that, family. And I appreciate y'all in the bushes, too.
Of us losing this seat. And it is not fair for citizens to lose faith in the person that is supposed to protect them and take them safe. If you have someone in that role, that the goal is always to serve their needs and not the people's needs, we as society are in trouble. We see what happens when leaders are more about themselves than service. And God called me to service, and I was like that little kid with the small teddy bear and the big teddy bear. This was the year that for once my kids are old enough. I had actually started redecorating my house. I was going to go to Paris. Quite frankly, the city of South Fulton was paying me nicely. I was able to keep my practice. I had started to acquire, actresses and athletes and just the kind of clientele that I wanted, professionals, and everything was going well. But sometimes God calls you to service, and I truly feel like the county needs me. And they need someone with integrity right now who has the experience to do the job, to really help people. And
what up, Laugh Always? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
So I stepped out on faith. Even though for my own personal family, somehow God's going to make a way and I'm going to get that tuition paid, I promise. And I know that my family has concerns because this has put us in a financial bond. But I truly believe that God is going to make a way, and then we're going to do great things for this county.
So service over self.
Service over self. I taught you something.
I'll give you a little something. I'll give you a little credit.
Well, good. I'm glad I get a little.
Okay, so you're saying it's integrity matters. That's all over the city right now with your name, Pastor Brilliant. What does that mean to you?
What does integrity matters mean to me? And what integrity matters is you do what's right when no one is looking.
Did she just say what integrity matters means you do it right when no one's looking? Come on now, we see how she do when nobody looking. Matter of fact, she hiding some of you so you can't see. She makes sure you don't be looking. Plans and pins in the house, what up? Andrea, what up? Cindy Porter, what up? Kimberly, Berta S, I see y'all, family. Appreciate y'all.
You do what's right because it is the right thing to do. You do what's right not because it's popular, because it's right. I'm asked over and over again, are you a progressive DA? Are you a progressive DA? I'm still not quite sure what it means, are you a progressive DA? But this is what I can tell you. Nobody will be charged with a crime based on silliness, meaning their socioeconomic status or their race. No employee will work for me that believes that that's the right way to prosecute. No employee will come to me and believe that they are going to get promoted or demoted because of their sexuality. I am going to make sure that women feel respected and are advanced. But the same to men, that they are going to get treated in a way that is respectful. And I am excited to bring that family feeling to the district attorney's office, because it's going to be a hard job and we're going to work hard, but we're going to do it with integrity, meaning doing what's right when nobody cares. When it's not the rich CEO's son, but when it is somebody that nobody knows, John Doe, we're still going to be doing what's right. We're not going to be doing what's right because the cameras are on her. We believe we can get 2 or 3 more votes right now, so we make decisions that are not based on facts and evidence, but based on self and trying to get advancement.
Okay. Thank you. Tell me about your time in the district attorney's office in a quick top from bottom. Just let people know everything you did in the district attorney's office.
So I went there in 2001, and I worked in what's called the complaint.
Oh, Sapphire Ridge. What up, family? I see you. Appreciate you. Y'all go sub up to Sapphire Ridge.
Which is the charging unit. Did extraditions for a while, which is when you have to bring people that have been charged with something back to the state of Georgia. I then worked about a year and a half in the complex division, which is all your drug trafficking, armed robbery, aggravated assaults. Tried about 10 cases in that unit, 6, 7, 10, somewhere around there.
Y'all don't be mad if Watch the Rise don't respond. Watch the Rise in bot mode right now. He controlling the points. It's hard to do both. Appreciate you, family.
I went to crimes against women and children and tried some rapes and some child molestations and those kind of cases. I then spent 8 years between major felonies and the cold case unit, where I tried all homicides, some which were cold cases. Went on from there to do what is known as the longest case in the state of Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools cheating scandal. I was the lead prosecutor on there. I supervised the complex division, which is the largest division of that office, for about 4 years. I had 25 lawyers that reported to me, as well as their staff, and I made those decisions on those cases. Spent a lot of time changing terrible indictments from the complaint room, making sure that
What you talking about, Willis?
they were charged properly and that people were treated fairly. I then resigned in 2018, came and opened my own practice on Piedmont Avenue, where I do criminal defense and family law. And as I said, in 2019, in conjunction with my practice, I got to be the chief judge for the city of South Fulton. And in March, we took this journey to be the next district attorney.
Did you notice any problems while you were at the district attorney's office without getting too specific?
I noticed a lot of problems while in the district attorney's office. I thought that it was a waste of resources, that my unit as the trial division had to constantly go back and fix things that were done improperly as cases were received. It was not just a technical improper, but it meant that someone had sat in jail for 3 months that had no business there, and that is not humane to me. I noticed that there was a problem with the retention rate, that the way people were treated, that literally we had a running list every year of how many people were going to leave the office, and of an office of 109 lawyers and 230 employees, every year we get 80 and 90 people leaving because they can't deal with the management. I noticed a culture that did not foster being supported and loved.
Right, left, excuse me, the right, left side. Front.
Okay, but rather working on terror. And for a long time, I stood as the buffer for a lot of people, and that began to grow on me and to really become weary. I became weary with that. So I noticed a lot of problems, but I'll tell people being a district attorney is one of the jobs I am the most proud of. I tell everyone it's no slight to a defense attorney, but as a prosecutor, you can do so much good, so much more than any defense attorney, not because you're better than them, but because you touch so many more lives. That we have to have people with integrity and compassion in those positions, because they can really change the world. They can do things that a defense attorney just doesn't have access to do, to make sure that people are treated right. So it's a job I'm very proud of, and I wouldn't give up a day of it.
So, in something short, you would say it's mismanaged.
It's very mismanaged.
In one simple word, it's mismanaged.
It's mismanaged.
Okay. So, I know there have been federal lawsuits against Paul Howard. Can you tell me and the people a little bit more about him?
Well, first of all, there are 3 pending federal lawsuits. Interestingly enough, 2 of the young ladies I don't know at all. One is for a gender discrimination. I've never met this woman before, but her basic allegations are that she was, I think, in a high-risk pregnancy, and she was kind of told that she should be ashamed of herself because the men didn't have to do her job.
Facts. Cindy Porter said 2 words, Dexter Bonds. That's a fact right there. Why is he not in jail?
And she was then fired. And so that is the basis of one. The other are 2 sexual harassment lawsuits. One is a young lady.
Andrea, what's good, family? I see you. What's up, chat?
There about 2 months before I left. I had no personal knowledge of her, but if you go and read that lawsuit, it is sickening. The things that she said that she was made to do. The other lawsuit is by a young lady named Kathy Carter. It's a graphic lawsuit. The lawyer has let me hear the tape. It's disgusting language that he's saying to employees.
Laugh said 7 people didn't hit the like button. She about to come get y'all. She about to hunt y'all down.
Talking to her in a way that is just completely inappropriate for someone. I know Kathy. Kathy was someone that I think she's nice. She's a nice young lady. Had always heard the rumors that there was.
Should have stayed a judge. Heck no, I don't know. She probably would have been a horrible judge.
Knows that she has admitted to having sex in the district attorney's office.
She would have been worse than Glanville.
Women should be pressured into that behavior at their job, and I feel really bad that she didn't feel like she could confide in anyone to protect her. I feel really awful about that.
As a woman, that is something hard to hear.
It's something that I want to make sure that you and Nia, no one, you don't ever.
Yeah, that's a fact, Kristen Vasquez. This is a mock interview. She prepping for the next one that's coming up. And then we going to have the debate between her and Paul Howard. I got the whole debate. So we going to run that a little later on. Appreciate y'all, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Stay in that environment. You always got your mama till she got her last breath. And 2, that it's not your shame. And that's what life always circles back. That's what you saw in those victims that were the victims of the sexual assault. They always blame themselves. And the truth is, it's never your fault for someone violating you. Kathy doesn't have my education, or she doesn't have all of my opportunities, but she still got value and she has worth. And how dare him take advantage of her, another woman? How dare him?
Okay, so I want the people to know what will happen if he is reelected and kicked out of office.
If he is reelected and kicked out of office, the governor gets to appoint. That's just the reality. We have a Republican governor of this state. He has done some diverse appointments. He has not done diverse appointments in Fulton County. Don't blame me for telling the truth. That is the truth. And I am scared that we will get someone that does not have my experience with this court system.
Where are your police reports?
Does not have my compassion, does not have my heart, and that Fulton County won't be in the position it will be if they make the choice to elect me on June the 9th.
Do you feel any way about running against your former boss?
I feel a lot of ways about running against my former boss. It was the hardest thing to do. It's not my intention in this race to hurt him, but I am so disappointed in him. I am heartbroken. Let me say this, and I'll just say it for the record so everyone knows. Paul Howard is a smart man. But because he is a smart man, I know he knows what he was doing. But Paul Howard long ago believed the district attorney's office belonged to him and forgot it belonged to the people. And for that reason, he has to go.
Okay, we're going to wrap this section up. And
She even got her digging into Paul Howard. They about to go to their commercial break again. Back to your regularly programmed stream.
we are going to go commercial. There will be a time for everybody to ask questions, so please hold your questions till the end. We will take them towards the end, but we're going to commercial and we'll be right back.
District Attorney Paul Howard, under criminal investigation by the GBI for pocketing money meant to fight gang violence. Howard's been sued repeatedly for sexual harassment and discrimination. Taxpayers have paid hundreds of thousands in settlements. Fulton County, it's time for change. District Attorney Paul Howard's time is up. Too many problems. FANI WILLIS will protect us. 24-year prosecutor, lawyer, and judge.
I'm FANI WILLIS. I will serve with integrity, treat people fairly, and keep our community safe.
Hi everybody, welcome back. My name is Kenaya Willis, and this is FANI WILLIS, my mother, and we are happy to have everyone on Facebook Live today.
Most profitable?
Kanaya Willis. So somebody said that's the younger daughter. That's not the one that got in trouble recently. They said that's the other one.
Market you can think of.
So everyone knows that it is a lot going on in the world right now. We have Corona, we have Black Lives Matter, we have protests, we have riots, and the economy is also failing. So I wanted to know your stance on everything that is going on right now. I know there's a lot of things going on in Atlanta, and we personally cannot speak about them just because if she did win, she would be the prosecutor of those cases. So we are not avoiding them, but we just cannot talk about them for
reason. And I have to correct one thing. When she does win, it would be inappropriate for me to prosecute on crimes that are alleged to have happened in the city of Atlanta, and because it will be my office that ultimately evaluates those cases, I would not do anything to jeopardize my office's ability to look at those cases. And so I'm happy to talk to you about cases around the world, but just not here in our county.
Okay, so we're not avoiding them. All right. So everybody saw the George Floyd video. It was heartbreaking. We literally saw a man die on camera. So I want to know your thoughts. Did you watch the video?
I have. It was very hard to watch, even with the career I've had, even with the fact that I've gotten up for many years and I even walked over people's dead bodies. That video was hard to watch.
He is not the first one, as we all know. It is a problem, actually, in America. And I just want to know what you would do if you were this district attorney in Minneapolis at the time. How do you think it was mishandled?
I was disgusted by the way, he's not the only prosecutor, I think I mentioned that up forward, with the way the district attorney handled it. I actually think that the prosecuting attorney is in part responsible for all of these riots. And there's a reason that I say that. When the world had seen the video, and he had seen the video as well, he came out and said he's not sure if there are charges. Now let me be very clear, part of my platform is that I'm not going to just be charging people. We have to do some case evaluation so that you can come up with the proper charges, that so you can investigate properly. All of that I understand. But it was evidence. The malice to the murder, the abandoned, malignant heart to the murder, we witnessed on film. If I had been the prosecutor in that case, what I would have announced is, I'm going to need you all to be patient with me, because we have to get this right. Because I don't know how many charges we're going to be putting on this individual, but it wouldn't be a question if we are going to charge. I would have had my best and brightest lawyers in a room, and for days, they would have probably worked some long hours until we researched through all of the evidence. Most of that evidence was caught right there on film. We would have gone and interviewed those clerks and done the necessary things that we needed to do. Offered those officers an opportunity to make a statement, offered the witnesses on the scene. But once that work is done, we would have crafted an indictment where we could...
Cha Diggy in the house. My bad. I know I'm hella late, but what up, Cha Diggy? Y'all show some love to Cha Diggy in the house. Appreciate you, family.
Prove the elements of that crime. And so I think by the fact that the district attorney came on and acted like this was something as a society we could excuse, it has outraged black people, white people, Chinese people. You can't be a human being and not watch that video and not be outraged. And so I would have handled it completely different from day one.
I think that's why it's important to be a human before anything else.
It's absolutely, it's not only important to be a human, it's important to recognize whether they look like you, whether their sexuality is the same as you, whether they are in the same socioeconomic bracket that every single human being that walks this earth has value. Even human beings that make horrible and horrific mistakes have value.
What's your stance on Black Lives Matter movement?
I don't understand why people get offended by that term, that Black Lives Matter. It doesn't mean that blue lives don't matter, because police officers matter. It doesn't mean that white lives don't matter. What it means is that black people have watched harm come to other black people, and they are asking society to recognize that we matter as well.
Did she feel that way about Wade's wife when she was over there? I doubt it. Did that Black Life Matter, or was you like, fuck that bitch?
I don't know why that is offensive. People have got to have a way to express themselves, and we have to recognize that there's a problem, and it didn't start with George Floyd. I mean, Philando Castile is one of the ones that just bothers me to my core, and I have too many names in my head, and the names have to stop.
Why do you think this was the breaking point? Why do you think George Floyd's case was the case that made everybody start going out and protesting and rioting? Because it's never been like this. It's protesting in all 50 states at the moment.
I think because enough is enough. I think enough is enough. And within a month, we had Ahmaud Arbery, we had Breonna, and we had George Floyd. They were back to back. People are in this powder keg right now of corona, and your money is not right, and you're watching people be victimized. And let me say something. That is a horrible, horrible thing that happened to George Floyd, but the absolute worst thing for a good cop is a bad cop. And one reason that my office will take such a tough stance on bad cops is because I want the community to know that they can rely on me of weeding that out, and that way they can have faith in those men and women in blue that serve us every day, because that is a hard job.
What are the next steps you think people should take within their own communities after the protest, after the riot?
Well, I think that that's the most important question for people. What is the next step? And so this goes back to why I got in trouble with my child. But if you're not registered to vote, you better get registered to vote. Because the power for us to change things and not to have someone that incites negativity. There is a candidate running against me, and this is not about them, but to me they put seeds of divisiveness. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be divisive. It is time for us as a country to come together to say that we are going to protect everyone and we're going to stand up for everyone. That we have no room anymore for divisiveness. We have to come together. We have to support each other. You have to be held accountable when you did wrong. And the next steps for us is to vote people that do those kind of things and lack integrity out of office quickly. And we truly, as a people, all those protesters registered to vote, they can change the world. And so I want them to change the world, but I also want them to do acts of service for those people that need help so we can uplift them.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking on that. So we will be going to commercial, but we will be taking questions after commercial. So everybody get your questions ready. I hope you're ready, 'cause I'm ready.
Another
Our
commercial
moderators
break.
ready. So we'll be right back.
They got them
This
scheduled
time
on
is up.
point,
Too
huh?
many problems. FANI Willis will protect us. 24-year prosecutor,
Willis will
lawyer,
protect
and
us.
judge.
I'm FANI WILLIS. I will serve with integrity, treat people fairly, and keep our community safe.
She served with integrity, she said. Was that Steve Harvey?
Okay, welcome back everybody. My name is Kenaya Willis and I have my mother with me, Fani, and we are ready to take your questions. So we have our moderator Jeremy behind the camera, so ask away. What are they saying?
There are no questions yet, but we will ask everyone to please ask questions now. This is the time.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's get it. Because if not, Jeremy gets to ask questions, and that's a little frightening.
So I have a question. It comes from Jayla. You briefly spoke about how incumbent Paul Howard forgot the DA office belongs to the people. If given the position as DA, what will you do to remind them?
What will I do to remind the ADAs that the office belongs to the people? And what will I do to remind myself that the position belongs to the people? One, we're going to be an office of service. I love being a trial lawyer, and so people have told me, you're not going to be a trial lawyer anymore. You're going to be the policymaker. And one thing that I will do to remind them is that we're going to have training that talks about inclusiveness of the community, but we are also going to have town halls. It is my
No live tomorrow. I know a lot of people going to be celebrating Christmas Eve, so we decided to run it tonight. Appreciate y'all for being here, family. Day early. It was a surprise, but we here. Appreciate y'all.
My intention as part of my plan is to 10 times a year go to the
I might do the cartoon tomorrow though. If I'm feeling raunchy, I might do the cartoon tomorrow still.
different regions of the county and to hear from them as to what is their concerns for their particular community, because we know that the problems that affect South Fulton may be a little different than what affects Johns Creek, and so we are going to make sure that we are about service. Another thing that I'm going to do so that we are accessible is we have a courthouse down in South Fulton that gets used by prosecutors, but it's not used very often. We're going to use it actively so that those citizens can come there, but we are also going to use a building in North Fulton so that that community can also come there. I'm also going to put out transparency reports that tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. Hey, guess what? This year, the DA's office failed at this. We exceeded at this. People need to know that we're going to keep it 100 and real. Another thing that I'm going to do is I am going to keep a notebook for the public.
Oh my mama, oh my hood, I look fine, I look good.
From the public, and certainly if I have problems with one of my DAs, they won't be my DA very long.
I'm seeing multiple questions about the complaint room. Will you keep the complaint room? And if so, what changes will be made?
So I argued with this about someone yesterday, and the answer to that is effectively no. But what we decided after we worked through that issue is we will probably not destroy it completely, meaning it will be modified. So what will we keep in the complaint room? It will be some place that officers can come and bring a complaint. But what will happen is I am going to staff that complaint room with 15 investigators. Did anybody hear me? 15. And it's going to be not my rookie investigators, but my most seasoned investigators. I'm also going to put 15 lawyers into the charging unit. And those lawyers' entire job and investigators' entire job will not be to try cases. it will be to put the other cases together so that when the case goes to the other floors, that it will be prepared. Cases are not like wine. They do not get better with time. If you don't get those witnesses locked in on the front end, if you don't get those cameras on the front end, if you don't get the evidence on the front end, you just cannot do a good job. And as a result, we will have cases that are charged well. We will have cases that are dismissed because the evidence is not there. It will also be where I have someone assigned, both a social worker and an ADA, that their whole job is to filter people into the pre-trial, pre-indictment diversion program that I plan to establish, and to filter people into our accountability courts. The judges are going to notice that their case counts are going to go down, but my pre-indictment diversion program is going to go up. And in some cases,
Who's you talking about, Willis?
just not going to get handled because the evidence is not. They come from the legislature. But I have a lot of good friends that are in the legislature, and so I will absolutely be working as an advocate and a lobbyist to not just that law. I'm really, really passionate about the hate crime bill, but that's not what you asked about. But other laws that I think are important to community that I will be advocating for, definitely that we see things happen to people that misuse their power. To me, the police are there to protect and serve. An assistant district attorney is there to protect and serve. And so we have to make sure that they remember their duty and that we commend those that do that, because so many do it honorably. But we commend those and we lift those up that do it honorably, and that we get rid of the bad apples because they ruin it for everybody. And it's not going to be tolerated. And yes, I will absolutely be an advocate. If I did not answer part of your question, please give it to me again. Oh, the detention center. I love your idea, but the reality is the detention center belongs to the city of Atlanta. I would love for it to be part of my pre-trial, pre-indictment diversion program, but that's honestly something that's going to be out of my wheelhouse. I can give all my creative ideas, but I don't want to overstate what my power is, because that's under your mayor, the mayor of Atlanta.
What will you do to remove backlog of cases pending with various judges?
Right now, what has happened is Paul Howard has what I call his re-election committee, and those are some of the community prosecutors. Those prosecutors go out and they do little cutesy things, but they do not try cases. I plan to go back to the old days. The old days is when you had assistant DA that was a senior attorney and a junior attorney in the courtroom. There's going to be one of those in each courtroom, and we're going to do some different things with the units, but I'm going to put staff in there. Also, I'm going to put a team only for the first year that their whole job is going to be to go through the cases. There's a lot of cases that shouldn't be there. We're going to start getting rid of them. Because, and let me be clear, I'm not the prosecutor that's going to get rid of everything. I want my lawyers focused on removing the people that are dangerous and violent, and you can't do it when you're distracted by all the junk.
What would your policy be regarding charging children in adult court? When would you use your authority to file charges in adult court? And when would you pursue a case in juvenile court, criminal justice system? And what policies would you put in place to make it fair?
That's a great question. So I don't know if you've seen any of the forums, but my first thing I'm most excited about is my pre-indictment diversion program. My second thing is what I call my SB 440 unit, which is what you're asking.
My bad if y'all got some buffering, family. I was trying to load in the donkey clip. I accidentally removed it, man. I had the love could talk the ears off the donkey. I accidentally removed it. My bad, family. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. I'm just letting the stream catch up. Now we right back to it. This one almost done. We about to get up out of this one. And then we got a little bit more to go. We got one more interview, and then we're going to get to the debate between her and Paul Howard.
Asking about SB 440s are your 7 deadlies, which are your murders, your rapes, your cases where kids are charged as adults. So the first thing we're going to recognize is that they are children. And so because they are children, I am going to create what is called an SB 440 unit. Those cases I'm going to assign a social worker to, a psychologist, and a lawyer. All cases...
Was I on mute that whole time? Damn, I think I was. I was saying my bad, family. I was just playing some of this. I ain't going to talk too long, but we're going to play the rest of this. We got one more interview, and then we're going to get to the debate with her and Paul Howard, if y'all didn't hear me. Appreciate you, family.
Right now what happens is that the police bring it in as an SB 440, is charged as an adult, and then it flows in that way. What we are going to start to do is those cases are going to be really looked at and evaluated. They will be the hardest cases to make decisions on, but my unit is going to look at those, and the plan is going to be as many cases as we can. We will keep in juvenile court so they can get those services, but please hear me, because I always want to be transparent with folks. There will be be that case that the facts are horrendous enough, the victimization is horrendous enough, and it will be charged, where a youth will be charged as an adult. But instead of it being the rule, it's going to become the exception.
How will you deal with city council and the budget for the office of the DA?
The city council, we're talking about crimes now, whoever asked that. The city council has zero to do with the budget of the DA. The district attorney had no business receiving money from any city. And it was a violation of his oath of office, period. So the city council has zero to do with my salary or the salary of any of my assistant district attorneys. The payment for the district attorney.
She want to talk about violations of oath of office? We see what type of stuff she be on. She hiding records, ducking subpoenas, talking about she above the law. Talk about, man, please.
In Fulton County comes from the state of Georgia, so I've been a DA for a long time. The state is going to pay me somewhere around, I don't know the exact number, but probably about $110,000. Fulton County, because we are such a large county and it's so expensive to live here, will supplement my salary, and the county commissioners will decide on that salary. And then those two numbers, those are the numbers I will live with, and I will make another dime. And I'm still going to pay my baby tuition.
Who you talking about, Willis?
What about the discretion for prosecutors? How will you handle that? Will you allow them to make decisions, especially if they are seasoned prosecutors?
I am going to bring back the most awesome trial team. I hope people start sending me resumes. I am very interested in hiring people that have former defense attorney history and people that are seasoned prosecutors. We're going to have a team of warriors. Let me say this, because the current DA cannot keep lawyers, he's got a lot of babies straight out of law school. They shouldn't have the decision. They don't have the experience to make those decisions. But the warriors that I'm going to bring back and the warriors that I'm going to train up, they will have discretion to make decisions. I don't have time to do that every day. Where I will look personally at cases are some of your homicide cases, not all, but some of your homicide cases, and I certainly am going to be looking at those cases of public integrity. They will come over my desk. I think it's my responsibility as a DA.
What is your recruitment and staffing plan? Where and how will you source qualified candidates? For example, lawyers and investigators for the DA office.
You would be amazed at how many people have already put their name in the hat for those positions. But quite frankly, let me tell you this. I'm going to be your next district attorney. I feel that it's with God. I think that the community is with me. When I am assigned as the next district attorney, I'm at the law offices of FANI Willis, 750 P.
Yo, no one, let me know what you want for a thumbnail. I'll make you a custom one. Send me an email of what you want, and I'll design it.
Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, Northeast, 30308. If you are serious about doing God's work, if you are serious about serving people, if you are serious about doing the right thing when it's hard, please send me your information.
How would you handle repeat offenders? Well, first, I have room for 3 more questions. Please don't beat me, guys. How would you handle your repeat offenders who continue to get in trouble and stay in and out of the system?
I think that repeat offenders fall into 2 buckets. The first bucket that I believe repeat offenders fall into are your drug addicted repeat offenders and your mental health repeat offenders. I touched on it, but very briefly. Those repeat offenders that are suffering with a drug addiction, as long as somebody is trying to get past that ill, they are going to continue to.
Or really, you could just type it in the chat. You ain't even got an email. Just type it here and I'll make it.
Commit crime. I am going to try to source them immediately into our drug courts. Same with your behavioral health courts. Those that just decide to menace, they decide that Walmart should cost more where I live or Publix should cost more because
y'all give me what you want. I'm not a prostitute, but I can give you what you want.
they think that it's okay to keep stealing. We're going to deal with punitively. And we are going to have lawyers prepared, and we're going to try those cases. And on convictions, we're going to ask for sentences that are appropriate for people that think it's okay to victimize over and over and over again. And I don't care if you're in Union City, South Fulton, College Park, Johnson, Lady Justice is blind. I live in South Fulton. My house is less than $200,000. Don't drive down my property.
What is your attitude or approach toward negotiating plea bargains versus trial litigation in criminal cases?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I think that there should be negotiations. I think that people should come together and try to come to a resolution. But our cases are going to be better prepared if you hear what I'm saying about the way we're going to do the case intake unit, which is what that division will now B, I don't want lawyers to apply that are scared to take a case to trial. If you do not want to take a case to trial, this is not going to be the right office for you.
I'm seeing multiple questions about your plans. You spoke previously about the pre-diversion program. Can you please explain in detail?
Oh, okay. So let me explain something to you all. Right now, Fulton County is one of the few counties, at least in the metro area, that does not put people into, doesn't offer diversion before indictment. In my opinion, indictment is like, that is when you get formally charged. Not charged by the police, but that the office formally charges you. We know once that happens, it is very difficult for people to get student loans, which I'm real familiar with student loans with my baby, and it's difficult for people to get jobs. What we are going to do is we are going to work with community leaders, and I've talked to pastors who told me they would help me. I've talked to law enforcement who said they would love to be mentors. I also have relationships with a lot of programs already that are doing this kind of work. And so people are going to have to earn their way of getting into this diversion program, meaning you are going to, if you stole in South Fulton, you're going to have to do community service that betters that community. But upon you completing your community service hours, they have theft prevention classes, apology to who you hurt, then with a vision board, I think that that's important, and I can't get into all of that. But upon your completion of it, we're going to automatically expunge your record, because I know the average citizen, they don't really know that process. So that will be a component, and once you finish it, that case will be done, we will close it up, it will go away, and you can go on with your life, and hopefully you will have learned something, and you will be a productive member of society. I think it's going to be an awesome thing. Somebody asked me yesterday, how long do I think it'll take to get up and running? I think it'll take the first 180 days, but probably at day 60, we're going to start accepting our first people into my program.
That was our last question.
Cities all around the United States and around the world, as far as what I'm just hearing, and that's with the up.
What y'all think about that, family? What y'all think about her pre-debate preparation, her pre-questions preparation? How did she do? And what do you think about all the arguments she making that she freaking went against, and now she's just doing the complete opposite of? That's crazy.
Uprest of racial disadvantage.
Facts. What you talk about, Fonny? Hold on. What you talk about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
I put it like that because we as a black people have been disadvantaged in so many ways. They've been killing us like it's a turkey shoot. And we just got to the point, at a boiling point, especially with the virus having us quarantined for so many days. And then this unrest with Mr. Floyd, and then Aubrey in Brunswick, Georgia. And the young people said, hell no, this ain't going no more, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. It's not the first time of all that we've had this riot and things. You remember Rodney in California when the police beat him to mushroom, whatever, just beat him so bad, and they tore California and all around the world. Other racial tension that we've had through the 60s with Dr. King and everything. We're repeating history. My concern is that we get something out of it. We've gotten something out of it. We got our right to vote, our right to go to any restaurant, and all the things that we have accomplished. And now I am, as a person, I'm ready to hand the torch over to the younger generation. And let the younger generation learn from what we've done and our mistakes and take this torch and demand our rights. I mean, what the hell do you want from us, white America? What do we have to do before you stop killing us? And then some of you say, black on black crime. Yeah, how about that? Black on black crime because of the drugs, the disparity in the housing, the pricing and everything else. The TV, the violence on TV, the video games and all that programming us. Come on now. We as a people, as I said
Case
before,
number 23SC188186. Diamante.
I don't like unrest and debating and all that drama. You know, but I will. Oh, yes, I will. And don't mind. You know, like Dr. King said, you don't have something that you feel like you can die for, you don't have a right to live.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of here. I was at done anything.
And that's the way I stand about this, because I've got grandsons and great-grandsons and granddaughters, for that matter, too. And let's not let the things that's happening around today put that smoke up and we don't face the real reality that's happening in the other rooms and golf courses and all that stuff. And that's the issue of voting. Young people say, I ain't gonna vote. I saw something on Facebook the other day. He said a sign up saying, I'm not gonna vote until Black Lives Matter. Foolishness. Are you serious? Why do you think all the voting that we've been trying to get done is because we've been trying to fight that off from day one, that Black Lives Matter. All the things that we've done to build our cities.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody will get
burn them down. Come on now. We raised your children. We built your cities. We planted your crops. We harvested them. Everything. You brought us here without us wanting to come. That from day one. So yeah, I'm pissed. Oh yeah. And I know most of the police officers out there are good police officers. They worry about coming home safe to their family at night like everybody else. But those few bad ones, woo! They making that one bad apple in the barrel spoiling the whole barrel. So let's not get it twisted. And voting is important. Tomorrow is that day. Now, the looting, I'm definitely against that because all that does is make the prices go higher when they do reestablish their businesses. The prices will go up higher. We've got the John Lewis's, I can't even mention his name because he's not the only one that's out there that's been in office for years and years and years and years. Seeing this ain't the first beginning of these killings of our black men and our black women. This has been going on for years, centuries. We just getting to the place now that we can videotape it and put it out there, but that don't mean nothing either because they're still doing it. One last comment, nobody with mask tonight. Great. Okay, we got Miss Triana.
My bad.
Did I say your name?
My bad. Whoever this host is, she could talk the ears off a donkey too. I messed up that clip. I had it ready, but I don't know. I think I pushed Control Z or something and backed up too far. But yeah, we definitely got some of them cartoons coming soon.
Triana, yeah.
Triana, go ahead, you're on camera, so go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what office you're running for.
United States Navy, during the
That's great because
in Fulton County, which composes of 15 states.
getting that back to the people, that's important. And now, Ms. Willis, how are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. My name is FANI WILLIS. You spell that F-A-N-I, last name is Willis. I am in a completely different county than my friend sitting over here. She's representing West Georgia. I am representing Fulton County, which composes of 15 cities to include the city of Atlanta. I am not running to be a state representative that would draft laws. I am running to be the district attorney of Fulton County. The current district attorney has been there for 6 terms. This would be his 7th term. He's been there since 1997. But to tell you a little bit about me, I am a mother of 2 girls, 20 and 22 years old. I live in South Fulton.
What up, Sue? I see you, family. Appreciate you.
Chief Judge of the City of South Fulton. I've been a lawyer. I graduated from Howard University in MO. I live in South Fulton County. I was, until I resigned to run for this position, the Chief Judge of the City of South Fulton. I've been a lawyer. I graduated from Howard University.
You hear that? She was a chief judge. Way before Glanville was a chief judge. Little old Fanny was a chief judge before she even got up there. So you wonder why he bowed down like the West Side Connection.
In the Emory School of Law. I've been practicing law for the last 24 years. I have spent 18 years of my career in prosecution and done every type of case there is to know of, every kind of felony case you can think of. But I've also...
Remember that commercial we played of Glanville talking about how he got in the office? Are we sure this not the person he was talking about that got him up in there?
I had 6 years in private practice where I served as a criminal defense attorney and where I did some civil litigation. And so that's just a very brief background. I'm looking forward to talking to the viewers tonight.
All right, Ms. Willis, let me stay on you for a minute. What is your religious beliefs? And then I want you to also answer Ms. James. What's your religious beliefs?
I am definitely a Christian. It kind of leads all of the decisions that I make. I had to pray long and hard to decide to run for this position. I was sitting as a chief judge in my city, something that I had a real honor to be able to do. I also was running a private practice, and my private practice was just getting to a place that I really enjoyed the clientele.
Facts. What up, Sue? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
A place in your career where it was really starting to work for my family, but really God put a calling on my life. The current seat is just broken, and I don't want to focus too much on that tonight. Many of your viewers are going to know the challenges that the current DA faces being under a criminal investigation with the GBI and having 3 federal lawsuits pending. And it is just time for us to bring integrity back to that office, and I really believe that I was called to do that. We're in a time where there's such divisiveness. The 2 that are running against me have tried to kind of use that divisiveness.
What you talking about, Willis?
To divide the community. I have zero interest in that. What I want to do is unite this community, to bring them together, for them to know that it will be an office that is run with integrity, and that people will be treated justly, they'll be treated fairly, and we're going to bring compassion and mercy back to the office. And so I'm really excited about the things that we're going to get to do with this seat.
All right, Ms. James, your religious beliefs.
Just to say, I am a Christian. I call myself I'm a Southern Baptist. I strongly believe my faith, what's like Floyd said, guides me in everything that I do, because I believe in putting God first. And I would encourage everyone to do that. Once you keep God, you put God in His place, you keep Him first, everything else will work out. One of my favorite.
Yo, Melissa, what's good, family? It's good to see you here. It has been so long. Good to see you, family. Oh, it's not even on the screen, is it? I'm sorry about that. Appreciate you, family. There we go. Appreciate you. What up, Melissa? Good to see you. What up, after class? Good to see you in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you. And y'all go crazy with the slime brothers. FFS making it rain in the building. Here comes Drama got gifted membership. Gap Girl got gifted a membership. Brenda Thompson got gifted a membership. Melissa Reyes got gifted a membership. Appreciate y'all, family. He says, Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. I know that movie. Yep. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love for FFS. Drop some FFS and some slime brothers in the chat. Appreciate you, fam.
Scriptures is trust in the Lord with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct thy path. Shall is a promised word. He shall direct our path. So whatever it is that you're going through in life, whatever it is, whatever obstacles that you're going through in life, when you put God first, He will work everything out. I'm trusting and believing in Him. And even with everything that's going on, me serving this country for over 20 years, as well as being an associate minister at my church, running a ministry, Total Praise Ministries, where we're more out in the streets with the people. We get out there with the people. And all the things that I have done, it has been because the Lord has called me to do those things. And a long time ago, when I accepted, even being baptized at 8 years old, and rededicating my life to Christ at 13 years old, God showed me where I had a burgundy coat and a Bible in my pocket. And he reminded me that he said, Triana, you said a prayer to me, and you said, God, send me. And that's how I walk. My children, Psalms, have your camera.
Passion that a woman on their way.
I think you've really hit upon a really important subject. That does require compassion, but what it also requires is experience and knowledge. We have to make sure that people that are coming through the judicial system, that we are not just, as you said, just treating them as another file, not looking at them as less than a human being. One thing that I want to train the lawyers that come with me is that every person that is in a file, whether they are the witness, whether they are the person that is charged with the crime, or the victim in the case, that they are all human beings, and no matter from what walk of life they come, that each of those people have value. I think if you start with that as your foundation, that's going to take you far. But then after that, you have to have the experience and the knowledge to know how to do those investigations properly so that you can get proper results. We are going to be an office that doesn't just charge you because it came through the door with the police, but an office that clearly, thoroughly investigates. And upon an investigation and us finding good evidence, then we will take it and then we will charge it only at that point. And so having that experience and having that policy that just runs through the core of your office of that these people are human beings and showing people that they have to have that level of compassion, I think it's going to go a long way. One thing that I plan to do to make sure that my young staff
keep the slime umbrellas going, FFS still dropping memberships. And if you ain't got the membership, you could drop a regular umbrella or just type in the FFS or even just thank you. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love. What up, Chata Scottum? I see you in the building, family. Texas T, Fatima, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up?
Understands this. I've been a lawyer so long, as I mentioned, a defense lawyer and a prosecutor. And so I've had the opportunity to visit many jails and many prisons. And the distinction for your listeners is your jail is kind of your county facility where you wait until you get a trial. Your prison system is where you go after you've been convicted when you're going to do those long sentences that you reference. One thing that I am going to require of the prosecutors that come through my office that haven't already been prosecutors a long time or haven't been seasoned defense attorneys, but the babies, is that they go and they spend some time in both a county jail and a prison. Because I want them to understand what it is that we are doing. I don't want you to just say, oh, let me get 5 years away like it's candy, and you don't understand what these real consequences are. Recently in my life as a defense attorney, I've had to visit prisons to see my clients. Because I've taken up some criminal appellate cases where people were convicted years before they met me, and now we're trying to work on the appeal. And it always strikes me as how many black men that I see when I'm in prison. And it's very sobering. Sobering to my heart, sobering to my soul. It's not to say that I don't believe in prisons, because I do. I am running to be your prosecutor. There are dangerous people that have got to be removed.
But yet she want to fight to deny bond. She want to lock people up for charges they ain't committed. She want to let crooked detectives get past with some BS. What up, Delilah? You got gifted a membership. Sooner Schumer got gifted a membership. Tina P got gifted. Special Bendy Bros got gifted. The Muse got gifted. Y'all show some love to FFS. If you got gifted a membership, please say thank you. Show them some love. Drop some FFS slime emojis in the chat. Appreciate you, family. With her lying ass right here, though. Hold on. Let me hit her with one more shut the fuck up. Because she, all day, all today, this should be the name of the show. Shut the fuck up!
Removed from the community and have to be removed in society. But we shouldn't just be throwing years away like candy. And that is something that will change with my administration.
And Ms. Willis, while I got you on camera, we know for sure that the numbers are disproportionate as far as how many blacks are incarcerated. Now, one thing you mentioned about them being in you said the county jail waiting on sentences?
Waiting on a trial and then ultimately a sentence if you're convicted, yes ma'am.
And so sometimes they stay in there for years.
Well, and that is that I don't know the other counties. Fulton County has been my home, and Fulton County has been where I prosecuted. That is a huge problem in our county. And let me explain it. Not just, of course, it is awful to that individual that is in jail before they even have a trial. I think that filtering through the cases, that already is going to alleviate some of that. But I'm also a big proponent of ankle monitors, where people have to wear ankle monitors. That is really important for your taxpayers, Ms. Clayton. What they don't understand is when someone is in Wright Street Jail, just waiting to see if they're guilty or innocent, us the taxpayers are paying $90 a day. So you know how fast that bill adds up. And if we were doing some common sense things like, okay, ankle monitor companies have the exact same return rate, and I'm not making this up, as somebody that goes in Wright Street. And the point of bail before you get to Wright Street is to make you sure you return to answer your charges. And so I'm going to be a big proponent of us using that, because then it's only $10 a day. Guess what else? They're out and they're working. They can pay that $10 themselves, and it can come completely off the taxpayer. But even if you have to, for the first 30 or 60 days, have the taxpayer pay it while maybe that person finds a job or does whatever else to maintain their freedom while they're awaiting their trial, $10 a day for the taxpayer, I mean, I'm not the best mathematician, but it's certainly a lot better than 90. And so we're going to just bring some common sense and some innovation to this office that is going to affect the taxpayers, that is going to impact the person charged, and it is still going to keep us safe. Because let me tell you something, those ankle monitor companies that I've dealt with, both as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, they can not only not tell you that they're in the building. Do you understand that they would say, oh, she's at the right corner of the building, and this is her quadrant? Like, they really tell you where someone is in detail. I just got a young man, one of my clients, out of jail because due to the pandemic, and they had shut down his program, and so now he's out at home. But we have him on an ankle monitor. Because my argument to the court was, it's the same kind of restrictiveness. He'll still get to do the programming. And the judge said, you know what, you're right, let's do that. That makes more practical sense. His family is taking up the burden of the $300 a month as opposed to us paying for the prison system, and he is still getting the treatment that he needs. But I showed him, because I wanted him to understand, while I'm getting you out of jail, how the ankle monitoring company can actually pinpoint your whereabouts. So much so that they can tell you whether you're in the bathroom or in the living room. That is how good the technology is. And so we can still keep society safe, still make sure that people are returned to court and take up that burden. So we need to just start putting those common sense things in. Now, does that mean the state's going to be recommending a bond for everybody? Absolutely not. We're going to be looking at your record. We're going to be looking at if you have a failure to appear history. We're going to be looking at the violence of this particular crime. Ultimately, it's the judge that gives a bond, but there will certainly be some people looking at it as a state's proponent that will say, like, we think you're going to have to wait here till we get to trial because you've got a history of failing to appear. This is a violent crime. You've threatened my witness, whatever the different fact patterns may be. But I think on so many cases, we can start to use this as common sense, cost-effective criminal justice.
All right, that definitely sounds like a cost-effective system, and that's what we need to bring the cost to the taxpayers down, not up. And it sounds like some of the people that are there need medication. So we're going to talk about that, but I just want to let people know this is the Patricia Creighton show, and I'm talking with two powerful women that are running. Miss FANI WILLIS is running for district attorney here in Fulton County, and Miss Triana Arnold James is running for the Senate District 30, which covers Carroll, Douglas, and Fulton County. Now, Miss James, you got on your information that you want to actually expand Medicaid. Could you speak on that for us and let us know why that's important to you?
Yes, and one thing that I want to point out is this pandemic has revealed so much about our healthcare system and where it is, what's needed. And that's why Georgia is one of 22 states that did not expand Medicaid, and most of the states are here in the South. And if we had expanded Medicaid in the beginning, instead of taking it out of the Affordable Care Act when President Obama was in office, it would have allowed 60,000 jobs. It would have covered over 300,000 residents in the state of Georgia. It would have brought our healthcare system to a point where
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
where people are like, well, if I have healthcare, if I have insurance, I'm gonna go to the doctor, and that's gonna be preventative. So instead of waiting until going to the emergency room, which is what a lot of people are doing, their primary care physician was the emergency room, okay, so it's a roundabout effect. Okay, so say they go to the emergency room, they get up a $5,000 bill, they can't pay that bill. Now they're in collections. It goes on their credit. They can't buy a car with a good interest rate. They can't buy a house, definitely. And now they got bad credit. So they got bad credit. They probably can't get a good job because, some jobs are checking your credit. Some jobs are doing that. And that's preventing you from getting a good job. Now you're not making money. So you're not making money, so now you can't contribute to the economy. So it's a roundabout circle in dealing with our healthcare, and I don't even understand why it's so difficult for us to make sure that every person have access to good healthcare or healthcare period. I don't understand that, and all of the benefits.
What's up, Miss D? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. She said Green Bay is beating the Saints.
19 days of session. We're normally in session maybe 40 days. Is because they don't have health insurance and they don't want to get that bill. Okay. And
is it just me, or do she be asking some long ass questions? She talk more than Fanny down there. What up, Fatima? I see you, family. Miss D in the building. Cha Diggy.
that's illegal, but they're saying if you don't have a high temperature, if you don't have extreme symptoms, like you're on your deathbed, then they're turning people away and not treating people. And that's why black and brown people, and especially in rural Georgia, are dying at an alarming rate because of COVID-19. And so, but here's the secret.
Child of Scotto. Ash Bay, what up? I see y'all, family. Appreciate y'all. FFS, appreciate the support, family.
Anything that, we're flattening the curve now, and they're predicting a spike. Okay, but when it comes back, are we going to be prepared? Are we going to shut down the country? Are we going to, businesses are going to lose businesses? I mean, some of my favorite restaurants are closing down because of this pandemic. So not only has it revealed a lot about our healthcare system, but our criminal justice system, some of the things that we need to do as far as helping people, and what's happening in rural Georgia. Y'all, rural Georgia is really hurting. And You know, hospitals are closing down, the schools are underperforming, the highest income is $18,000 a year. We really need to help rural Georgia, and that's, you know, that's the main part of my platform, is making sure that the people in rural Georgia have a voice, and that we can, you know, because at the end of the day, all the thing we want to do is take care of our families, you know, be healthy, take care of our families. So let us do that, and I plan on doing that.
And Ms. Green,
My One Georgia, bring it back together, that bill.
I hear the Republican true campaign.
Send a message. I
don't see the sign. What's happening with that?
I mean, my signs are being stolen. It's been ironic that not only are they being stolen, this is kind of the boldest I think I've ever seen a campaign. We will literally put a sign on a fence at Block A, and you can roll through the next day, and my sign is gone, and the incumbent sign is up. It's almost as if they're trying to send a message. And then my constituents get so frustrated because they know they're pouring money and time, and they'll say to me just what you said. Hey, wait a minute. You know, 3 days ago I saw your signs out here, and they're gone. And now I think they started to become patient with me because they started to realize, oh, you are putting out signs. Your signs are just missing. I would not call that a major challenge. I like to say we're going to major in the major. We're not going to major in the minor. It's certainly unethical to do. I have instructed my staff, don't touch their signs. That's not the way that we're going to win this election. We're not going to play those kind of games. But that's just one of those like little annoying things. The biggest challenges for me have been, it's been very difficult to get out and be among people. I'm a people person. I love people. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't. And so I wish I could have spent more time with people, time hugging people, just time with them, period. Haven't been really able to get into the senior homes at all. Me and my campaign, we made a decision that we felt like that was putting seniors at risk, even though I have seen my opponent in the senior home sometimes without a mask on. To me, it just wasn't worth it. As much as I want their vote, I'm going to have to hope that they got my mail. I'm going to have to hope that they're seeing my advertisements on television. I'm going to have to hope that they're tuning into shows like this to get to know me. But I just could not live with myself if I made anyone sick because me and my staff come into their thing. So that has been a real challenge and something that's just hard for me, not being able to be around people in general, and then not being able to be around the seniors in particular. That one has really touched me. The third thing are the lies. There are just outright lies that my opponents have told. I was endorsed by the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys. I was endorsed by Voter Pro Choice, and I was endorsed by the IBPO, which is the agency of the police. And he has literally got up in forums and said, the police endorsed me because I'm not going to charge police officers. That is a lie from the devil. And in fact, it just so happens that when I received the police endorsement, the news came. And it was on camera. And it's been on Facebook Live for days. And one thing I discussed when I discussed my endorsement with them and on camera, God must have knew this was going to come as a challenge. I said, we plan to charge police that do things wrong. And this is before George Floyd and before Ahmaud Arbery, I believe. We're going to charge police that do things wrong. Because what I understand is that the absolute worst thing for a good cop is a bad cop. And the absolute worst thing for my office is if the community doesn't have confidence in me, because this is the reality. Just like those other cases are going to be evaluated, police cases that come to me are going to be evaluated. And guess what's going to happen? Some are going to get charged, and some are not going to get charged. Because the evidence is going to be there, and the evidence is not going to be there. And
like she was fighting against having to prosecute the last video that we just showed with the riots with Rayshard Brooks. She was fighting, trying not to prosecute that, trying to send that to another county instead of having to prosecute the cops for what they did.
I need the community to know, okay, well, she made that decision because it's based on the facts and the evidence, not any relationship. It's been very disappointing to me. You have to understand, I worked for this man for 16 years. And I thought that he was a man of principle. But I've watched him tell that lie. I've watched him tell the lie that I'm running under a Democratic ticket, that I'm a Republican. If you pull my voting record, I've never even pulled a Republican ballot. But let me tell you something. If my choice in this election was him, I would not vote for him. I wouldn't vote for him because I'm not going to vote for a man that is that not principled. I would not vote for him because he is on the record lying over and over again. Just recently they did a tactic where they put out a flyer with my image saying that Trump endorses me. Trump don't know who FANI Willis is. He probably barely don't know where Fulton County, Georgia is. And for them to just do that blatant lie.
I bet he know who your ass is now.
To say that, you know, Trump endorses me and he doesn't know anything about me, to say that I'm a Republican, to say that we're lynching him. The lynching I took really, really seriously. Over 5,000 Americans are documented as being lynched. My guess is it's probably 3 times that many. The vast majority of them are black men. They were literally, if you remember that Billie Holiday song, strange fruit hanging from trees. It is an ugly part of our history. We are now living in days, whereas as far as I'm concerned, what we watched happen to Ahmaud Arbery was a lynching.
Exactly.
What we watched happen to George Floyd,
Yes.
it was an unjustified lynching.
Exactly.
And for you to use that kind of coded language to bring divisiveness and hate, it's just awful to me. I am not going to be the DA that represents only African Americans or only white people or only rich people or only poor people. I am here to serve all of these communities. And I can guarantee these communities I am going to treat them fairly, I am going to treat them justly, and I'm going to show compassion to people. And I don't want somebody representing me that brings back those kind of memories for their own benefit, not because they're really telling the truth. You're not being lynched because voters have decided you were unethical by stealing $195,000 from black and brown children, or that you were unethical by having sex with your employees, and so we decided to vote you out of here. That's not a lynching. That is voters using their choice to say we want people of honor to represent us. And so that has been something that has been very painful to me in this election, very disappointing, and I would say my greatest challenge to understand that people are doing that because they are desperate to keep their power and to not get distracted by it.
Yeah. And now, Ms. James, the same thing. What are the 3 top challenges that you've had during this election?
Pretty much the same.
They still in your signs?
Still in my signs. My sign keeps disappearing. We even, said that we were gonna put up a little man cam. In one particular area, I put up a sign and it disappeared. And I can really, maybe 10 times that I've had to put the sign up. And so I just resolved it within myself and say, hey, as long as you keep taking them down, I'm going to keep putting them up. And I did actually have to call the police department because my banner was cut down. And the banners, so I decided not to put up all the banners because the banners are not cheap. They're irreplaceable. And so, and the police, they said that they could see that my banner was cut. But that's just the games, that's the politics that people play. And, one thing that I had put out, that I wish that this primary would be, that it'd be a fair fight. That those are kind of things that we don't have to do. If you run on your own platform, you run on your own, if you have to step on me to lift yourself up, then what does that say about you? And so that, and then people tell, one of my challengers.
What do that say about their whole damn office?
Basically said that because I go to church, I'm black, that I don't support the LGBTQ plus community, and Georgia Stonewall Democrats had just endorsed me, and they were saying that. And I'm like, well, the gloves are off, so if you've got something to say, call me on the phone, call me, see me face to face, don't hide behind social media, call me face to face and see that. And so, and that's pretty much the things that I've had to deal with, the fiery darts.
Not the what?
That I had dropped off a pack of ballots. I dropped off 3 ballots. And so I asked the Secretary of State investigator, I was like, what do you consider a pack of ballots? Is that 3? Because that's what I did. And so someone, told the Secretary of State that I dropped off. They saw me sealing them up in my car. I blocked them from getting to their parking space so they could go vote. And just things like that. And, but I look at it this way, when the fiery darts, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but powers and principalities, the rules of darkness in high places. And so when the darts are coming, at you, I just have to continue to run my race and have on my shield of faith, because I know they're going to come. I know that I have a powerful voice. I know that I stand and I speak truth to perceive power. And so, I know that they're going to come, so I stay prayed up. I continue to talk to my family. I got a little exercise, little vibration platform that I do to keep, keep everything fit. I'm not
keep the stress down.
Yeah, keep the stress down. Not eating like I should be eating, but. And if you notice they were running on the beat forward, keep an eye on.
To encourage young people to stay, he says he's
448730149 is the number you can call if you want to ask a question of our guest tonight, Ms. FANI.
and working with his police partners. He says he's
All right. I guess that's enough of that for tonight. Enough of they shenanigans. Let's go ahead and get into the Paul Howard, FANI Willis debate. This is what won her. This is what got her the election and all that. This is what she won. This is the debate right here, the virtual debate, that is. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
developed a county-wide gang task force and simultaneously working with his community partners created a gang prevention unit designed to encourage young people to stay away from gang activity. Also with us today, we have Ms. FANI T. Willis, or Attorney FANI T. Willis, excuse me, a Howard alum and Emory law grad. She said her first 4 years were within the private sector, representing citizens of Fulton County and surrounding areas in criminal cases, juvenile matters, family law, and civil disputes. These experiences ignited her commitment to serve the people above the solitary focus of efficiently practicing law. In 2000, Willis served 1 year as assistant solicitor for the city of Atlanta, and in 2001 made that leap until the Fulton County DA's office as an assistant district attorney. After 3 short years, Willis was put in a position to serve in a dual capacity with the major case and cold case divisions from 2004 and 2012. She's navigated the mammoth caseload with such poise and brilliance that it garnered her a promotion as the Deputy District Attorney of the Complex Trial Division. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome both candidates here, Mr. Paul Howard, as well as Ms. FANI Willis.
Thank you.
Good to see you, the attorney. How are you doing? So we're going to go ahead and get started. It's good to see everybody's faces. We'll go over the debate rules. I'm sure you're both familiar with them. You've been on several debates over the course of the last few months. This is a 2-hour debate here from 7 to 9. So to begin, each candidate will be given a 2-minute open statement. As moderator.
No, it's not 2 hours. It's going to be maybe an hour and a half. I got it sped up for y'all, family.
I will ask several questions. Next, the candidates will have an opportunity to ask each other 2 questions. Next, the questions will be from our viewing audience, which can also be submitted in the chat box if anyone wants to do that throughout the
That's from the last video. Y'all show FFS some love, still making it rain. They need to get her off that Fisher Price chair before she fucks around and snaps it. Snaps it in half. Give that back to the 5-year-old you took it from. She was looking kind of big in that small chair, though. Shout out to FFS. Y'all drop some slime brothers and some FFSs in the chat. Appreciate you, family.
The question and answering period, you're more than welcome to submit your questions in the chat box. Lastly, each candidate will end with a 2-minute closing statement. With all questions, each candidate will have up to 1 minute and 30 seconds to answer and 1 minute to respond if there is a stated claim or allegation against the candidate. Any questions?
None. Thank you so much for having us.
All right, no worries. All right, so we'll begin with the first question. We'll begin with your opening statements. Paul Howard, you can go first.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you all for inviting me. You should be very proud of the chamber. It seems that you've accomplished quite a bit, and it is really an honor for you all to ask us to be here. My name is Paul Howard. I've been the DA in Fulton County since 1997, and I am very proud of the accomplishments of my office since that time. As my bio stated, when I started, our whole county was awash with crime. And what people asked me to do is to reduce the violence in our community. So I started this journey as DA with a simple promise, and that promise was to reduce violence. And we've been able to do that. We reduced violence in the city of Atlanta by 70% and crime overall by 62%. In our county now, 6 of the county municipalities are considered among the top safest 50 cities in the state of Georgia. The other thing that we did was to reduce the jail population. When I started, we had a lot of complaints about overpopulation at the jail. We instituted a process called a complaint room and reduced the jail population from 4,800 to 2,400, saving taxpayers about $50 million. But let me tell you something. There's something else going on now in our country and our community. Tonight, we had another debate, and we could not even finish the debate. We were hacked, and we were hacked by racists from our community using the N-word and Nazi symbols. And I point that out because one of the things that I have vowed to do is that I am going to create another section of our office just to work on police reform. We've got to reform our police department. Our young people and many people in our community don't trust the police. So that means that they don't trust the prosecutors. That means they don't trust the system, and that means that they don't participate. So I'm asking you to re-elect me as district attorney because I believe that I have the experience and I have already shown that I can handle major projects. And this is something that we must do in our community. We must reform and join our police department and our communities. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you so much for your opening statement. Next, we have Ms. FANI T. Willis.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I was just so excited to get the invitation, and so I'm so excited to be here. My name is FANI WILLIS. My resume I won't go over again, but I've been practicing law for 24 years. I'm a Howard University Bison, and I came to Atlanta in 1993 to attend Emory University School of Law, which I graduated in 1996. My resume is such
with that big old wolf puss.
that I have had the opportunity to work as a defense attorney, as a prosecutor, trying some of the most complex and most difficult cases, well in excess of 100 cases as first chair, and I think that that is relevant experience to leading this office. I also had the opportunity to supervise the largest division of the office. I know what is correct in that office and what is certainly broken and the change that needs to be made. And I hope we will talk about much of that while on this call today. I also had the honor of 2018. I hail from the city of South Fulton. I am very proud to hail from that newest city here in Fulton County, and the newest, in fact, in the state, where I was appointed to be the chief judge. And that gave me another bird's eye view into the criminal justice system and changes that needed to be made. I am opting to put myself in for this position because I think that the system is now broken. I think that reform is needed. And the reform that I intend to make is with the district attorney's office itself. The current district attorney often brags that he is able to indict cases within 45 minutes. Well, one of the foundational principles of my candidacy is that I plan to change the way cases are brought into the office and charged. We will do complete investigations before we charge anyone. And upon doing those complete investigations, I think you will find a lot fewer people will be charged, but those
You talking about, Willis?
that are charged will be charged appropriately. Thank you.
You're welcome. And let's just kind of be mindful going for the questions. You'll have 1 minute and 30 seconds to answer and 1 minute to respond if there is a stated claim or allegation against a candidate. So the first question is, business owners in Fulton County who vote for you want to know, if elected, what specifically will be done to reduce crime, ensure public safety, and interrupt the cycle of violence and address trauma in communities most impacted by crime? We'll begin with you, Ms. Willis.
If I'm elected, the business community should feel very safe because we will make sure that, especially those that are repeat offenders to your businesses, those that are constantly terrorizing businesses, are dealt with appropriately. Meaning that if they're first-time offenders and their kids, we're certainly going to put them into programs, have them work with community leaders, and try to show them the error of their ways to restore them and make them productive members of society. But certainly if they are repeat abusers of your business or your neighbor's business or anyone's business in this community, they are going to be dealt with in a way where they will be prosecuted and punished for the crimes that they commit.
Mr. Howard?
Do I get the same question?
Yes.
I want to tell you that that is what I have been doing for the past 23 years, is making it safe for business people. As I pointed out before, we came from a period of just excessive violence in our community to where we are now. In fact, as you remember, during at that time, people had actually stopped moving to Atlanta. People were moving away. But all of that has changed because we now have a safer community. But there's still some things that we have to do. One of those things is to look at our gang problems. 36% of our violent crimes now are committed by gangs. And the Fulton DA's office has already set up a gang prevention center because one of the things that I believe is you cannot arrest your way out of the problem. You've got to have prevention programs so that we can prevent our young people from joining gangs. The other thing that we have to do is we've got to work on our juvenile population so that we can prevent recidivism in our juvenile court. Right now, we've already organized a program focused upon juvenile recidivism. It's called Project Level Up. And what I hope the opportunity to do is to get the opportunity to continue that program so that we can continue to reduce violent crime in our community and make it safe for businesses, families, and communities.
So both of you have both mentioned about your diversion programs. Many in the justice systems have issues with mental illness and or addiction. As district attorney, what specific resources or alternatives will you engage to address these issues? We'll go with you, Mr. Howard.
Well, in our office right now, we have already set up two specific diversion programs. One is located on Folsom Industrial Boulevard. It's called the Community Court. Many of you all might remember Folsom Industrial Boulevard when it was a thriving location. It fell into a lapse of crime and criminal activity. We organized the Community Court so that rather than sending people downtown, they would be treated at that facility. That's what happened, and we've been able to reduce crime on the boulevard by about 70%. The other diversion program that I talked about is the program over at Juvenile Court, the Level Up Project. If you look at what I have done as district attorney, when we started, we were indicting approximately 15,000 defendants. But every year we've reduced that number, and in fact, last year we only indicted 8,000 defendants. I believe that's what we need to do in our community, and I hope to continue to do that.
Ms. Willis?
Hey, after class, thank you for tapping in, family. Thank all y'all for being here. And thank y'all supporters. Thank everybody that donated, super chat and all that. Appreciate y'all, family. Much love.
Mental illness is a huge problem in our community. And it's very...
Also, those that subscribe, those that like, the new members and all that. And even those that's just watching in the bushes. Like I said, I appreciate y'all too, family.
Very evident when you look at files that people that are suffering with mental illness. The files of your experience, they often tell the story, not just the current crime that will be before you, but often you will see other contact with the criminal justice system and clear signs of mental illness. One thing that is unfortunate in our court system, but a reality, is to get people help through the criminal justice system, you actually have to go ahead and charge them. And the reason you have to do that is because we have what is called a mental health court. One thing that we will be doing from the onset is taking those cases specifically to the side where even if the law enforcement officer did not put that in there, I plan to hire someone that is trained to look at the cases that the lawyers suspect that these are issues with mental illness, making sure that they are immediately charged.
I have to hit her with two of them right there. Y'all show some love to FFS. Still gifted memberships. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to DTB. You got gifted a membership. Welcome to the fam. Come in and say thank you. Appreciate y'all.
That they can get the benefit of the mental health court, but immediately upon completion or getting them into the program that will get them help, going ahead and expunging those records, which means just to take those crimes off of their record. We know that these people are not trying to commit crimes because they are necessarily violent or bad people, but they are suffering with an illness. It is a shame that society does not look at a mental illness the same way it looks at as cancer or any other sickness that one would have. We're also going to be working with community partners to see if there are programs that we can get people with the lesser offenses immediately into those programs without even having to bring charges. This is a major issue, and the sheriff has talked about what a large percentage of the people that are sitting at the jail right now are really not criminals, but people that have this mental sickness. And so we're going to be working with our criminal partners and our partners in the community to address this issue just head on.
All right, thank you so much. The next question is, right now, some victims and families are angry about delayed response to cases by the district attorney's office. There's also a sense of mistrust of the DA's office among law enforcement officers. What is your plan to restore trust on both sides? We'll start with you, Ms. Willis.
So this is a major issue that we know. Currently, right now, the district attorney has a unit that he calls the public integrity unit. That unit deals with the excessive force case, which is the police excessive force cases. It also deals with things that happen at the jail that seem to be improper. It also deals with public corruption. The first thing I'm going to do is make these cases transparent, meaning the community will know every case in that unit. We will have an indication of what stage it's at. Is it under investigation by our office? Is it under investigation by the GBI? Have we cleared that case?
Y'all ain't did shit. What the F got gifted a membership. Sherilyn got gifted a membership. Jesta Back got just gifted a membership. Kelvin Jordan got gifted a membership. Rockin' Robin got gifted a membership. That was earlier. And just recently, shout out to FFS, DTB. I said that when Darcy got gifted. Shout out to Stacy Sibbett, Art Manti Mom got gifted, Duck got gifted. Appreciate y'all, family. If y'all got gifted, please come in and say thank you to the gifter. Appreciate the love, family. Let's keep it rolling.
Or are we presenting it to the grand jury? You won't even have to call the office. You'll be able to click on. The second thing is the cases that we do decide to present to the grand jury, we will get a court reporter to transcribe those, because we know that law enforcement officers have a special privilege that they can go into grand jury. And so I want families to have a confidence that everything was done behind those closed doors that was appropriate and for them to know it. But the final thing that we're going to do is we're going to move quickly. There is no reason that families should be waiting for 2016 forward to have their case decided. And so we will be moving expeditiously, and I will have the courage to charge the cases where the officers have violated the law, or the courage to tell the families where maybe it is a horrific circumstance, but it does not merit a criminal charge. And so courage will be at the forefront of dealing with these cases.
She full of shit. Cynthia Torp, what's good, family? Trop, Cynthia Trop, what's good, family? Cynthia Trop. Have I been saying Torp wrong this whole time? Has it been Trop? My bad.
Because with the regular cases at the Fulton County process, when I started as district attorney, we actually had 16,000 backlog cases. That's how many we had, 16,000. And now what I guess somebody is talking about is 45, 43. We moved from 16,000 to the 45 or 43. But those 45 cases that we're talking about are all cases that involve police misconduct. And if you check the record, what you find is the Fulton DA's office is the only DA's office in this state that will handle most of those cases. In fact, we are the top prosecuting office of police misconduct in the entire country. And one of the things I'd like for people to know, the same people that are criticizing us for those cases sitting in their offices, they always claim, are the.
That's a good question. Hey, no one, did you turn on your membership gifting? Because you for sure should have got gifted a membership by now. Speaking of, shout out to Stephanie Perry. Shout out to Josh Sully and Lovie Brown. Y'all got gifted a membership from Stacy Sibbett. Appreciate the love, Stacy Sibbett. I got you coming up on the screen soon. Appreciate you.
Same people who are criticizing us for moving quickly in the Rayshard Brooks case. You can't have it both ways. You can't criticize us for moving fast and then criticize us for not moving as fast as you thought. But I can tell you specifically why we continue to have problems getting those cases done. It's because of lack of cooperation and lack of evidence. There is no body cam or dash cam with those cases. So we have difficulty recreating the crime scenes. Those cases are the most complex in our office. And what many people would like for me to do, and this is generally our Atlanta Police Union, is to simply not prosecute them at all. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move forward based upon the facts. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Well, the next question is, and then we have one more before you all ask each other questions. The next question is, last month, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs Office of Research County Jail Inmate Population Report stated that was a 95% capacity and 86% of the inmates were awaiting trial in the Fulton County Jail. We know that the purpose of bail is to protect the public and guarantee future court appearances. However, studies show that bail leads to increased jail time, loss of employment, failures, fracture of families, and a defendant's willingness to enter a plea agreement, even to charges that they may not be guilty of, just to get out of custody faster. If elected, what do you propose to do for people who are arrested and cannot afford bail? We'll start with Mr. Howard.
Well, let me tell you, this is something that I have worked on ever since I've been elected DA. As I mentioned before, when I started in this process, this was one of the biggest complaints from our community, having 4,800 people in the Fulton County Jail. We had hundreds of people sleeping on the floor. So what that meant is we had hundreds of young African-American men sleeping on the floor. That's why we put together our complaint room process, and we've been able to cut the jail population to 2,400. There's still some problems with our criminal justice system that we have to change. And one of those changes that must be instituted is a case processing system in our courts. That means that once the DA charges someone, the court has a certain period of time to move that case. If the court doesn't do it, that means the case is dismissed. That is what the system is like in 38 of the top 45 jurisdictions in this country, but it doesn't exist in Fulton County. I believe if we do that, we can reduce the population to about 1,000, and I think that we would virtually eliminate all of this conversation about bail bond. Because as you see in our county, many of these defendants are waiting because they have been charged, they got out of jail, committed another crime, and now they've come back to jail. And when they come back the second time, the judges are most likely to give them some kind of bond amount, even though they're in dire economic situations. So I believe that the solution to this problem in our county is to improve our criminal justice system by putting a case.
Keep the slime bellas going. Stacy Sibbett and FFS in the chat going crazy. Appreciate the love and support, family. Drop some SS and some FFS and some slime umbrellas or some umbrellas and all that. Or even drop this donkey right here. Appreciate y'all, family. Show some love to FFS.
Process and standard, but I can tell you, I do not believe in holding someone based upon economic reasons alone.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Willis, it's your time to respond. Mr. Howard went over 30 seconds, so you'll be given 2 minutes to answer this question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. I love the way that you framed the question because you did it with facts. And the reality is the facts you said were 86% of people are in the Fulton County Jail awaiting trial, and that is problematic. And I agree with you, it is problematic. One thing that will solve that problem is, as you heard, the DA.
And as we know, 4 years later, we still have that problem. They still over there in jail, still going through the same damn thing. And it's a damn shame.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get this complaint room. It is the very complaint room that charges people within 45 minutes of receiving a case from the police. And that case is not ready to be charged. It's not ready to be charged because the standard it was brought in on is simply probable cause. It is not the standard with which you should bring an indictment. And so the first way we're going to reduce the jail population is we're going to do proper investigations, and those that should not be charged at all will not be charged at all. The second way we're going to reduce the jail population is that there are some that will have actually violated the law, but we will have decided that it is more appropriate that they go into a diversion program and are not criminally prosecuted so that they can, one, give back to the community, two, learn their lesson, but not have the scarlet letter of an indictment on them, which we know prevents people from being able to get student loans, being able to get people jobs, etc. A third thing that I plan to make very much use of are ankle monitors. If you have someone that perhaps they are not in the pocket where they are going to have their case dismissed, they're not in the pocket where we're going to put them in a diversion program, and we are in a situation where we are going to in fact indict them, I am going to use an ankle monitor system for some of those that we can let out. Let me tell you the reason for that. We spend $90 a day to house someone at the Fulton County Jail. We would be spending $10 a day on ankle monitoring systems. More so, people could work, they could do good things in the community during that time, and it would certainly be a tool for them during plea bargaining. They could even pay the $10 themselves, but even if us as a county, if we had to do that, that is still an $80 savings a day. And so utilizing all of those things I discussed, we are going to greatly cut the jail population down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Cooper,
yes.
do you have a chance to respond at all?
Absolutely, absolutely. If you, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I think it's not a wise thing to mislead the public about something. For instance, when a case is ready for trial, it is the judge who has the total authority to put that case on the calendar. It's not the DA. So when Ms. Willis is talking about she would investigate the cases, if you look at the facts, and I'm glad you pointed that out, the facts are that in Fulton County, the cases are not delayed because the DA asked for a continuance or the cases are not ready. It is the judge that operates and puts cases on the calendar. That is why, as a taxpayer, we have to make sure that we follow best practices. If you look at the other jurisdictions in this country with populations of 1 million or more, they have case processing standards. We're not going to get anywhere unless we face the truth. We don't have it in Fulton County, and that means that people end up waiting for thousands of days in the jail as compared to a city like Detroit, where the longest they will stay in jail is 300 days, no matter what they're charged with. This is one of the reasons that we don't make progress because sometimes people won't face the truth. And what I'm going to continue to do is trying to get our criminal justice system to face the truth and follow best practices. Thank you.
Have you heard, Ms. Cooper?
Well, I just want to reiterate that the question was, what do you propose to do for people who are arrested and cannot afford bail? I think that's the key component here if you want to readdress that.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that we're clear. What the district attorney twice has now done is talk about things not relevant to the question. And the first question, I let it go when he compared this 16,000 to 43. With the 43, it was very clear that we were talking about the excessive force cases. Certainly, he does not want to mislead the audience to think he only has 43 cases in a backlog throughout all the cases in the office. The second thing I want to address is this issue right here. When I talk about not charging, a case is not on a judge's docket for them to set them down for trial if it has not even been indicted. And so someone would be out of jail during that time period while we were investigating, and that would alleviate this need that you were discussing of bail. And so by them getting a low bail, because the only purpose of bail is to make sure someone returns to court to answer their charges. And so an ankle monitor can actively do that because it can not only tell you the location you're at, but actually I could tell you what room of your home you were in at the time. And so it is an effective means to keep the community safe, know where someone is, and ensure that they return to court at a very huge cost savings for the taxpayer.
Mr. Howard, would you like to respond?
Yeah, and again, in our county, what we have continued to do is not follow best practices. If we follow best practices, we can lower our jail population. And this is the great thing about it. If we lower our jail population, we can take the $30 or $40 million that we save and we can roll it over into some very valuable.
This time, say what I like to tender, Stacey with 30 and into.
Shout out to Stacey Sibbett. Appreciate you, family.
This time, say what I like to tender, Stacey with
Programs. We need additional mental health. We need drug addiction programs in our county. We need employment programs. But what we're doing is we're wasting our monies incarcerating people whose cases we should not be talking about the bonds. We should be talking about the case being over with so people don't even have to come back to court at all. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to do in our county so we can see some real major improvement.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next and last question by me, the moderator, is after this, of course, you two will ask each other two questions. And of course, again, you have the opportunity to respond. Next, it will be our audience questions. So if you are looking, if you're just joining us, please submit your questions in the chat box for that particular section. We will be reading the questions from the audience after the candidates ask each other questions. You can go to the chat box and your questions, and they'll be forwarded over to me to ask the candidates. Okay, so the last question I have for you is, in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the state of unrest throughout Fulton County, what specifically will you do to protect inmates' health and prevent violent criminals from being released prematurely? Ms. Willis, we can start with you.
In light of the COVID-19, I think that what a lot of states have done, you can look at the DA in Baltimore, is for the people that have committed nonviolent offenses, theft offenses, things of that nature, we would be getting people out of the jail. What I submit to you is under my administration, just by the way that we are going to practice law, there's not going to be as many people there anyway. However, there is a reality. If you have someone that is a repeat violent offender, if you have someone that has a history of not returning to court,
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
For public safety, they will have to stay in the jail. And we do understand that everyone that is in close proximity to each other does have a likelihood of infecting someone. But I could not in good conscience say that.
Free the jury. What's good? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
We would just be letting out, even with COVID here.
Well, I want to explain to you what we've done already from the DA's office. Before the pandemic started, there were approximately, I believe, about 2,800 people, inmates in the Fulton County Jail. Immediately, I wrote a letter to the police chiefs in the county. And what I asked them to do is to restrict the number of people they brought to the county jail for arrest. What I asked them to do is not to bring minor crimes, non-violent property crimes to the jail. I asked them to only bring people who were involved in violent crime activity, domestic violence incidents, and sex crimes incidents. And the police have been quite cooperative in making sure that that was done. Now, the other thing that we did is my staff and I, and this is something that we thought was really unique, we actually brought in 2 members from the community. One of those members is a member of Black Lives Matter. And so what we did is we sat down and we reviewed the other inmates who were in the Fulton County Jail. And to this point, we have made recommendations, I believe now, for about 900 inmates to be released from the Fulton County Jail. We started with people that were over 60, who had some of the health problems that might lead to other issues. We recommended that women be removed. So this is what we've already done to make sure, and now our population is about 2,200.
Okay, thank you. So now this is the opportunity for you all to ask each other questions. Mr. Howard, we'll go with you asking Ms. Willis the first question, your first question.
All right, well, Ms. Willis, when
FFS said, forget donkey of the day, FANI donkey of the year. That's a fact. She got the donkey award. she the most honorable donkey.
you accepted your endorsement from the Atlanta Police Union, what you said was, I support your vision. Your vision is my vision. The vision of the police union is, number one, to keep police officers who are involved in misconduct from being prosecuted. Secondly, the police union is involved in getting bills passed, like the Police Bill of Rights bill that was passed mainly by Republican legislators that's on the governor's desk. And the third thing that the union's vision involves is supporting Donald Trump. In fact, when they supported him, they said—
Mr. Howard, what's your question for her?
And my question is when you said that you support that the union's vision was your vision, was that a mistake or did you really mean that?
Howard, you're lying. That's the only way I can say that. You know, I never said that. May I respond? Because you do have a question. Never did I.
Who talks like that? Howard, you're lying. You're lying. May I respond? You're lying.
I say your vision is our vision, but you have gone.
The question is when you said that you support that the union's vision was your vision, was that a mistake or did you really mean that?
Howard, you're lying. That's the only way I can say that. You know, I never said that. May I respond? Because you do have a question. Never did I say your vision is our vision, but you have gone out of your way throughout this race to be divisive. This is the reality. My plan is to be a bridge. Our community is very much hurting right now. We know as African Americans that there is a long history of there being issues between the police and the African American community and trust. You also know as a district attorney that all police officers are not bad people. And anyone with common sense knows that all police officers are not bad.
Hey, you know what's the worst part about that, Free the Jury? You're right. They spent $90 million on that, and really it was more than that. That's just what we can, whatever. And they got 0 convictions. But you know the worst part is all of them got paid. They all got bonuses. They all got raises. They all got promotions from this case. And then they got another $300 million to build it to fix they toe up jail.
People, we as a community and the police need to work together. I have accepted endorsements and money from most of my donors are criminal defense attorneys. I have 4 to 5 times as many criminal defense attorneys that have given to my campaign than given to yours. The thing that the criminal defense bar and the police have in common is they all want a DA that will be fair, that will look at the facts, that will look at the evidence and come to a rational decision. The vision of Ms.
A DA that'll do what? You lying ass? That'll be fair? The facts, I know you ain't talking about the facts that Love was bringing in court or a body or any of them, any other prosecution. None of them was facts. Hold on, what?
Willis is my common criminal defense attorneys. I have 4 to 5 times as many criminal defense attorneys that have given to my campaign than given to yours. The thing that the criminal defense bar and the police have in common is they all want a DA that will be fair, that will look at the facts, that will look at the evidence and come to a rational decision. The vision of Ms. Willis is my vision. It's a vision to have an office that is fair, that runs in a way that it holds people accountable, to include the police, where women can come to work and feel safe and not be sexually harassed, and where we will support Black and African American children and not steal from them. And so that is the vision of my office, and that is the only vision that I support.
Ms. Willis, I just want to make sure, because I don't know if you are aware that your acceptance of the endorsement is on tape.
It is.
In fact, you published the tape on your own website. So you're now saying that you didn't say that your vision was their vision?
What I said specifically is that I thank them for their endorsement, that any officer that did wrong would be prosecuted under the law, and that's exactly what I said.
The question was, it's a very simple question.
No, that's not what I said. Would you please have the tape so we could play the 5 minutes here? Because I would love for the ladies and gentlemen on this to see it. And it is on my Facebook page. Maybe we'll boost it to the top so they can come, because I stand by what I said. I stand by wanting to be a bridge. I stand by wanting to not be divisive. And I stand by wanting to bring this community together.
Is your vision the same vision?
Hold on, Mr. Howard, is this your second question?
My second question is that this week, the president of the National Bar Association, which, as you know, is the African American Bar Association, is one of the oldest in the country, SCLC, and the Atlanta NAACP submitted a letter to the state bar. And in that letter, they asked that candidates for DAs for the district attorney's office not accept contributions from the police union. My question, Ms. Willis, is do you support the letter sent to the state bar asking that the candidates for DA not accept money from police unions, because in every one of the communities where this has happened, the DAs don't prosecute policemen? So my question is, do you plan to return the money that you've received from the police union?
Ms. Willis?
Sir, I have received money from defense attorneys and the police union alike. There is no law that money cannot be received from each. It is kind of silly to think that I have raised over $350,000 and that $250,000, excuse me, that $2,500 would be somehow.
Hold on, after class, look. She sit here and do all that and fight for ankle monitors, and they get all this money for ankle monitors. Then they get all these ankle monitors, and then they fight against letting people out. They fight against bond. They don't let nobody get no bond. They sit there and fight against that. But but they got the money for the ankle monitors, and half of them don't work. You saw what happened with Shannon's. His wasn't even working.
Now make me indebted to the police union when probably $200,000 of what I have raised has come from the defense bar. I will decide everyone's case based on the facts and the evidence. I accept the support of the defense bar. I accept the support of the 20 Democratic elected officials that have endorsed me. I support the support of Voter Pro Choice, Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys, WOW, and IPBO, which is the police union. I plan to be a bridge. The reason I have support from a cross-section of the community is because I want to be a bridge and hold everyone accountable and treat everyone fairly.
I guess the answer to that question is no, you do not plan to return the money to the police union.
The question was answered, sir.
I guess we're just.
She said the answer is hell no, I ain't giving that money back. What kind of stupid ass question is that? And shout out to No One. He said, bump that. I ain't waiting for no membership no more. I'm going to go ahead and join up. Appreciate you, family. Welcome to the fam. Much love, much love. Y'all show No One some love. Appreciate you, family.
Wondering, does that mean that's no?
Sir, unlike you, I'm not selling cases over here. Nobody's endorsement comes with me selling a case, as you recently did, that was reported in the paper this week. And so because the police have endorsed me, I have not sold a case for it. I have not sold the ability to prosecute or not prosecute a case. What I will do is follow the law, follow the evidence, follow the facts. Should any law enforcement officer from Palmetto to Milton to Atlanta to Sandy Springs violate the law and dare hurt a citizen in this community, they will be prosecuted.
Mr. Howard, would you like to respond?
I guess, again, the answer is no. You will not return the money. And I would like to say that within the past 2 weeks, the Los Angeles Times has written an editorial trying to get other states to stop allowing prosecutors to do this prosecutors in the state of California, they have also asked the state bar to prohibit candidates for DAs from accepting money from the police union. FANI Willis has done it in this case. And what that means, if you look at the history of what is going on in this country, when DAs accept money from the police union, they don't prosecute the police officers. And I believe that that would become a tragedy for this community to have such a thing to happen.
And what you're basing that is on the way other communities have behaved and other individuals. But I have not done that, and I have not sold the case.
All right, Ms. Willis, what's your first question for Mr. Howard?
Sir, as you know, under the Georgia law, OCGA 4511.5, that the term extortion is a public officer who shall by himself or his deputy shall not be allowed to receive money greater than their fees. You know that you actually took an oath that you could only take money which was your fees. And if you take that in conjunction with OCGA 1518-10.1, you know that a district attorney may only receive money from a county or a state, and that it shall not exceed $50,000. You have admitted that you have accepted $195,000 in what you call a salary bonus, and $70,000 was in more than 1 year. You have violated multiple statutes. Do you have no concern that the GBI is going to charge you and remove you from this seat?
Shout out to No One for tapping in. Hey, drop a link. What you want to play, No One? Let's get some of your music in the background real quick, low key. Appreciate you, family.
I have absolutely no concern. As I've said many times, whatever process is used at the end of that process, I have every confidence that I will be totally exonerated because I have done nothing wrong. And let me tell you why. What I did was what Americans do every day. I sought a pay raise. Before I sought the pay raise, though, I got an opinion from a lawyer who was the head of our appellate section. And the viewers might be interested to know that the person who delivered that opinion is now a Superior Court judge in Fulton County. Armed with that opinion and a 12-page presentation, I went to the president of City Council at that time, who was Caesar Mitchell, C.T. Martin, who was the head of the Public Safety Committee, and to Mayor Kasim Reed. And I asked them to give me a raise. And the reason that I ask is based upon the fact that at that time,
it sounded like he took the proper steps to get a raise, right? Like, why is she trying to make it sound like an issue because he getting paid more money? If he followed all the steps and did this and requested this, like, you know, I deserve this, and he fought for it, then you deserve to get that raise. Not no schemey shit like hiding like she be doing. What? And she tried to make it like he was stealing money or something. What up, Lacey Ann? I see you. Appreciate you, family. Seems a lot of people are finally speaking out against her. Yeah, facts.
my salary was the 7th ranking salary case rating.
A 15 grade GA 4511.5 that the term extortion is a public officer who shall by himself or his deputy shall not be allowed to receive money greater than their fees. You know that you actually took an oath that you could only take money which was your fees. And if you take that in conjunction with OCGA 1518-10.1, you know that a district attorney may only receive money from a county or a state, and that it shall not exceed $50,000. You have admitted that you have accepted $195,000 in what you call a salary bonus, and $70,000 was in more than 1 year. You have violated multiple statutes. Do you have no concern that the GBI is going to charge you and remove you from this seat?
I have absolutely no concern. As I've said many times, whatever.
He said, I have absolutely no concern. I'm following all the rules. It ain't nothing for me to be afraid of. What up, Jerome? I see you, fam. Jerome in the hot.
Process is used. At the end of that process, I have every confidence that I will be totally exonerated because I have done nothing wrong. And let me tell you why. What I did was what Americans do every day. I sought a pay raise. Before I sought the pay raise, though, I got an opinion from a lawyer who was the head of our appellate section. And the viewers might be interested to know that the person who delivered that opinion is now a Superior Court judge in Fulton County. Armed with that opinion and a 12-page presentation, I went to the president of City Council at that time, who was Caesar Mitchell, C.T. Martin, who was the head of the Public Safety Committee, and to Mayor Kasim Reed. And I asked them to give me a raise. And the reason that I ask is based upon the fact that at that time, my salary was the 7th ranking salary in the state among district attorneys. District attorneys who receive, who were working in smaller jurisdictions, received much higher salaries. I asked for the salary. The city council passed the resolution or the ordinance to do it by a 14-0 margin. And that's the man Ms. Willis is talking about. So no, I don't have any thought about being charged for doing something that was perfectly legal.
Sir, it was illegal, and you reap the benefits of that. But let me say this. My second question is, did you ever assess if you had used the $195,000 you took out of that $250 and actually put it in to our Black and brown youth? How much good could you have done? How many children? I want the number of children you could have helped if that $195,000 had actually went to children programs.
You see how twisted they are, and then they go to focus on one point and they try to narrow on that one point. Like okay, we don't have a number for that. I mean, whatever he's saying, whatever his answer is, but why are you deflecting from you doing the exact opposite of what you acting like you fighting for? You acting like you fighting for this, and you so bold about this, but you doing the opposite of what you saying. You fighting to lock more youth up. You want to put these youth in jail. But yet you want to sit here and act like, oh, what's the number? What's the number of people that would be out of jail if you wouldn't be bullshitting them with these fake ass charges you got them locked in on for? They've been locked up all this time with no charges, not even fake charges. You ain't even charged them yet.
Well, you know, Mrs. Willis, you talked about that tape at the police when you accepted the recommendation. I'm sure you remember that what the union talked about that night was increasing the arrest of juveniles, the same young brown babies that you're talking about. What the police said to you is that they wanted to enhance enforcement and they wanted to enhance penalties, which everybody understands what that means is they wanted to arrest more young people. So it's really kind of strange that now you're talking about that same child in a different context. As I've explained to you tonight, as I've explained to you many times as we debated, that the monies that were paid over to me were paid by the city for a salary. And I think that my record of concern for our young people is reflected in the programs that we set up. And because Mrs. Willis, I'd like to ask you, what kind of youth programs have you set up or been involved
FFS up in here, probably off and on, but FFS here, family.
With in your 16 years as a prosecutor?
Each candidate's only allowed 2 questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you have not answered that, which is how many children could the $195,000
I think I did answer the question.
No, I didn't hear a number. How many children could the $195,000 have helped?
I think you might be arguing with me, but what I'm saying to you, it's a disingenuous question when you consider the promise that you made to people who are talking about increasing juvenile arrest in our county of the same children that you're referring to. So I believe I've answered the question.
You have not answered the question, and that is an inaccurate statement, but at this point, I see that that's all we can expect from you.
This is like a reflection of, I probably, well, fuck it, I'm going to say it. It's like a reflection of like baby mama drama. What I see with most black men that be trying to do good, they got to deal with like corrupt, like, you know, like vice versa-ness, like, not to say all of them, because it is some niggas that's out there that ain't shit. I could pull up the little Woody. You know, they hit Woody with a child support case recently, too. I got the paperwork for that, but I didn't pull it up, though, because that ain't my type of field. But I got it if y'all want to see it.
Is inaccuracies.
Excuse me, which part of it is inaccurate?
All of it.
So the police department...
All of it is inaccurate. So my questions are over, and so are yours. I'm
Jason,
you can have 30 seconds to respond since she said that your information was inaccurate. You have 30 seconds to respond.
Well, I would ask the viewers and the members of your organization to get a chance to view that acceptance speech of the endorsement, because he specifically, first of all, he complains about people being out on bond. One of the very issues that you talked about tonight. He then talks about punishment and penalties for juveniles. That's one of the things that they want to increase. I would ask people to review it. And because what you hear Ms. Willis say is that that's her vision. And that's completely inconsistent with the question that she's asking.
We'll put it at the top of my page so people can see it.
But thank you both so much. Now, this second half is for people who want to know more. They'll be voting. The early election has started. The runoff is on August 11th. And these are questions from people who are on here. They've submitted these questions to our chat box, and I'm going to start with the first question. This is for you, Ms. Willis. Do you currently work for Paul Howard?
No.
Okay. 2, this is for both of you. What is your stance on prosecuting hate crimes since the new bill has passed? Will you go back and update pending cases? We'll start with, I think we started with, we'll start with you, Ms. Willis.
My stance on
Black Butterfly, what's good, family? My bad, I know I'm kind of late. Appreciate you joining. Hope you still here. What up, Black Butterfly?
Prosecuting hate crimes is that I'm excited that we finally have a hate crime bill. Many of your viewers may know that 2 years ago, I went to the legislature and advocated for a hate crime bill. I think that it is just a horrendous tragedy when you have people that are targeted because they are African American, because they are homosexual, because of their religion. And I am excited that Georgia now has joined the ranks of so many other states, and it is something that I will definitely utilize.
Okay, and part 2 of that question was, will you go back and update pending cases?
And I want to make sure when we say pending cases that have been indicted, but obviously are not resolved, yes, it is definitely something I will look at.
Okay, this is for both of you. Mr. Howard, can you respond to the question?
I'm proud to say that, during my tenure, we've already prosecuted several hate crimes. And even though Georgia didn't have the statute, but we particularly recognized it. You all will probably remember the last case involving a young man who was assaulted over in Southeast Atlanta in front of a convenience store. I'm really happy that this bill passed so that we can add enhancements for people who commit hate crimes. But Ms. Cooper, unfortunately, though, when we look at this hate crimes bill, we're going to be reminded of something else because they passed this bill on the same day that Rayshard Brooks's funeral took place at Ebenezer. At the same time they were passing the hate crimes bill, that's when the police union and the Republicans passed Bill 828. And it's a real tragedy that those two bills were passed in the same period because we'll be finding out that 828 does a lot of things to hurt the citizens of this state. And I hope that we can get to the point that that bill will be repealed if the governor doesn't veto it.
I'm sorry.
And I will go back and adjust any other cases to include the hate crimes provision.
Okay. Now, this third and fourth question are combined, and this is for you, Ms. Willis. The first part of the question is, why did the police union endorse you? The second part is, if elected, will you continue the prosecution of Mr. Ralph? If so, what will you do differently?
Mr. Rolfe. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Trying to figure out who Mr. Rolfe was. I have not had first of all, the police union, I believe, just like the defense bar, just like GABWA, just like WOW, just like Voters Pro-Choice, they want a DA that is going to process the work, do the work, and treat everyone fairly. And so I believe that is why they endorsed me. I actually spoke to the police union about working and mentoring young men, and they were excited to do it. And I'm excited to have them work with me as mentors. The prosecution of Mr. Rolfe, I am at a great disadvantage from the DA. I do not have his investigation. We see some clips on TV, but I don't have his entire investigation. I certainly don't have the benefit of interviews of witnesses that he has. I don't have the benefit of the GBI file. But certainly, if we find that Officer Rolfe violated the law, when I look at all of the facts and all of the circumstances, because I do believe officers need to be held accountable, but I also believe they deserve complete investigations. Certainly, once we look at that and we find that he's violated the law, I will definitely continue the prosecution.
Okay, our fifth question is actually for both of you all.
Now, do I get a chance to answer? I didn't get a chance to answer that.
It was this is from the viewers, and it was directly to her.
Well, could I comment on that question?
Sure, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond. Hold on 1 second.
I think we really got to be serious about this because there's only one reason that the police union would endorse a DA, and that is the DA promises not to prosecute any policeman. The other thing with Ms. Willis is, of course, she's not going to prosecute the Roth case. She's already criticizing me for going forward with Rashard Brooks, and the lawyer who represents Mr. Roth has donated money to her campaign since the time Roth was arrested. So I think it's clear that she is not going to she's not going to prosecute that case, and others as well.
Ms.
Willis, would you like to respond?
Absolutely, I would like to respond. Mr. Howard keeps saying that I have some agreement with the police union, but he can show no one any evidence of it. And the reason he can't show anyone any evidence is it's just a lie. I used to be so proud to work for the first African-American DA, and the levels and the lies that he stooped to, they just really make me ashamed and disappointed of him. Let me say this. There are two attorneys in this case. One is Noah Pines. He represents Officer Roth along with a group of other attorneys. Noah Pines has given me money. He gave Christian Wise Smith money. The second lawyer in the case is Samuel Garland. Samuel Garland has in fact done an ad for Paul Howard, and he has given money to Paul Howard, and those proceeds add up to more than I have ever been given. But I would not believe that the DA was going to do something funny business with Don Samuel's case because he got money. I believe they have a long relationship, that he's a defense attorney, and he invested, and the same is true with me.
Okay. Now, this question is for both of you all, but it's different questions. This is for you first, Mr. Howard. It says, do you have plans to revisit and consider reading the sentences of those charged in the APS cheating scandal? This is specifically for you, Mr. Howard.
Yeah. Let me tell you what I've done is I would like, I think, to move forward and get this case over with. We've been dealing with it in the community for about 11 years. And when we started the case, my hope was that we could send a message to our school system. The testing was flawed. We needed new.
That's a good point, Destin to be. Was she trying to show like, yo, you ain't nothing? I could get the big dogs. I could get the big fish. I can get the young thugs and the motherfucking Donald Trump. I could get the presidents. What? That makes sense.
Administrations, and we needed to move forward. I believe that message has been received. So what some of the APS defendants have come and asked is to accept what we offered them from the very beginning. After they were convicted, I offered them a probated sentence if they would accept responsibility. In fact, the Judge Baxter in open court, pleaded with them to accept my recommendation. They did not do that. So now they've come and said, they are now ready to accept the sentence and to accept responsibility. But what they simply asked the court to do is to re-sentence them. I think the time to do that is now. I think the time is right for the healing, but I do not believe that we should do away with their sentence, the verdict. The verdict in the case should stand, and I believe we should continue to demand that verdict stands.
May I have a chance to respond?
Well, hold on. Let me, actually, that question was specifically for him. This question is for you. It says, do you have any record of how you managed the APS cheating scandal?
Well, first, let me say that what the district attorney did was illegal. Just 2 months ago, we were at a forum just like this one, and the district attorney talked about the children and how harmed the children were, and the fact that the children continue to be harmed. But for an endorsement of Christian Wise Smith, a non-employee of the DA's office, he took Christian Wise Smith into negotiations, and now for that endorsement, he will sell those cases. Under my administration, no cases will be for sale. Now, from the very beginning with Atlanta Public Schools, diversion was offered for them even before indictment. After indictment, there was a first offender plea offered to misdemeanors because all that was ever wanted in that case was for people to do community service. That community service was...
Appreciate y'all being here, family. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in. Y'all see what's going on with the craziness. Shout out to No One. Appreciate you, family. Hey, yo, No One, I'm still waiting on the link. Now it's going to have to be the outro song. So if you got something ready for the outro song or you got time, we still got about 30, 40 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, let us know what's going to be the outro song. We're going to get that prepped up and loaded, and then we're going to get it going. Appreciate y'all, family.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
to target the very people that the case hurt, which was the children, and then for them to go on with their lives and have those sentences be first offenders where they did not have convictions. In fact, something very unique happened in Atlanta Public Schools. After an 8-month trial, the longest in the state of Georgia's history, where Fulton County citizens, taxpayers, paid millions of dollars for a prosecution, after conviction, they were offered that if you would just admit your guilt, you could be given community service. The community service again would be to serve the children. And 3 of the 11 that were convicted immediately took that and they did their community service and they went on with their lives. The 8 that remain are the 8 cases that are on appeal. And there has not been any offer. If there was going to be an offer, the appropriate time was back then. I certainly wouldn't sell the case because some person came on and said they'd endorse me.
Okay. Now,
ma'am, Ms. Cooper, she accused me of a crime. So
okay, you have your 30 seconds to respond.
Do that because, you know, I talked with Ambassador Andrew Young and I talked to a lot of people in the community and they agree with me that the time has come to move on. You know, it doesn't hurt sometimes in life to move on. I also really think that Ms. Willis ought to be careful about casting aspersions about people. The person that she's talking about, Christian Y. Smith, is an outstanding young man. And what she's accusing him of is selling his endorsement. I just don't think that it's fair to do that. Because if you talk to Christian Y. Smith, what you will find is it was Ms. Willis that offered him a job in her administration. May I finish, Ms. Willis?
Absolutely. Not if you don't lie.
Ms. Willis. And this is, and you know, sometimes they catch up with you. But Mr. Smith says that it was Ms. Willis who offered him a job if he would get out of the race. So I just think that it's unfair to accuse him of a crime. I guess you've done it to me so much I'm accustomed to it. But I believe that our community is ready to move forward. We've got some other problems that we need to deal with. One of them being this issue of police brutality. I think that our community.
And if I may respond, if your viewers will, I'm sorry?
You're more than welcome to respond.
If your viewers will please just look at the AJC article this week where Christian Y. Smith was interviewed and Christian Y. Smith indicated that he endorsed Paul Howard because he agreed to do this on this case. And so I base that on his statement.
Ms. Cooper, did I mention one thing? The lawyer who made the statement about the endorsement turns out to be the lawyer who's representing the defendant in the Arbery case in Glenn County. That's the lawyer who is making this assertion. That's what we're talking about. And that lawyer who has made that assertion has contributed to the campaign of FANI WILLIS.
Okay, this is the last response.
All right. Sapphire Ridge News. Appreciate you, family. You got a live tomorrow, 4 p.m. Y'all go tap in, show them some love.
Ms. Willis, would you like to respond? You have 30 seconds because we do have so many questions that our audience have for the both of you.
Christian Y. Smith stated that he endorsed him because of this. One of the lawyers in the case said it was clear to him that this was done for political reasons and he wanted the advantage for his client, but he did not want to be involved with this. I don't know anything about what clients that lawyer has or even if that's who the district attorney is talking about. But 2 months ago, the DA got on a forum and said he's stuck by APS. The day he gets the endorsement, he brings Christian Y. Smith in the room and all of a sudden he has this change of heart. Your audience is not stupid. They can look at the facts. They see what's going on here. It is about Paul Howard's interest, his desperation to keep this seat, and not in what is doing right and serving the people.
All right. Well, we have to move on to the next question, Mr. Howard. This one is for you. It says, Jamarian Robinson was shot 76 times by APD and U.S. Marshals in August of 2016, but there has been no justice for the family. Why has it taken so long and still no justice?
Well, let me tell you, this is one of the most tragic cases to occur in this country. Jamarian Robinson was actually shot 59 times. He had 76 holes in his body.
God damn. Yo, y'all, I just dropped Sapphire Ridge News link in the chat. Y'all go sub up. He going live tomorrow. I appreciate you, family. Now, hold on. What did he just say? I got to run that back.
The other holes were tragic cases to occur in this country. Jamarian Robinson was actually shot 59 times. He had 76 holes in his body. The other holes were exit wounds. But the U.S. Marshals, this task force, was made up of 16 police officers. 5 of them went inside of this condo without a search warrant, and they shot and killed Jamarian Robinson. So this happened in 2016. We have been attempting to investigate this matter since that time. And let me tell you some of the problems that we run into. None of the people on the inside of that condo, those officers, will talk to the DA's office about what happened. There are no body cams or dash cams that allow us to see what went on the inside. Also, we have been trying to get reports from the U.S. Marshals about their investigation of this matter. They have made every effort to resist. In fact, we filed a federal lawsuit in 2018 to try to get those documents from our own Justice Department. One of the things that we found out in Jamarian's case is the U.S. Marshals killed 135 people since 2015. In 2018, my office met with now deceased Congressman John Lewis.
You're at your time.
Yeah. So let me just sum up by saying we have spent more time and about $250,000 getting this case ready. And had it not been for the pandemic, we would have presented it to a grand jury. And as soon as this pandemic is over, the case will be presented. And I pray that it's indicted so Jamarian can get his.
Shout out to Keisha E. Appreciate you, much love. And appreciate the rewatch. Hey, trust me, y'all, the rewatches are just as important as y'all watching now. So when y'all actually more important, it helps the channel when you come back and watch it and finish the whole thing. Whatever part you miss, make sure you watch the whole thing because it definitely helps the channel. Appreciate you.
Justice.
All right, now this next question is for both of you. Ms. Willis, we'll have you go first. How do you manage cases that are upgraded from the Solicitor General's office?
If a case is upgraded from the solicitor's office, I know Keith Gamage, I think that means that his office would have evaluated and have seen that it was actually not a misdemeanor, but it would be a felony. We would certainly review the investigation of his office. If that we thought to be complete, we would go ahead and indict it. If it looked like there were things that that office did not do and there needed to be further investigation, we would certainly further investigate and then we would bring charges.
Okay, Mr. Howard?
Well, we've got an outstanding working relationship with the Solicitor General's office. So right now, when they decide that a case should be a felony, they simply send it over to our office. It's received by our complaint room. And because in many of the cases, they've already done most of the work, it allows us to rapidly go ahead and charge many of the offenses.
Joni 4 in the building. What's good, family? I see you.
When the solicitor gets to court, what they find out is through other evidence that the crime might have been more serious than they anticipated in the first place. And then many times the judge is the person who says that should have been a felony. And so they send the cases over to our office and we have been able to process them without any real problem.
Okay. Question is for you, Ms. Willis. It says, will the cost of ankle monitoring be covered by the DA's office or passed on to the defendants?
I think that when someone first gets out of jail, they're usually in a economically compromising situation. And so it would be my idea that the court would pay for that cost, just like we would have paid to keep that inmate in jail for at least the first 30 to 60 days. And then it would be my hope that that cost would go on to the defendant. Obviously, if there were circumstances that made it impossible for that $10 a day to be passed on, which I recognize is a $300 a month bill, it would be something that could be offset. I think it would be a very case by case basis.
All right, and this next question is for you, Mr. Howard. It says the DA's office closed due to COVID-19. Were any employees furloughed or laid off? When will the office reopen?
No, we have not furloughed or released any employees. What we did is to allow our employees to work from home. So we're still working on cases. It's been very, very difficult to do that because we are not allowed to be there in courtrooms. So we will start back with our normal operations. Right now, the date is set for August the 12th. However, I'm not confident that that's going to happen based upon the number of COVID-19 cases that are going on. But that is when the expectation is that we will return to work.
All right, this next question is for both of you. It says, what role does or can the DA's office play in expunging charges from an individual's record, and how can you make it easier? We'll start with you, Mr. Howard.
Well, I'm really thankful for that question because my office started about in 2004. We created an expungement unit And so we expunge thousands of records every year. But in doing that, one of the things we figured out is about 60% of the people who came to our office, we couldn't expunge it because they were convicted. So we've been working for the past 3 years to get that changed. And finally, the bill was passed this year, House Bill 288, which allows someone who is convicted of a nonviolent felony or misdemeanor to get their record expunged and sealed. And I think that you're going to see, as a result of this, the unemployment rate is going to drop, and you're going to see crime go down, because it's going to allow about 100,000 people in our county to.
Shout out to Deidre. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate you. Worst thing that happened to ATL, huh? And yo, Jerome Street, I might open up the panel later. You got Zoom? I might open it up in about 30 minutes. If not, if nobody joined, then I'm going to close out. But we got about 30 minutes. I might open it up if y'all want to join. If y'all want to talk some more, we might could do that. I'm feeling good tonight.
Now get their records expunged.
Ms. Willis, this question is for you. It says, how do you plan to lobby for criminal justice reform against Atlanta Police Union, who has endorsed you?
Oh, I don't think that the endorsement in any way has bought me. I think that we need some reform in the police department. We certainly need more police accountability. And so one of the things that I do plan to have on staff is a lobbyist for issues with police reform. There are some other things. The hate crime was something that was close to my heart. I think that we need to do some things with the SB 440 unit. I think that some of these laws around abortion that they keep trying to get, I want to be a lobbyist for that. I also would like to lobby for the fact that we are not going to use the death penalty. And so I'm going to lobby for it in the same way I'll lobby for everything else. There is nothing about the endorsement that prevents me lobbying for change that is beneficial to all of us.
Okay.
I don't think that the endorsement in any way has bought me. I think that we need some reform in the police department. We certainly need more police accountability.
I don't think the endorsement in any way has bought me. What? How you gonna say that about yourself? I don't think. Of course you don't think it bought you. And you like, that wasn't enough to buy me. They just bought a little piece. A little piece of me. They only bought what I gave them.
And so one of the things that I do plan to have on staff is a lobbyist for issues with police reform.
Survivor Speaks. What's good, family? I'm late, but I'm here. We appreciate you, family. Whatever time you show up. Much love. Appreciate it.
There are some other things. The hate crime was something that was close to my heart. I think that we need to do some things with the SB 440 unit. I think that some of these laws around abortion that they keep trying to get, I want to be a lobbyist for that. I also would like to lobby for the fact that we are not going to use the death penalty. And so I'm going to lobby for it in the same way I'll lobby for everything else. There is nothing about the endorsement that prevents me lobbying for change that is beneficial to all of us.
Okay, now, Mr. Howard, this question is for you. It says, how was FANI WILLIS as an employee in the DA's office?
Well, let me tell you, FANI WILLIS was an outstanding employee. I appointed her as the head of our complex division. FANI WILLIS, after she left the DA's office, she ran for judge. I supported her in her run for judge. I went out and collected money for FANI WILLIS. After she lost that race, sometime after that, I received a call from my classmate, Bill Edwards, who was the mayor of the city of South Fulton. He asked about somebody who might serve as a chief judge. I recommended FANI WILLIS. In fact, when FANI WILLIS was sworn in as the chief judge, she asked me to come and introduce her to the public. And I did it, and I was happy to do it. And so I thought that she was a good DA. And I thought that, I thought that she felt the same way about me, but I guess time tells that.
You see the difference of how he be like, you know, he still showed love. He like, she was a good employee. Finally be like, yeah, he was cool, but then this and that, and this and that, and this. Crazy.
This question is for you, Ms. Willis. It's reverse. It says, how was Paul Howard as a boss in the DA's office?
Paul Howard had innovative ideas. I have also lost a lot of respect for someone that I respected greatly. Paul Howard is smart. I will tell anyone he is smart, but he has, I often joke that God has lines, and Mr. Howard must have stood in the line for brains. He probably, maybe he stood in that line even twice, but his people skills are horrendous. They have been horrendous. He has very broken relationships with the criminal.
Yeah, Jerome Street, I'm doing today Monday instead of Tuesday, but I might still go live tomorrow and do the cartoon edit video. So we might still be rocking tomorrow. I'll let y'all know. Appreciate you, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Criminal justice partners. He does not get along with the county commissioners, doesn't get along with the judges, tends to blame them for wrongs in the courthouse. Most importantly, though, he does not get along with his staff. He manages them in a way that is bullying. The turnover rate in that office is absolutely horrendous. Some people will say, oh, well, Ms. Willis, people just want to go on and make more money with these big firms. But that is not the reality. DAs and investigators alike are walking out to do other government work in other jurisdictions. They're going to Henry County. They're going to Cobb. They're going to DeKalb. They're going different places. And we as a community, this is where I'm raising my children.
Who you talking about, Willis?
We are less safe because of it, because we are training people up, we are investing them, and then we're sending our best, our brightest, and our smartest to other jurisdictions to represent them and to keep them safe. And so this office does not belong to Paul Howard. This office does not belong to FANI WILLIS. This office belongs to you all. It belongs to the citizens. And you deserve to have someone there that is a leader.
You see how she used to talk before, but now she be like, my city, my police, my this, my that. Now it's all my. But back then she was saying it's not ours, it's not mine.
That can pour into their people, that can build them up, and that can keep them so that they can keep you all safe. And so that has always been something that he has lacked the ability to do well.
Ms. Cooper,
yes, may I respond?
Yeah, because I think the office, should belong to somebody who's willing to tell the truth. Because I guess it kind of stuns citizens when you hear that we had a 92% conviction rate, we reduced crime by 70%, and then you hear this description of this office being so chaotic. It's simply not true. When I started in the DA's office, our absentee, the turnover rate was about 50%. Right now it's 6%. But let me tell you how you can judge how people feel about the DA's office. It's not based.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
By what FANI WILLIS says. But 43 of the former employees from the DA's office, they become judges, including FANI WILLIS. 3 of them have become elected prosecutors. People don't appoint people who are incompetent and not professional to that many judgeships. And you can look around to all of the counties in Georgia, and you can look around at prosecutors who've been there before me.
That's a fact. Free the jury. He back there like, y'all dumb motherfuckers. I been told y'all. I bet he moved up out of there. I bet he don't live nowhere near there.
This never happened before. It has happened because our office is the top office in the United States. Being the DA is not an easy job. If you're in the DA's office trying to get people to like you, you might need to get another occupation. Because what the DA has to do is to do the right thing. And sometimes when you do the right thing, you don't always create the kind of friendships I guess Ms. Willis is talking about. But I pride myself on doing the right thing. Thank you.
All right, this next question is for both of you guys as well. It says, what organization of individual endorsement do you feel is the most coveted of your campaign? We'll start with you, Mr. Howard.
Well, I believe the most coveted endorsement for me actually comes from an individual, and that individual is Ambassador Andrew Young. He is someone who fought for us during the civil rights era. He has shaped so much of the leadership and culture of this community. And as he is fond of saying to me, he says, I really don't like prosecutors. And he doesn't like them because the prosecutors stood and allowed civil rights activists to be harmed and killed, and they never did anything about it. But he says, Paul, I like you because you have tried to do something right. So to me, that is the most coveted endorsement that I could ever receive, and I believe it's from Ambassador Young.
Okay. Ms. Willis?
reason the district attorney answered the question that way is because he is not endorsed by any organization. I am endorsed by Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys, Women of the West, which is a Democratic organization, Voter Pro-Choice, and IPBO. I'm not endorsed by any organization. I am endorsed by Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys, Women of the West, which is a Democratic organization, Voter Pro-Choice, and IPBO. I am also endorsed by 20 elected Democratic officials and over 60 community leaders or African-American pastors. The most coveted for me probably is the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys. People say that women do not support women. They often accuse Black women of not supporting Black women. Now I'm gonna tell you, Gabbo, I put my feet to the fire. They asked all of the tough questions. They had a 2- and 3-part series to get that endorsement, but I am happy that those women had the courage to say, we are going to stand against the elected incumbent of 24 years and do what's right and support FANI WILLIS, and it is my most coveted endorsement.
All right. Now this next question.
She's sneaky with that third person, huh? You didn't even catch that she was speaking in third person. Support FANI WILLIS. Shout out to Jerome Street. Drop some JS. Drop some Slime Brother, some slimes, all that. Show Jerome Street some love. Appreciate you, family, for the gift. For the donation. Y'all show him some love. Jerome in the house. Watch your mouth. Hey, y'all see her though, sneaky Miss Willis, or what y'all call her? I forgot what y'all call her from the other channel, the money chasing whatever.
Is for you, FANI. It says, why did you accept money from Mary Norwood before you qualified in violation of ethics rules? Do you think that action demonstrates integrity?
I did not receive money from Mary Norwood before I qualified. What the caller is asking about is I qualified on March the 5th. There's a check that came from Mary Norwood, I guess on March the 5th, because I've been asked this question. Don't know when she mailed that off. I actually did not meet Mary Norwood till about 2 weeks after the campaign. Had never met her before. I have to tell you that much of the money that I get comes from people I never met.
Matter of fact, speaking of money coming from people you never met, my bad. Drop some of the Jerome. He got his own emoji. He is currently a top stream sponsor, so he do got his own emoji. Y'all show some love to Jerome. Appreciate you, family.
Often comes to the office in forms of checks, and she must have been excited that someone was running against the DA and sent it. I had a sit down with her at a restaurant about 2 weeks after I qualified. I was introduced to her by a young lady named Daphne Jordan, who is an African-American advocate in the city of South Fulton. She's kind of famous for having been a part of the slider bill that was passed here in Georgia recently. And so that is who made my connection. And I think it was absolutely ethical to receive a check from her, but it was not given to me. It was not received in this office, but I'm sure my fundraiser put it in for whatever date it was written for, which is the date of qualifications. And so, yes, it was done with integrity.
All right, this question is for you.
Ms. Cooper, I believe if you look at the ethics complaint that's filed against Ms. Willis, and Ms. Willis has said this in public, that she qualified on March the 7th. And what she said many times is she did not meet or had any contact with Mary Norwood prior to that date. And her own disclosure records show that Mary Norwood made the recommendation or gave her that money on March the 5th, 2 days earlier. I think what you see is just like with the police union, what Ms. Willis is trying to do is to hide her involvement with these questionable groups and associations. Mary Norwood is run against Keisha Bottoms and Kasim Reed. She is openly soliciting Republicans to take part in the Democratic primary. I don't think that ought to be happening. She's openly doing that. Mary Norwood and the Republicans have poured money into Ms. Willis's campaign. And the question that people are asking, well, why are the Republicans so interested in Mrs. Willis? And now you see.
Director time.
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
I would ask your listeners to please go look at it. March the 2nd through Friday, March the 6th, and it ended at noon on March the 6th. Please go look. Ms. Willis qualified on Thursday, March the 5th.
Jerome said, none of us never met, but we all family up in here. 100. Appreciate you, family.
The 7th is a Saturday. It would have been impossible for me to qualify that day. That is the date that I qualified. That is the date that a check came in. It came in prior to me meeting her.
Hold on, did she just say the Sabbath is the Sabbath? Did she just bring in religion into her shit?
He keeps Saturday. It would have been March the 2nd through Friday, March the 6th, and it ended at noon on March the 6th. Please go look. Miss Willis qualified on Thursday, March the 5th. The 7th is a Saturday. It would have been impossible for me to qualify that day. That is the date that I qualified. That is the date that a check came in. It came in prior to me meeting her. He keeps talking about these Republicans, but this is the reality. The head of Waffle House, Joe Rogers, is a famous Republican that is maxed out to him, gave him $2,800. He kept his office in the Quarry building, also a notorious Republican, who gave him an $1,800 in-kind donation for his space and $1,000 in cash. I don't think that Mr. Howard is bought by the Republicans because of those and other donations from Republicans. I think that Republicans were interested in him because maybe they thought he was doing a good job. Anyone who wants to pour into the campaign of FANI Willis, my website is www.faniwillis.com. If you want Paul Howard to be the DA and have more of the same, that's who you'll go for. If you know that this system is broken and we need a change, please invest in my campaign. And I've asked all of the community to invest in my campaign.
www.faniwillis.com.
Candidacy.
Now,
Well, hey, I just want to say, I'm not asking.
Well, Mr. Howard, we have to move on. We have quite a few questions that a lot of people have asked. This question is for you, so you get an opportunity to speak now. It says, can you comment on several women in the DA's office accusing you of sexual harassment?
I would like to say I'm not asking everybody to donate to my campaign. I think you should be careful. And one of the things that Ms. Willis has done, she has about $31,000 where she has not identified the folks who've given her that money, about $31,000. Let me just say this. I've been in office now. I was solicitor for 4 years, DA for 23 years now. And up until this election campaign, I did not have those sexual harassment allegations brought against me. And so what I ask people to do is to look at my record, to look at what I have done since I've been in office. In fact, I refer to them many times as campaign suits because when they file those lawsuits during the days and months before the campaign, that means that I don't get a chance to answer them. I can tell you this, whatever court they are resolved in, I am confident that I will be fully and totally exonerated because I have done nothing wrong.
May I respond, please?
Yes, you may.
There were several accusations there. First of all, what Mr. Howard is talking about is you only report just people who give you money in $101 or more. What he is talking about is my small donors that are $100 and less. There is no requirement under the law that you list every $5 donor, every $20 donor. So on my first report, there was $18,000 of that, and on the second, it's $13,000. Many of the people that donated under $100 are his employees, and I would not list them because I would not want him to fire them because they believe in a change as well. As far as the lawsuits, those lawsuits, we know we started hearing about those complaints in October and November, long before I ever made a decision to get into that race. They were already reported in the media, and I would invite you to talk to different women about that environment, but they are not campaign lawsuits. One of the two women I do not even know. There's also a gender discrimination lawsuit is pending in federal court. Those two sexual harassment lawsuits are pending in federal court, and a man filed a gender discrimination lawsuit that we use our taxpayer dollars of $385,000 of taxpayer money to pay for inappropriate conduct by his chief deputy in the way he deals with genders. Enough of this.
Mr. Howard, would you like to respond?
Yeah, again, I think that one of the things that I hope the public understands, in my financial disclosure forms, there are no amounts that are unrevealed. Everybody who has given us any money, if it's $2, we list the name of those persons. She has received $31,000, and we don't know who that money who it came from. She used the word transparency before. If you're talking about transparency, how can you do that when you've got $31,000 and there's no one attached to the identity of that money? In a DA's race, I think it's important that if you receive a contribution, the contribution ought to be known to the public. You know, for all we know, those might be other members of the Atlanta Police Union. It might be other Republicans, something that she seems a little concerned about. I just think they ought to be recorded so we can judge for ourselves whether or not the person who made the contribution is appropriate.
All right. Ms. Willis, did you want to respond?
I have followed the law. He knows that I have followed the law. He does not state the law. The laws require that $101 donations and up be revealed. Every single person that gave me over $101 is on my report. Small donations of $5 and $15 and $25 are not listed.
Okay. Hello? Are you finished, Ms. Willis?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is for both of you. It says, how influential and how much power does the police union actually have in preventing the prosecution and just sentencing of police officers? And what specifically will you do about the culture? We'll start with you, Mr. Howard.
Well, let me tell you, they are very powerful. What I would ask the viewers to do is to just look at some of the cities in our country, in Miami, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Arizona, Sacramento, California. And what you'll see is that every one of these jurisdictions where the police union supports the DA, there are no prosecutions of police officers. The whole purpose of the police union is to make sure that the officers are not prosecuted. So here in Atlanta, what you'll find is as soon as one of these crimes takes place, the police union is there. They're there to tell their officers what to do. They give them instructions. They hire high-powered lawyers for them. They walk them through the disciplinary process. And we all know that in many cases, some of the officers are fired and then they'll return to work because of the unions.
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
The other officers, hardworking, honest officers, are afraid to even say anything about the union because they're afraid of retaliation. If we look at cities like Camden, New Jersey, we're listening to what's going on in Minneapolis, but these communities in Camden, they've already gotten rid of the police union. In Minneapolis, that's what they're talking about, is getting rid of the police union. I believe that until there's some change in what the police union does and how they operate in the city of Atlanta, that we are not going to improve policing in any significant way.
Ms. Willis, would you like to answer the question?
The police union has no power on what will be charged or not charged. The current district attorney sits here wanting to be this revolutionary on police. But the reality is this. When a report was done on this very issue, in the last 4 years, excluding these 2 high-profile cases, he has charged 2 police officers. He has 43 that remain uncharged. When asked a specific question on Jamarian Robinson, his answer was, I don't have videotape. We prosecute cases every single day. Guess what? Most crime doesn't happen with a videotape and DNA, and it's not a perfect case with a bow on it. However, you can take all of the circumstantial evidence and make out a case. Or you can tell that family and not hold them on the hook for 4 years, I just don't have it. He's also used the excuse that there were 110 shots fired and the GBI only found 109 shell casings. Anyone in their right mind knows that is an illogical excuse. What you are hearing today is someone that will have the courage to do what is right. I will do it when the cameras are watching and when the cameras are not watching. You will have a system or website where you can click on. You will know what we did in that case. You will know what we received in that case, meaning when we received it, and you will know what the decision is. And so he can't point to anything that indicates I would not do that, and I certainly will do it. The police union doesn't have any impact, I believe, on him if he's a DA. Police union will not have any impact on him. Just like the defense attorneys that have given to him doesn't mean he's going to sell a case. The defense attorneys that have given to me doesn't mean I'm going to sell a case.
What you talking about, Willis?
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Cooper, I would ask you to do this because I believe when you're talking
Now,
about...
are you responding?
Yes,
Okay.
because I think you ought to have the courage to tell the truth. What she just said was just absolutely untrue.
The right front.
That we've only...
the right, left, excuse me, the right, left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
handled 2 cases. In fact, the reason I was addressing you, I would hope that maybe on the morrow, you could come down to the DA's office and we would give you the names of the cases, because I believe there are probably about 8 cases that we've done. We've taken 2 pleas already during 2020, one involving an officer by the name of Matthew Johns, who was charged with beating a citizen. The second case involving an officer by the name of Cardo, who shot a citizen. Those are the two that we disposed of, but we've handled other cases. So what I want to do is I would like to provide the list to you so that you can provide them to the other people in the organization, because what she said is just not true.
And we've said the same thing. I said charged, not handled. There have been plenty of cases that he's no prost, which makes it fair.
And again, that's why I want Ms. Cooper to get the list, and she can send it to the members.
I think that would be Ms. Dr. Adoma that can take care of that. If you
But I think it's important for somebody in the organization to do that, because I think the DA ought to represent the truth.
All right, well, let's move on to our next questions. We have a few more. One is for, actually two are for you, Howard. The first one is regarding the sexual harassment charges, why would you allow taxpayers to pay your attorney fees?
Because this harassment cases are brought against me in my capacity as a district attorney. And you know that these are the suits that are filed against department heads in many occasions, but they are brought against you in your capacity as the district attorney. It's the taxpayers. It's not just for me, but it's for all of the county and state officials that are involved in these that are become subject to lawsuits.
Okay, the next question for you, Mr. Howard, is what organizations have endorsed you and why?
These nuts. Got him. These nuts. Got him. Got him. I'm trying to think of. I have been asking for the endorsement of individuals, and I mentioned Ambassador Young. We've been endorsed by Hank Johnson, who is the congressman from DeKalb County, by Sanford Bishop. We've been endorsed by C.K. Hoffler, the president of the National Bar. Just this week, we were endorsed by Little Baby. So that's what I have tried to do. I have tried to talk to individuals and get those endorsements of individuals.
He said he got that Little Baby endorsement.
Judge Thelma Moore, Learcis Collins, who has endorsed me as well. And I could go on and on and on. And that has been the thrust of my request for endorsement, is to get the endorsements of individuals. In fact, one of the persons who it was a match donor for me was Tyler Perry. So that's what we think is important.
All right, and this last question for you specifically, individually, for you, Ms. Willis, is during your 16-year tenure in the DA's office, what youth or community programs, including diversion programs, did you create within the office to demonstrate your commitment to the community?
Did not create any community programs. What I did was work with community programs. And so the two programs that I work with the most often are Next Level Boys Academy. I believe I've been on so many forums, I'm not sure if I've mentioned it. I think that I have. It's a program in South Fulton that actually was the last forum. It's a program in South Fulton. It specifically works with African-American men. It's a great program for young boys. I would invite some of your African-American men to get involved with that program because they really use a lot of mentors. They've had great successes. They really turn the lives around of some of our kids that are going in the wrong direction. The other program that I work extensively with is an organization called WAVE, which is We All Value Excellence. It is actually a lot.
Wait, did she say call Wade? You gonna call something Wade? Did y'all name that after your boyfriend? Yo, we almost up out of here, family. The Zoom chat call is open, so if y'all want to join before we get up out of here, the call is open. We almost up out of here, family. Appreciate y'all.
A lot of African-American police officers that started it from all different agencies. And the purpose of that program actually started out that we were going to work with homeless children. And it has just grown. We've now started to invest in those children in school and realize that they need tutoring. And homeless children, of course, have homeless parents.
By the way, that means the link is in the chat. I'll pin it to the top, actually. And the code is right under it.
Both of you all, it says, 1 second now. What will you put into place the progressive reform that Christian Y. Smith promotes? We'll start with you, Mr. Howard.
I believe that many of the things that Christian talked about were some of the changes that we need in our county. He talked about the small amounts of drug cases, and I've said that the Solicitor General and the DA ought to bring some clarity to the subject because I don't believe that those small amounts should be prosecuted. The small amounts are handled by the solicitor's office, and I think the solicitor and the DA should provide clarity to our community because we will continue not to prosecute people for having small amounts of marijuana for just on possession charges. Some of the other things that he has talked about regarding the death penalty, I have said that I believe it's time that we ought to change the death penalty in our state. And in fact, this week I met with the Capital Defender's Office, and we're going to be working together to try to make a presentation to our state in January. And we hope that maybe in a matter of about 3 or 4 years, we can get to the point that we can put something on our ballots to remove the death penalty. So a number of those ideas that he talked about, I believe that they were great ideas. I have listened to the young people in our community, and I'm going to work with them to see that many of those are put into place.
Miss Willis?
I believe from the beginning, a lot of me and Christian Wise Smith's platform was the exact same. The fact that we both wanted to do diversion programs, the fact that we both wanted to work with the youth. I haven't had an opportunity on here to talk about my SB 440 unit, which is a unit that is specifically going to be targeting those kids that are 13 to grown that are charged as an adult. I want to do a unit that completely looks at those kids, tries to make sure that we do alternate punishment for those children because I don't want them treated as an adult that young. And so much of my platform is very much like Christian Wise Smith. The distinction I always believed between me and Christian Wise Smith is he had only been a prosecutor 1.5 years. He had never tried a felony case. He had never managed lawyers. He had never really done the kind of work. And I believe my work experience, my recent trial experience, it allows me to know the tools that the lawyers will need to be successful. And it allows me to make sure that the lawyers that I am serving by being their leader, that I make sure that they serve all citizens with compassion. And so I believe much of my platform and Christians are exactly the same. The distinction is I have the experience to make sure that those things come to fruition.
And this is our very last question. It just popped in. This is for you, Mr. Howard. It says, do you agree with Ms. Willis's approach on transparency and making cases involving the police readily available online, as well as the status, progress, and results? Will you do the same if elected?
Right front. The right left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
Also would like to point out that Ms. Willis said, isn't it strange, though, that Christian Smith decided to endorse me and not Ms. Willis if their platforms were the same. I've already decided to take some steps regarding transparency with respect to police cases. And we are actually going to hold a monthly meeting with family members.
Much love, Laugh. You have a good one, family. Appreciate you.
Particularly the problems that we run into in the DA's office so that people can understand what those problems are and work with us to encourage the local jurisdictions, the city of Atlanta and the state to change some of its laws and policies so that we can move faster in getting some of the police misconduct cases disposed of.
May I respond?
You may respond. You have about a minute to respond.
I would just say that I was not willing to sell a case to get anyone's endorsement. I will not sell cases, not for money, not for endorsements, not for anything. And so I am glad to give up endorsements that are requested on that basis. Every endorsement that I have is based on the fact that I am willing to be fair to all people in the community. And so I do not believe that our platforms are distinct, as I have already stated, and I am hoping to gain the support of all of your listeners. There is no reason to believe after someone has served for 24 years, they're going to now do things differently. If you would like a change, if you would like to see this office advance and become all it can be, please cast a vote for FANI WILLIS on August 11th or before so that we can bring a change and reform to the office of the district attorney.
All right, well, that completes all of our questions. Mr. Howard, before we go, I think it would be fair just to give you, did you want to respond to anything? Are you comfortable with it now?
Well, we'll get a chance to make our closing statement. And again, I'm somewhat disturbed by the casting of aspersions against Mr. Smith as if he committed a crime. I think he's a nice young man, and I don't particularly agree with that kind of conduct, but I will rest until our closing statement's made.
Well, that's happening now. So basically, some say that this particular election is one of the most important Fulton County election in years. In your closing statement, tell us what makes you the best candidate. We'll start with you, Ms. Willis.
Thank you for having me this evening. This is, I would agree, one of the most important decisions in years. The reality is the district attorney touches everyone. We all throughout life are going to become victims, become witnesses, or going to have someone we love charged with crimes. You need someone that sits in this seat that has integrity. You have before you in me a person that sits with integrity. I will not take taxpayer money and use it to defend lawsuits for inappropriate sexual conduct on the job. I will not take money given altruistically by the city of Atlanta and pour it into my pocket as opposed to...
What, you won't do what? You won't go on trips and hire people named Nathan Wade and pay him absurd amounts of money and then pay him back for taking you on a trip? You won't hide cash in your room or pay everything with cash so they can't trace everything you paid from the tax money and hide watches and all types of crooked shit that you've been doing? You won't do that? Is that what you're saying?
Pouring it into youth, sexual integrity. You have before you in me a person that sits with us or going to have someone we love charged with crimes. You need someone that sits in this seat that has integrity. You have before you in me a person that sits with integrity. I will not take taxpayer money and use it to defend lawsuits for inappropriate sexual conduct on the job. I will not take money given altruistically by the city of Atlanta and pour it into my pocket as opposed to pouring it into youth where it can help young children, specifically poor and black and brown children that might be the subjects of gang initiations. I will not do things that are inappropriate. I am asking for your vote of confidence to simply serve. What I would like is an opportunity to treat everyone fairly, to receive a case from the police, to from the very beginning to give us a chance to properly investigate it, and to only charge those that deserve charging, to let those go and not ruin their lives by charging them within 45 minutes like their lives do not matter. I am asking you for the opportunity to create a diversion program where instead of indicting people that may have done the crime, but we can save, let's save them. Through my office, we are going to be able to save thousands of people from being indicted. And I would ask you to come on and be a part of history. Come on and elect the first female district attorney of this county so we can show the people of this nation that Atlanta and Fulton County is a beacon of hope. We are going to be the best office between Miami and Washington, D.C. And all I need from you is one thing. I need your vote, I need your support, and I need your prayers. And that is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Mr. Howard, you have 2 minutes with your closing.
Hold on. That explains everything right there. You hear how she count to one? She said, all I need is one thing. Hold on. What's the one thing she need? Hold on.
Statement.
I need from you is one, so we can show the people of this nation that Atlanta and Fulton County is a beacon of hope. We are going to be the best office between Miami and Washington, D.C. And all I need from you is one thing. I need your vote, I need your support, and I need your prayers. And that is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Just one thing. Just one thing. Your support, your vote, and your prayers. Just that one thing.
Mr. Howard, you have
between Miami and Washington, D.C. And all I need from you is one thing. I need your vote, I need your support, and I need your prayers. And that is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Mr. Howard, you have 2 minutes with your closing statement.
Well, first of all, I'd like to
shout out to Jerome. Y'all dropped some slime, brothers. Saying good night, family. Yeah, we up out of here. Ain't nobody showing up on the Zoom, and that's fine with me because it's been a long one. We already at 4.5 hours. Appreciate y'all, family. We wrapping it up. Shout out to Jerome, though. Show him some love before we get up out of here on this last stretch. We got about 1.5 minutes left, and then we gonna run the outro. Appreciate y'all, family.
thank you all for having me here tonight. And as I mentioned in each one of these debates, we are here in a pandemic that has caused much harm to our community. And my heart certainly goes out to all of the family members who've lost family members and friends. And, you know, one of the things that has happened, it's clear that the leadership in our country has failed us. and because that leadership has not been experienced and it is not being done in the proper way. Well, what I bring to this election, to this county, is experience and innovation. We are living today in a different time. When George Floyd was killed back on May the 25th, no one imagined that when July the 21st rolled around, that people in Portland, Oregon would still be protesting. What those people are saying is we are demanding change in our community. In order to make that change, we've got to put someone in office who has the ability and experience to make big changes. That's what I've done. I've done it before when the crime ran amok in our county, when our jail was overflooded, when people said we could not establish some of the programs that we put together. And I'm asking the voters to put me back in office to continue it. Now, Ms. Willis is really good with the accusations. That's what she's been doing a lot in this campaign. That's not my style, to call people a lie and to call them criminals.
Yeah, that's it. Let me do a quick shout out. What up, nobody? I see you creeping in. Appreciate you coming through before we wrap it up. Shout out to nobody. Shout out to no one. Appreciate you holding it down. What's up, no one? We need an outro track, man. Where the outro music? I'm gonna have to play the no. Shout out to Free the Jury. I see you, family. Shout out to FFS. Appreciate you. Appreciate the love and support. Shout out to Jerome Street. Appreciate the love and support. Let me see if we can get another Jerome real quick. In the house. Watch your mouth. Free the Jury. Joni 4. Keisha E. I see you, family. Appreciate you. Jerome Street. Joni 4. Keisha E. Free the Jury. FFS. Child of Scottum. Chan My Black is Golden. Shout out to Cha Diggy. My bad. Chan My Black is Golden and Cha Diggy. I appreciate y'all, family. I see y'all. Destined to Be. What up, what up? Survivor Speaks. I see you. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to everybody. Destined to Be. No One. Survivor Speaks. Okay, I'm seeing doubles again. Watch the Rise. Appreciate you. Appreciate all y'all, family. We up out of here. Much love, much love. Let me see if no one dropped a track yet. Because otherwise, oh, hold on. We got a super chat. Hold on. No. That's the point. Okay. That's what we getting to then. Boom. Appreciate y'all, family. We up out of here. Survivor Speaks. I see you. Destined to Be. No One. FFS. Y'all have a great night, family. Much love. Much love, much love.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say anymore. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't do it. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Hey, hold on. That shit hit different. That song go for her, too. She used to be a judge, too. Let's run that back. Y'all go sub up to Reggie Righteous. He killed that. Appreciate y'all, family. Yo, Texas T, I see you, family. Have a great night. We gonna run that song back right there. Y'all go and play the whole song. He talking about FANI. He not, but he is, though.
How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Another night of fun. Then live 100,000 development.
All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to...
Uh-oh. Fulton County has no problem coming in here and cuffing all of us, okay? Don't be an idiot.
Are you trying to tell me about myself? You homeless, Ern. You don't even have a mirror to look at yourself.
Go ahead, no one. Drop the link.
I know you all about your principles.
I got time today. Drop the link. Let's play it.
But can we
on
just
the way
please
out.
just listen to Ern so we can get out of here? It's 4 cops on the other side of that door. You know if they come in here, they're gonna get your ass on a whole lot of other shit.
You lying ass bitch.
I knew it. Mama, I hate you, Will.
Don't you never come back to my house,
And
no.
I hope they blow your motherfucking ass to smithereens.
You better hope they do, bitch. You better hope they do.
This nigga kidnapped me.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What are you, fucking nuts? You thought? Oh.
Stay on track, stay on your pivot. Keep your focus, keep your eyes up, head on the swivel. Watch you closest, if I love them, that don't mean I trust them. 2 different stories and it's trouble when your business and personal get distorted. So I move different, smooth shifting up out of the clutch. I'm double dutching, double hustles to double bags, double up. You can't tell me that I'm greedy, you can't tell me what's enough. Unless you mad, I'm dripping off, it's all your bitch come rushing up. What? By the way that these boys act, ain't gotta ask who a bitch. I aim an X9 over necklines, know exactly who I'm finna hit. KDR's on 100%. If I bust in, they ain't gon' miss. Every one of them a headshot, like I got an aimbot on this bitch. So tell them to pick a squad. I need some targets to pick apart. Loud talking when the crowd watching and they TikTok and see me kill the noise. Everything quiet, you can hear rain pissing on kind outside. You can go live right now, buddy, you can die right now. You ain't gotta pick sides. You know my squad gon' flex. One gon' bring back 2, my dogs gon' fetch. I'ma tell her pick up the set. Smell like this when the bitch, so all y'all mix. Then put a boot across all y'all neck. Check out the footwork, step up the game. You gotta give respect to get it. Without it, expect me to step on the lane. Tell them about gang, I don't care what you claim. Grown men over here, they like to sneak you diss on beats. Remember the song end over here. Ain't no theatrics, ain't no rematches. You on the wrong end over here. It costs a few racks. If you want it back, then tell them to phone in over here.